Hi there! In today's video I'm going to build my own video editor because the current editor that I'm using, Kdenlive, is too slow on my computer. And I only need a very simple video editor. Mostly I just want to cut out pieces of the video. But Kdenlive has three issues for me. The first one is that it's just in general slow when you try to move around in a timeline and play the video. Unless, I found out, if you set the preview of the video to like 240p, but then you can't really even see what's going on in the video. And the second problem is that if I add a speed up effect to a clip, then I can't preview it. I mean, I can, it technically supports it, but it's just too slow for my computer for some reason. Like, once it gets to the point in the timeline where it's sped up, it will go like 1 frame a second. And the third problem is that if you have a lot of clips in the video, like 200 plus, then it starts to slow down. Especially if you have 200 clips and then you try to delete the first clip, then it takes like 2 seconds to move the timeline back to the right place. And also, I actually have a Python script that I use to edit my video to take out all the silent parts automatically. And the way that script works is it actually renders the video with the silent parts cut out. But the problem with that is that it doesn't always work perfectly, so sometimes it cuts too much from the beginning or the end of the word, or I just want to include some silent part of the video in the final video. So now, when I open that video in Kdenlive, and then I notice there's something missing, then I have to get the original video and find the right place in the video and then splice that into that one. And it's very difficult. So what I would like to do is change my script so that it just creates like a project file for my video editor that I can then load up in the editor, and then it has all the clips there already where the silent parts are cut out. But then if I want to add something back, I can just change the clips to extend. And I actually tried that in Kdenlive, so I made a script that creates a Kdenlive project file, but since there's like 2000 clips in it, it's like unusable. It just doesn't work on my computer at that point. So let's see if me, a complete noob in GUI applications, can build a more performant video editor. Admittedly, a much simpler editor by myself. So here's the plan that might change completely during this video, but I want to use Raylib for creating the UI, because I'm a little bit familiar with it, although I have only used it in C. But I'm not going to build this project in C because I think it's going to be a bit too painful when you have to like communicate with FFmpeg and stuff like that. So I'm going to be using Python, because there is in fact a Raylib library for Python. And since we're using Python, we can use MoviePy to read and write the video files. So really, we're just going to build a graphical user interface for MoviePy, which itself is kind of a wrapper for FFmpeg. So we're going to write a wrapper for MoviePy that is a wrapper for FFmpeg. So let's get started. The first thing we need is, of course, a virtual environment. So let's do Python 3m venv and source venv bin activate. And let's create editor.py. And let's see if we can get a Raylib window open. So let's go to Google and let's search for Raylib Python. And let's take a look at this thing. So what is in quick start? Okay, so we need to pip install Raylib and break system packages. Okay. And here's the hello world in Raylib. So I am actually just going to do pip install Raylib. I'm not going to break packages. Let's see if it works without that. I think that's just needed for some environments. Okay, and let's paste this code in here. And this should work pretty much like C. So we're just going to init the window with a width and a height and a title. And then we do this loop while window should close. While not window should close. We're going to begin drawing. And then in between begin drawing and end drawing, we can clear the background and we can draw some text. And then in the end, we're going to close the window. So let's see if this thing works. Let's do Python 3 editor.py. And look at this. We have a window. Great. Now I want to make it resizable and I want to be a little bit bigger. So let's do like 1920 and 1080. which seems quite big, but I have some weird scaling on my computer, so that should be quite nice. Maybe it's a little bit too big. So let's make it like, let's put like a factor here. Let's put scale factor is 0.8, and then we can just do 0.8, 0.8. And do we need to make this an int? Perhaps. Let's make it an int, and let's try again. Okay, that is a nice size. And I want to make the background black, or not quite black. Let's do, how do we do this? We have to give it a color. Oh, it can be a color or a list or a tuple. So I guess we can make a tuple, and we can do something like red, green, blue. And this should be like a dark blue color, but for some reason it opened in the second screen. Okay, that's pretty nice. We can use this. And how do we make it resizable? Is there a resize? Maybe it's in init window. Can we pass in? No, there's width, height, and title. Okay. Let's look at the definition. And is there something like resize in here? Is window resized? How do we make it resizable? I think it's not resizable by default, right? No, we cannot resize it. Is there resizable? Resizable. Ah, flag window resizable. So where do we put this? Config flags. Okay. Where can we put the config flags? Let's take a look at init window. I wonder if it doesn't support it. Maybe it's another function related to window. Let me search for flag window resizable in the whole source code. Okay, there's a separate function, set config flags. So let us do it here, set config flags. And can we just put here flag window resizable? What is it called? Flag window resizable. And I guess it has to come from config flags, flag window resizable. Let's see if that works. Let's run it again. And look at this. We can resize the window. That's great. And can we maximize? Yes. Okay. So then we need to put, instead of a hello world text, we need to put a video here. Now I don't believe that Raylib supports video. Let's find video in here. Icon file tab video. That's just an icon. Yeah, there is no video playback in Raylib. So I think what we have to do is we literally have to read the frames from the video and then play them back to back in the screen and draw them in the screen. I mean, what else are you going to do? So let's try and do that. So I have a sample.mkv file here, a sample video we can use to test the editor. And let's install MoviePy. So pip install MoviePy, which we can use to read the video files. And we can also use it to write the video files. And there's even effects and stuff we can do from there. So let's do from MoviePy import video file clip. And let's just load that video here. So video is going to be video file clip. And let's just hard code this for now. Let's say sample.mkv. And in here, we can do something like video get frame. So we can get a frame at a specific point in time. Let's just get the first frame. So the frame is going to be that. And the frame, I believe, is like a NumPy array or something. Gets a NumPy array representing the RGB picture of the clip. Okay. And then we can draw the frame on the screen. Let's see how we can do that. So in Raylib, they have a draw image, or is it draw texture? Yeah, so we have to load the image and then convert it into a texture and then draw the texture. I think that's how it works. So can we load image? And there's actually a load image raw from raw file data. Oh, okay, that's not what I want. I thought it takes in like the pixel values of it. So draw image, or load image from memory, from screen, from texture. I think we want to do memory. And we need to have the file type. Okay, so what is the file type of the RGB picture? Is there another thing? Load image. There's just load image, but I think this one takes a file. Okay, so I think we need to use load image from memory. But what is the file type? Let's just print this frame so we can see what kind of data there is. Let's just print it, and I will actually put it just up here. And I will exit. And let's see what it looks like. I think it's like a list of tuples or something. Let's run it. And yeah, it looks like this. So are these like... what are these? There's like a bunch of lists in here. But these are definitely like the RGB colors. So isn't there like a image format that just contains the RGB colors? I think there's like a PPM format. Perhaps I could ask ChatGPT. How can I draw an image from a NumPy image data array in Raylib Python? In Raylib, Python bindings like Raylib Py or PyRay, the clean way is turn your NumPy array into raw bytes. RGB8 is the easiest. Load it into Raylib image or update a texture 2D. Okay. Draw the texture each frame. Below are the common patterns. Okay. So let's say we have an image. We convert it into bytes and order is C, whatever that means. I should probably check what it means. Okay, and it's actually using load image from memory in raw format, and then it has the data and the length of the data. Okay. Okay, so what we need to do, let's actually load the frame up here. We don't have to load it every time in the loop. And we are going to say, actually here, 2 bytes. And unfortunately, MoviePy doesn't have the return types here. So we can say 2 bytes, order is C. What does that mean? Let's do from NumPy import nd array, and let's see what's in here. Is there a 2 bytes order? Okay, thanks for having a documentation. KACF, what does that mean? What is order C? Order C means row major memory order, the default way NumPy stores arrays. Rows laid out one after another in memory. Okay, so it's just related to how the data is stored in that array. Okay, fine. So that's our frame now as bytes. And then we can load the image from memory and we can say that it is raw. But can't we then use load image raw? This loads from the file. Okay, so load image from memory in raw format, and the data is the frame and the size is the length of the frame. Okay, and what was next? We need to say load texture from image. So we can say load texture from image, and we pass in the image, which is this thing, image, and this is the texture, and yeah, it just takes the image. And then we can draw the texture. And this one takes the texture and position X, position Y. Let's just put it at 0, 0 for now. And tint, I forgot what is tint. Let's just put a black tint in there. I think we actually have, do we have black here? Or maybe it should be white. Let's see what is tint. And we can unload image after we load it because we don't need it. And then we draw the texture and then we can we unload texture as well. Like this. Now, this is happening in a loop. We're reading the same thing over and over again. So that's a bit stupid, but at least we should now see something. And we should set the FPS as well. So let's do set target FPS. Let's put 60 FPS. And let's try to run it. Do we get anything? We get nothing. Data is not valid to load texture. Failed to load image data. Data format not supported. Okay. Did I miss some step? Image copy. Why do we need to use image copy? Now it's using PyRay. Oh, it's still using PyRay, but it just uses it differently. Okay. Image copy. Okay. What is that? Image copy. Create an image duplicate useful for transformations. So you can't just pass the data directly here, right? No, you need to pass in. You pass the data in there, but then you need to copy that image. So not load. That's a bit weird. So we need to say here copy image. Why do we have to copy it? I don't quite understand. It was image copy. Okay, image copy, then we load it, and then this one is if your binding doesn't have a load image from memory, use this instead. Okay, but I have it. So then we load texture from image and draw texture. And here's doing some updates to the texture. Fine. Let's see if this thing works. Let's run it. And still it is invalid. Okay, I don't think we need to copy the image. That's just if you want to like save the original image and then make modifications to it. But we're not doing that right now. What if we just exit here? We just try to load the image from memory. It says data format not supported. Okay, so it doesn't. Does it not support raw? Like, is this literally not supported, or does it not support what we have in the frame? What if we put JPEG here, and then we run it? Okay, so then it says failed to load image data. So it doesn't support raw. Can we use ppm then? I think it was what is ppm? We run this thing. Data format not supported. Okay. So what was the other way then? If you don't have load image from memory, create a blank image and texture, then update the texture. Aha. But we do have load image from memory, it's just not raw. But let's see. Let's copy this thing, put it here, and we generate image with a color. And now we need the width and the height. So we can say video dot size, I think it's size 0, and video size 1. And let's just do blank. Then we load the texture from the image. Then we can unload the image. And then we're going to update the image. So we can do that, update texture, and then we do with the frame 2 bytes. So texture just takes the bytes, the pixels. Okay, so let's get rid of this thing, and we unload this, then we have to unload the texture. I mean, I guess we should create the texture at first and then update it. So we don't have to create the texture every time in the loop. So let's actually do that. Let's move this outside of the loop. We make a blank image. We make a texture out of that. Then we can discard that image. And then we just update the texture with the bytes from the image. And we don't need to do this here. Only in the end we are going to say unload texture. Text. Let's see if this one works. If we now run it, bytes object has no attribute to bytes. Okay, so I converted it into bytes already. So I did it here. So we don't have to do it there anymore. Let's try again. And what is this? We just get garbage here. Did I print something? I did not print something, but also I didn't draw the texture. Let's go back to the example. We update the texture, then we draw the texture, of course. And what is draw FPS? Let's do here draw texture. Text and 0, 0, and let's use white as the tint. And I think it updated the texture outside of begin drawing. Maybe that's important. Let's do it here. And then we draw it. And what is draw FPS? Draw FPS. Ah, it just literally draws the current FPS. Okay. Interesting. Let's try again. Okay, we're still like sending some garbage to std out. Why? Does this return something? No, it just updates it. What if we say that this is like green and we don't update, we just draw the texture? Can we like draw a green image there? We can, but it's huge. Okay, so we can draw a texture, that works, but we can't update the texture. Okay, let me exit here and let's see what garbage does it spit out. Wait, it's not exiting. That's weird. Can we just break and then try? Why is it getting stuck here? Ah, because it printed the whole thing. So it says, this thing must be a C data pointer. Type is void, so I don't know what type it could be. If it's a const string, you can create it with PyArray FFI new. Aha. Interesting. So do we need to convert it into a char array? So if we say here frame is, can we just do FFI new char, and then here we put the frame. Let's see, what does it actually want? Update texture wants pixels that can be any. Okay, let's try and run it again. Okay, we didn't print anything. Maybe it worked. Let's remove the exit. Let's run it. And there's nothing there. Segmentation fault. Amazing. So it is probably not a char. What if we just pass the frame? Maybe it just knows how to handle NumPy arrays. It does not. Must be a C data pointer. Type is void, so I don't know what type it should be. So what type should it be? Let's find the actual Raylib C function for update texture. What does it want? It literally wants void. Okay, so what type should it be then? Let's take a look at this thing. What do we have in C type? What can we put in there? It does not help at all. Okay, let's go to ChatGPT again, and let's say update texture says type is void. I don't know what to do with it. That message is basically telling you that this one doesn't return anything useful. In C, its return type is void, so Python returns it as none. Okay, ChatGPT completely misunderstood. So you don't do anything with the result. Okay, I mean PyRay says it doesn't know what to do with it. Ah, you mean that your editor type? No. Okay, let's copy the exact thing that it says. This thing, no. It literally says this in the console when running draw texture. A bunch of garbage here, and then this, like that. That console message is exactly what you get when a PyRay function expected a Raylib CData object, but you passed something that is not CData. Okay. In your case, it's happening at draw texture, which strongly suggests your text is not a texture 2D. What? It is though. Text is a texture. Is there a texture 2D separately, or just texture 2D? Okay, there is a texture 2D, but I think we can still use texture. Okay, let's copy paste the whole thing like this. Here's my code. Thanks, your code makes the problem pretty clear. Okay, there are two separate issues. Clear background is wrong in PyRay, but it's not wrong. ChatGPT is wrong because it literally works. Okay, fine. Your texture is RGBA, but your movie by frame is almost certainly RGB. Aha! Convert the frame to RGBA. Okay, that makes sense actually. Okay, so this is RGB, and what do? We make an empty image, then we do this syntax, which I don't understand what it means, but I'm guessing it just like adds an empty element in each of the lists in there, and then we set the third one to 255. Okay, let's try and do this. We have the frame, and let's do this. Let's import numpy as np, and let's get the video width, and let's get the video height, and let's say video width is this, and video height is that, and then we can put the height here and the width here, and then we can get the frame. Let's call it frame RGB, and then we do this thing. Frame RGB as type uint8 copy false. Okay, that should be width, and then we add the alpha there, and then we do as contiguous array, and then we can do the 2 bytes. I think we have to make it a char, but this should be frame RGB. No, it should be RGBA. So let's call this frame RGBA. So now we have an RGBA, and then we load that one. Let's see if it works. Look at this. It works. It actually works. This is the video that I have in here. So it's a screen recording. So it actually works. But of course, this is just one frame. Now we have to play the video. So we have to play all of the frames. So how are we going to do that? Let's at first create some sort of helper functions here. So we need to read the frame as like a compatible image. So then we can just pass the frame into the texture. So can we have something like video get frame at, and we give it the video and then the frame. Let's just put 0 in there. So the frame is going to be that. And then we can define that thing. Let's say video get frame at, and pass in the video, which is a video file clip. And then we are going to pass in the frame, which is an int. Now, get frame here takes in a time, but I think we're ultimately going to want to go frame by frame. So this one will return, what kind of type is this? C data, okay. It returns C data. And we are going to do exactly this. We date the video, we date the side of the video, we get the frame at. So now we have to calculate the time based on the frame. So let's say frame time, and frame time is going to be the frame times 1 over video FPS. Isn't that how it works? So if the FPS is 30, and this is 1 divided by 30, and then if frame is 30, then this is going to be 1. Okay, so I think that's how it works. And then we have to create the empty thing, and then we load the RGB data, we add the alpha channel, and then we are going to do as contiguous array, and then we're going to convert it into the C data, and then we're going to return this thing. Now, there might be some optimization we can do here, like do we really need to like create an empty thing every time? Should we pass in like a canvas where we draw? Maybe. But let's get to that in case we have performance issues. And of course, we need to get the R image as well, and then the texture. So maybe, yeah, that's interesting. I don't really want to create a new texture every time, because I think that's going to be a performance issue. So what if we just make a random sized image? Let's do like 900 by 500. So we create this once, so then we have the texture, then we get the frame, and then we update that to the texture. But now it's going to be too big. So what's going to happen? Is it just going to be cropped? C data is not defined. I have to import. Aha, where does this come from? This thing is C data base. So can I import from PyRay FFI? Is there FFI? No. So can this be FFI.CData? No. Variable not allowed in type expression. How can I define this type? I think it's defined in some other package, so it's not in the PyRay package. From Raylib import FFI. Okay, but what does FFI use? CFFI. Okay, can I do from CFFI backend import C data base? That's probably not the right way. Do I need to do FFI C data? Nope. Can I do here FFI.CData? Okay, I think that's maybe that's a good idea. So now, if we run it, it looks like garbage. And is that because the size is different? Let's put the actual size there. So let's get it from there again, and width and height. We run it again. Okay, so the size is very important. But I want to use like an arbitrary size. So if I put 900 by 500, can I pass in here 900, 500? And then we can say that we have the width and the height. And then before we do anything, we are going to say video is video resized. And then we can put here the width and the height. So we actually resize the video. Now, by the way, this one doesn't actually do much when you run it. It will just set like the new size for it, and then when we call get frame, then it will actually call ffmpeg somewhere. It's buried somewhere. It's like a reader, ffmpeg reader. So it will call ffmpeg here, and it's gonna pass like a scale in here. So then we should actually read the frame in the correct size. Although now the aspect ratio is not correct, but it works. Look at that. We have a video there. Well, it's a frame of a video. And can we make it like resizable? Now it's always the same size, but what if I want it to be like a percentage? How do we resize it? Because we define the image here. Is there an image resize? There is. So we can resize the image and we can pass in the RIMG. I want to call it something else. Let's call it... Well, no, we have to resize the texture. Can we resize texture? No. If we resize it, do we then have to create a new texture? I guess. So let's make like a function. Let's call this create texture. Or let's do video create canvas. Something like this. And then we're going to have the width and the height. And this one is going to return a texture. So this will do that. It will take the width and it will take the height. And let's use the blank here. And then it's going to return the text. And I really want to call it texture, not text. And this is going to be the image. So that returns a texture. So we can start by saying texture, let's call it canvas. Video canvas. Video create canvas. And let's do the 900, 500. And let's say video canvas width is 900. Video canvas height is 500. Let me put it here. Video canvas width, video canvas height. And then we can do something like if get window width. What is it called? Window get window width. What is it called? Is it a screen width? Get screen width. Okay. So if the screen width is less than video canvas width, then we can say video canvas width is going to be get screen width. Maybe we should do screen width is get screen width. And then if the screen width is less than the video canvas width, then the screen width or the video canvas width is the screen width. And should we calculate like a ratio is going to be video canvas height divided by video canvas width, and then the video canvas height is going to be video canvas height times ratio. So we're gonna automatically resize the canvas, and then we have to create the canvas again. So video canvas is going to be video canvas create. Video create canvas. Maybe canvas create. Video canvas create. And we have to unload texture video canvas. Then we create the new one with the video canvas width and the video canvas height, like that. And we update the texture with the video canvas. And we also put here width and the height. Okay, so now we should be able to resize the window, and it should change the size of the video, but here we have to say texture. No, it's video canvas. Let's do it like that. And let me zoom out a little bit so I can see all of the code. Did I miss something? I think that's fine. And let's run it again. Okay, so here it is. If I resize, I go here, it crashes. An integer is required. So I probably have to make the height an integer. Like this. And let's try again. So now I will resize it. And it almost worked. Height and width must be more than 0. So of course this needs to be from the width. And these ones need to be the other way. So video width or canvas width divided by canvas height. I think it's like this. So now if we resize and we go here, then it is a bit weird. Why does it do like that? I think I did it wrong. I always get this calculation wrong when you need to resize something maintaining the aspect ratio. So the ratio is like how many percent the width is of the height. Then we make a new width. So yeah, it needs to be exactly the opposite. So we calculate how many percent of the width is the height. Then we make the new width, and then we set the height to the same percentage of the new width as it was in the original width. So now it's going to work. If we resize, it actually works. Look at this. Now it doesn't come back, which is a little bit of an issue. So do we need to set, do we have to always set it here? But we need to call it something else because we need to remember this size. So let's call it CW is video canvas width and CH is video canvas height. And then here we always use this CW and we always use CH like that. So then it always resets it in the top of the loop, and then if it's too small, then we are gonna resize it. But we don't want to resize it if it's already the correct size. So should we create like a class that is going to define the canvas with the width and the height? Well, we have the texture here. Okay, so we can probably do this. If it is less than that, then we calculate the new width and height, and if CW is not video canvas width, we can use this directly, or CH is not the video canvas height, then we're gonna recalculate it. Otherwise, we don't care. So now, if you run it, here it is, and if I resize it, it's gonna be smaller, and if I make it bigger, it's gonna be bigger. But then why does it fail here? Interesting. Why does it do that? So if I do that, yeah, something happens in the end that is not quite in sync or something. Is this an integer? It is. That is very interesting. So it loaded it as 899 times 499. So I think there's like some difference now between the actual video size and the texture size, and then it screws everything up. Do we need to always do this thing? If the canvas width is different, or the calculated width is different than the calculated height, and then else, if the screen width is equal or greater to the CW, well, no, that doesn't make sense. Why does this happen? Is it because of that one? Let's try again. So now I make it smaller and smaller and smaller, and here it works just fine, and it works until I make it the normal size. Well, I think that was the issue. That was literally the issue. So we need to always check if the size is different. But I don't really understand why did it get to be a different size. I do not know, but this fixed it. So let's keep it like that. But now, what we need to do is we need to actually play the video. How do we play the video? We need to change which frame we are playing. So let's introduce something like is playing, which is false by default. And I will format this a little bit. And we can do something like if is key pressed, and this is going to be key space. How do I get the key? Let's take a look. Key. Is there a space? Space. Key space. It's in keyboard key. So we have to import. Can I just say keyboard key, key space, like this? If we press space, then if is playing, then is playing is false, else is playing. What am I doing? So is playing is not is playing. Right? Can't I do this? And then we need to have the time. What should I call this? what is it called? The current time, the time in the timeline. Let's call it timeline time, and we start at 0. And if is playing, then timeline time is gonna plus equal something. We need to get the FPS of the video, which is video.fps, times, well, we don't care about the FPS here. So can't we just do this above here, and we can use the delta time, so the time between this frame and the previous frame. So when we press space, then if we are playing, we're gonna add to the timeline time the time that passed from the previous frame, right? But actually we want the frame too. So maybe we actually want to have current frame number. So then we do get delta. Get delta is just delta time. Wait, get delta. There's no delta time. What? I'm pretty sure it's called delta time. Oh, it's called get frame time. Okay, so get frame time. This is how many seconds have elapsed from the previous frame, and then we divide this by the video FPS. And this needs to be integer division, right? So now I have the current frame number, and then we can put this thing in here, right? Video get frame at, which takes the frame, which is current frame number, and then we draw it. So isn't this going to work? So if we now run it, and we press space, nothing happens. If we press space again, nothing happens. Why not? Let's go back. I shouldn't do integer division. I should just convert it into an integer here, because otherwise it's always going to be 0. Let's try again. So now if I hit space, nothing happens. What? Why doesn't it work? Current frame number. Is playing is false. Is key pressed, key space. Okay. Let's just print here. Playing is playing. What is it? Does this even work? Run it, and then I press here. Now it's playing. Now it's not playing. So that works. But why are we not moving the thing? Let's also put here the frame, which is current frame number. So now, if we play, it's okay, I think I calculated something wrong. So of course this should be times times FPS. So now if we run it and we hit space, nothing happens. Okay, look at this, it's moving. It's very slow, but it's moving. Okay, yeah, it's very slow. So far we haven't made any performance boosting compared to Kdenlive. Let's try without the printing. So now, if we hit space, then yeah, it's very slow. And if I hit space again, it stops very late. Okay. Okay. So we went too far. This is just a 10-second video. So let's say if current frame number is greater than video.duration divided by video.fps, then let's say is playing is false. So we stop it if it goes too far. But it's very slow. Let's try one more time. So we open it, we hit space, it starts to... It doesn't work now. Wait a minute. Did I calculate this wrong? If current frame number is greater than video duration divided by video FPS, then is playing is false. Video duration is the duration in seconds. Again, it's times. Man, I'm so bad at math. Okay, here's the video. We hit space and it starts to play very slowly. And then if I hit again, it's gonna not even stop in time. And we still got this issue that we tried to read too many frames. So can I actually get the frame count from this thing? Is there a frame count, frame number? Let's go to get frame, and we can actually get the frame number from MoviePy too, based on the time. Okay, let's just put if it's greater than or equal to this. Maybe that works. let's try again. So now we hit space, and let's see if it stops in time. So it's a 10-second video or something like that. So we still went too far. I really want to get the actual number of frames. So video file clip has just a duration in seconds. That is annoying. So when we do get frame, where does that error come from actually? I can just check down here in line 190 if the length of S is not the number of bytes. Self.depth. Okay, so this is funny. So the read frame will call ffmpeg down here. Over here actually, so it's gonna do std out read. So we have the process here, which is the ffmpeg process. So it starts ffmpeg and then it reads the image data. And then if it doesn't get the correct amount of bytes that is expected, then it gives this warning. So perhaps we can ignore this warning. Oh, I should set the current frame number to the last frame. So let's do this. Last frame. Last frame is that. And if it is greater than or equal to last frame, then current frame number is last frame. So I guess it makes sense to do it like this. So that's the problem. So we checked that it went over and we stopped playing, but we still saved the current frame. Not sure if that's the issue though. Because if it was, then it should continuously loop that warning. But now we're playing this thing and then it ends. Yeah, we still get the warning. Whatever. I don't care about it right now. It's just a warning. But now we have to make it faster. How do we make it faster? Well, the reason why it's so slow is that we are directly calling this video get frame, which runs ffmpeg and then gets the frame. So what we should actually do is when we open up the file, we should load the frames in memory so that they are ready to go. And then we can just play. So we need to have some sort of buffer of the video frames. Of course, we don't want to save the whole video. Maybe in this case we can because it's just 10 seconds. But if we open like a 2-hour video, we don't want to load all the frames. But at least some of the frames we need to load in a buffer. So let's see if that helps anything. Let's make a function video build buffer. And let's give it the buffer, which is going to be just a list of these C datas, right? What is it called? It was FFIC data. So FFIC data. And then we give the video, which is a video file clip, and perhaps we can give it a frame. So we're going to build the buffer around this frame. Now, do we want to pass it in here or do we just return it? Let's see if we can return it. It's easier to reason about, but maybe it's going to be slower because we always have to like build the buffer, like a new buffer. But maybe it's fine. So what this thing will do is let's set some sort of buffer around, and we're going to buffer like I don't know how many frames. Let's do video FPS times, I don't know, 5. So let's buffer 5 seconds forward and 5 seconds backward. And buffer start is going to be the frame minus buffer around. And is there like a max in here? There's a max. So it's either 0 or the frame number minus how much we buffer around. So that means it's never going to be negative. And buffer end is going to be min of the video duration times video FPS and frame plus buffer around. So then we can say that the buffer is a list, and for I in range, buffer start and buffer end plus 1, we are going to say that the buffer append video get frame at, we're going to take the video and the frame, sorry, this frame is the I, and we also need the width and the height. I think we can use video.size 0 and video.size 1, because we can already resize the video before we build the buffer. So then it can be a different size. And then we just return the buffer. So now what we can do is do something like this. Let's say video buffer is none, and I want to do something here. Do we need to always call update texture outside begin drawing? Because I want to do something like this. I want to say if not video buffer, then I want to draw a text that we are building the buffer, like loading. I'm going to say draw text, loading, and position X, let's say screen width divided by 2, and screen height divided by 2. We need to get the height. So let's do get screen width and get screen height. Now that's not going to be actually in the center. Or does this draw it from the center? I don't think it draws it from the center. We have to pass in font size. Let's put, I don't know, 20. And color is, let's use that violet. Violet. That was pretty nice. So we're going to draw loading. And then we're going to load the buffer. Let's say video buffer is video build buffer. And we give it the video. And we give it a current frame number. Now, ultimately we have to do something else here, because now it's going to stop here at that frame, build the buffer, and it's going to load. So it's not really going to work nicely. We have to do it in the background. Then we don't call video get frame at. We are going to get it from the buffer. So that's why I didn't want to do it here, because I want to do something like, if we don't have the buffer, then we load, else we are going to do this. But now the frame is going to be buffer. And by the way, we have to make this an integer. But we can't make it because we need to track it as a float. We just have to pass it in as an integer here. So we get from the buffer, video buffer, and we know that the video buffer starts, well, we have to keep track what is the middle of the buffer. So video buffer is none, and then video, I guess we could just save in the buffer the frames. So we could say that the buffer is like that, and it's actually a dict with an int, and then we have the FFI data here. So we're going to say that the buffer I equals this thing. So then what we can just do is we can say the frame is video buffer int current frame number. But we also have to say if not, or if this is not in video buffer, then video buffer is none. Else we do this. So if we don't have the thing in the buffer, we have to create a new buffer. Now really, we have to do it in such a way that if we get close to the end, then we start building the buffer in the background, and then, we switch the buffer or something. Or we should have just one buffer, I guess. That's why I wanted to at first pass in the buffer here. Maybe that's a better idea. So we just have a buffer, and then we either add to it, or we can add to it, and then we can remove from the end. Something like that. Anyway, now we get the frame from there, and then we update the texture from that. And let's see if this thing works. Let's run it. And it failed right away, because we need an integer here. Okay, so here we can use the integer division like this. Let's try again. And float object cannot be interpreted at integer. What's here? So this one also has to be an int. Let's call this the last frame. Last frame is that. And if we then run it, again, something is a float. So buffer start, buffer around. This has to be an int as well, like that. And what does it say now? Okay, we're doing something. We don't see the text, but it seems like it's loading now. Hello is not responding. Okay. So is it still loading the frames? That's not very nice. It was literally loading the frames. So it is going to be that slow to load them to the buffer. And we can't see the loading text because we need to call end drawing. Let's just draw the thing, say end drawing, and let's move this thing here. I think we need some better logic here, but it's going to work now. And I'm just going to add to the video build buffer, and I'm going to print getting frame I off, and we can say buffer end minus buffer start. And let's try to run it again. Okay, so this is how fast we are reading the frames. Okay, now I am recording a screen capture at the same time, but this is kind of not acceptable. Although I would rather wait for it to start for a long time and then be snappy than it to be slow while I use it, but this is too slow. But let's see if it actually works after it reads all the frames. And then we can figure out why it's so slow to read the frames. Okay, we're almost there. Here it is. Why does it look like that? I think I didn't pass in the resized video to the function, which by the way might speed it up a little bit. But let's see, what if I play? Does something happen? In fact, it's moving now. And it's snappy, but it looks horrible. Okay, where do we do video build buffer? Let's find the resized. Okay, that might be another issue. The resized might actually do something, not just use a different ffmpeg command, because I saw some errors that were coming from the pillow library, so maybe it actually resizes the image. So what we want to do is we want to resize the video already, like before we pass it in here, or when we change the size. So when we change the size, we are going to say that the video is video resized with the new width and the height. And before that, right when we open the video here, we can do video resized. Well, actually, I'm going to do it down here, like this. So with the canvas width and the canvas height. And I can probably move this thing down there too. So we can just do here, if name equals main, then we do all this stuff. And let's indent all of this. Okay, so now we resize it at first here. But perhaps we should not resize it with MoviePy. Maybe we just, when we draw it, we can draw it smaller. But let's see if that actually works. If we now run it, well, actually it's a lot faster. so now it's loading the frames pretty quickly. Still kind of slow, but that was pretty fast. And then if we now play it, then look at this. It's a little bit, is it a bit slow? Maybe it was a bit slow. And now it starts to load the rest of the video. And like this. And then it ended already. Okay, let me run it one more time. And let me play. And it does seem like it's not going super smoothly. But since I implemented the frame number calculation like this, wouldn't this like make it more performant? Or like this means that it's gonna skip frames if for some reason we can't render it in time. So at least it's not gonna slow down the video. It's just gonna, you know, skip something. I don't know if that's better or worse. Anyway, what should we do next? I want to draw the FPS. I think that's a good idea. So can we do draw FPS? And let's put it at like 10 and screen height minus 50. Is that going to show us what is the actual FPS that is running? Now it's 0 FPS. But now it's 60 FPS. And if I play it, it's still 60 FPS. So maybe it actually is working properly. Maybe it's not slow. But I think I need a longer sample video. So I'm gonna take an actual video that I have made. Let's use this thing. So I'm going to change it to be this thing. So this is like a 1.5 gig file. So let's see how fast that opens. I think it's gonna be just as fast, even though it's a huge file. Okay, and if we play this thing, then it's just playing it nicely. Although then we have to buffer again. Okay, so before we get any further, I think we should figure out how we can play audio, because that's an important aspect. And I kind of have to figure out how audio works, because I haven't really worked with audio ever. But I think audio also consists of frames, but I kind of find it hard to wrap my mind around what is an audio frame. And can we just play frames back to back the same way as a video and then have the sound? Like, how does that work? Now, in a video file clip, I think we have the audio. So this is just a flag whether there is audio. No, actually, you pass in the constructor audio to be true, and if it is true, then it loads an audio file clip. And I think that the get frame, this is, where is it? I think the get frame is defined in the actual, like a clip. It's not in video clip, it's in clip. We have get frame. So we can get a frame of the audio as well. So what we can do here is video build buffer can make a buffer that has the video frame and the audio frame. Now, by the way, when we do video get frame at, we don't even use the width and the height, so we can remove these. So we only pass in the video and the index, or the frame. And I believe that we can do the similar thing, the audio, but this doesn't quite directly work with the audio because it creates this RGBA array. We need to have another one, and let's add here audio get frame at, and this will take an audio file clip. And we don't get the width and the height. And I saw that there was, is there an FPS in this one? Because we saw an audio FPS here. Audio FPS, which is this thing, which is huge. Okay, so we pass it in here. So we still have the FPS there. And this is of course called audio now. But this is not RGB now. It's something else. What is it? Alright, so it took quite a bit longer to figure out how audio works than I expected. But now, it's like 2 weeks later, and I think I understand it. At least well enough to make something work. So audio, in fact, consists of frames, but you can't play one frame at a time. You have to combine them into a chunk, and then you can play the chunk. So what we can do is we can make a similar function as video build buffer. Let's call this audio build buffer, and let's rename everything into audio. And we need to import audio file clip. So let's do it from here, audio file clip. And in audio file clip, there is also this get frame function. Well, this is our own audio get frame at function. So we have to go to our video get frame at, and let's copy this thing and let's put it down here with audio build buffer. And again, let's rename this to audio. And of course, audio doesn't have a width and height, so let's remove this. And it does have a get frame function, but then this conversion is a little bit different, of course, because this is audio. So let's call this like the audio frame. So we need to convert this frame, which is a sound array, into the PCM format. And we can do it this way. We can say audio PCM is going to be np.clip. So the sound array is a numpy array. And I think there's like literally just 2 numbers in a frame. But the numbers that come from the default get frame are not in the PCM format. So we need to clip the values of the audio frame between -1 and +1. And then we have to times this by the highest 16-bit integer. So basically, PCM is just an array of 16-bit integers. And the highest 16-bit integer is something like 32,000 something. And we can calculate it by doing 2 to the power of 15. So let's see how much this is. Well, I guess VS Code doesn't know how to calculate that. So let's use Python and let's do 2 to the power of 15. And here it is, but we have to subtract 1 from this. You just have to know this, you know. Really, ChatGPT told me this. So this is 32,767. And we can take this thing and we can say as type np.int16. So now it's in the right format. And then we pass this audio PCM into this thing. And in fact, we have to convert it to this char so that Raylib will understand it. If you just try to pass in bytes, then we will get the same error as we got from the picture frame or the image frame. So it just says, hey, this is a void star. I don't know what you want this to be. So we have to convert it into a char, which I guess makes sense because it's like just bytes. Anyway, this is what we have to do. So now we get the frame in the right format. So now that we have, so now let's try to build the audio buffer. So we get the audio, and again we do the same thing. We calculate what's the last frame, and then we calculate where do we start the buffer and where do we end the buffer. And we just build this array of these frames. And how we play the frames is in the following way. We have to first call init audio device. And this one doesn't return anything, it just initializes. It just says, hey, we want to play audio. And then we have to say something with an audio stream. We need to load an audio stream. And here we put the sample rate, which comes from video.audio.fps. And sample size is going to be 16. And I guess this just means that it is the 16-bit integer. I'm pretty sure that's what it means. And we have to put the channels, which in this case is just going to be 2, because we're going to have stereo audio. And then we have a stream, so this actually returns the stream. Let's call this audio stream. Then we have to play the stream. So let's call play audio stream. And we pass in our audio stream. And the way we put some music or some audio in this audio stream is we have to say update audio stream. And we pass in the audio stream here, and then we pass the data. So this is now the chunk, which is a bunch of frames together. So let's call this audio chunk, but we have to build this audio chunk, and we give it a frame count. Now, to know the frame count, we have to set, before we create the audio stream, we have to say audio stream set buffer size default. Now, we can basically make this thing up. This is just the size of the buffer of audio that Raylib will have internal. And it will actually create 2 buffers. So let me put something here. Let's call this audio buff size. And let's say audio buff size is 8912 or 8192. I don't remember what the example was. Something like this. It doesn't really matter. Well, it kind of matters. But basically, when you call update audio stream with the audio stream and you put some chunks in there, and here we use the same thing, so this is the buffer size, this one will fill the first buffer that is available, and then we have to say if is audio stream processed, and we put the stream here, the audio stream. We only update the audio stream if it is processed. So what the processed checks is there any of those 2 buffers that is available? So at first, this will say true because we haven't put anything in the buffers. So both of the buffers are available. So then we have to put some stuff in the buffer, and then it starts to play that buffer. Then if we call is audio stream processed again, it is still true because we have the other buffer available. So then we're going to fill up the next buffer with this command again. But we are still playing the first buffer. So now if we say, is audio stream processed? It is not processed. So we can't update it yet until the first buffer has finished playing and it starts to play the next buffer. So now we can fill up the first buffer again. So that's how it works. So let's get this audio chunk. And what we can do is we can set some sort of like a playhead. So what point in the audio are we playing right now? Let's start with 0. And then we can do something like for I in range, and let's make a range from the playhead until playhead plus the audio buff size. And then when we have our audio buffer, then let's read this many frames from there. So let's initialize this like audio frames. It's an empty list. And then let's do audio frames append, and let's put in the audio buffer index I. Now, we don't have this audio buffer now, so we have to create it. And obviously, we have to put this code somewhere else, because now it's just going to be run once. We have to loop this all the time. So let's move this code in our loop. Let's put it down here. So we draw the frame of the video, and then we're going to play the audio. Let's do it down here. So this is draw video frame, and this one is play audio. And let's do the same thing here. So we need to have an audio buffer. Let's define audio buffer. And then if we do not have an audio buffer, then we're gonna load again. Let's actually call this buffering video, and let's call this buffering audio. Then we are going to make the audio buffer, and we are going to put in here video.audio. But audio frames and video frames are different, so we have to pass in here the current audio frame, and we can calculate that. Let's do it here, where we define the current frame number. Let's just put here that the current audio frame number is going to be, it's the current frame number times video audio FPS divided by video.fps. So we just take the current frame number in the video and then we times it by how many audio frames there are in one video frame. And let's make this an integer like that. So now we have the current audio frame number. So we can create the audio buffer with, and I call it current audio frame number. Okay, so now we have the audio buffer and we have the audio frames. But the thing here is that we have to pass this chunk here in that jar format. So better than doing it in this function up here, let's actually copy this code and let's just return the raw frame from MoviePy. And then when we're down here and we get all the MoviePy frames, let's paste this code here. Let's say that the audio frames is going to be np.array of the audio frames. So we make a numpy array of the frames, which also are numpy arrays. So it's an array of arrays. And then we can take the array of arrays and then we can clip that one like this. And then the audio chunk can be this thing. And then we just put the chunk in there. Like that. And I believe in the end we should call unload audio stream. So it works something like this. Let's see if it actually works. Let's run Python 3 editor.py and see what happens. So first we're buffering the video, which is very slow. We're buffering 150 frames, which is 2.5 seconds, but it takes several seconds to buffer it. Anyway, we're almost done. So then we're going to buffer the audio, and this also takes quite a while. So we really have to figure out something to make this faster. But now we've buffered it. So if I now hit space, we didn't get any audio because this particular video didn't have audio in the first 2.5 seconds. Let's actually change back to the other one. So let's say the file path is going to be just a sample.mkv that I have here. So let's comment this thing out and let's use the sample. And let's run it again and wait for it to buffer. And now that it's buffered, let's listen to it. And it doesn't work. So what did I do wrong? Let's see. Well, the problem is that we didn't move the playhead along, so we just read the first chunk all the time. So after we update it, let's call playhead equals I actually. Or we can just call it playhead plus audio buff size, -1. So now after we add a chunk, then the next chunk is going to be the actual next chunk, not just the same chunk all the time. Let's try again. Hi there, this is just a sample video for my video editor, so we can see. Okay, so I didn't check whether we were playing, but you could hear it now. So now it works. So the thing we have to do here is we have to say if is playing and is audio stream processed. So then we play. And we got an error here, we got a key error. So what we have to do is we have to say if audio or if I in audio buffer, then we're gonna play it, but else we have to put empty audio in. So let's do audio frames append, and we can do np.delete zeros, and we can put 2 here, I guess, because we have 2 channels. Right. So that should work. Let's try one more time. Okay, so we buffered it, and now it's not playing. But if I hit space, hi there. This is just a sample video for my video. It works, and I can stop it. Video editor, so we can see it works, and now it's gonna buffer more. Now, obviously, we can't leave it like this, because now it's just gonna buffer for a long time. It's gonna play for 2.5 seconds, then buffer another 2.5 seconds, and it doesn't really work that well. So let's fix that. And I think the way we need to fix this is we need to create another thread that does the buffering. So let's do that. Let's create over here a new thread. Let's say bufferer thread, and let's just do thread. We have to import thread. So from threading, import thread, and we are going to pass in a target. Let's call it bufferer, and I guess we have to do daemon equals true, because this is like a background processor. And then let's do bufferer thread start, and we have to define this bufferer function. So let's define it here, bufferer, and for now I'll just use global variables because we can. So I'm not going to pass anything in here. At some point we might want to pass everything into this function and do things properly. But anyway, we're going to take as global the audio buffer and global video buffer, and let's run the build audio buffer and build video buffer. So I'm going to just get rid of this thing, and let's do that. And we are going to put this in here, and let's put it in a while loop. So while true. So we are going to do this forever. But obviously we don't want to just build the buffer all the time again and again, because we have already built the buffer. But we also don't want to wait until the buffer is empty, because then we can't play anything. So how about we modify this in such a way that we pass in these things. Let's put audio, sorry, this is video buffer, and we pass here audio buffer. And then we can change our functions so that the audio build buffer takes the audio buffer, which is a dict, and we are not going to do this thing, and we're not going to return anything. We're just going to say if I not in audio buffer, then we are going to add it in the audio buffer. So we only add frames to the buffer as much as we need. Now obviously this is now going to fill up the buffer, so it's going to get bigger and bigger. So we need to remove the old ones. So I guess we can do something like for key in list audio buffer keys, we can do if audio buffer key, or just if key is less than buffer start or key is greater than buffer end, then we are going to delete from the audio buffer that key. Maybe this is not like the fastest algorithm to do this, but we can figure out the faster way later when we come to that. And this of course doesn't return anything. Maybe we have to say that this thing is a dictionary of an integer and FFI data. So yeah, the same thing as we returned before. Although it is not FFI data anymore, it is just np.nd array. Okay, so now we only fill up the buffer as much as we need in that iteration. And let's do the same thing here. So we are not going to reset the buffer, we're not going to return it, and we pass in audio, sorry, this is video buffer, and it is a dict, and it is a dict with an int as the key and ffi.c data as the value. And we can remove this, and we can do the same thing. If I not in video buffer, we are going to add it in the video buffer. And then we are going to say for key in list video buffer keys, we are going to say if key is less than buffer start or key is greater than buffer end, then we are going to delete video buffer key. Like that. So now we should be building the video buffer and the audio buffer in the background. This should be capitalized. And let's see, is it going to work now? We're just going to run this in an infinite loop, and we have to start this out as an empty dictionary, like that. And how does this thing work? We check if we don't have anything in the video buffer. We can actually do just like this. If we have the frame in the video buffer, then we update the texture. And I guess we can call end drawing already like outside this thing. So does this make sense? I think it makes sense. Let's see if it works. Let's run the editor again. And now we're getting the frames in the background. And actually we can see the video already because we buffered this frame already. But it's still quite slow to buffer this thing. And then we buffered the audio. And we have everything buffered. Now that took a little while. And we still have to make it faster. But if I now play it... Hi there. This is just a sample video for my video editor. And I can stop it. And now it's like buffering in the background. So we can just play it more. So we can see if it works. And it in fact works. Now we ran out of video, so maybe now we can change to the longer one. So let's disable this and enable this one. So let's run it again with this one. And now it actually loads very fast, but now we're buffering the video. And by the way, if we play now, it's going to play the video, but not the audio, because we haven't processed any audio yet. So we need to make this a lot faster. And now we're buffering the audio as well. And then it actually changes to buffering the video again, because we played a little bit already. So if we now start playing it, it should work. Hi there. In today's video, I'm working on... But not for very long. So how can we make it work a bit faster? How about we buffer only one frame when we run this thing? So in our audio build buffer, we get a frame and then we just break after this. And the same thing with audio build buffer or video build buffer. We are going to break after this. So that means in our bufferer, we buffer one frame of video and then one frame of audio. And then we alternate between these. So we don't have to wait for a long time for the whole video to be like buffered. We can kind of buffer them at the same time. Now, one video frame has a bunch of audio frames, so maybe we should buffer more of the audio frames than the video frames. Let's actually do that. So in our audio build buffer, what if we say buffer frames is going to be video audio, just audio.fps divided by video.fps. Well, we don't have the video here. I guess we have it as a global variable. So let's just use it for now. And then we can say here, we have to actually keep track of how many frames we have buffered. So buffered frames is 0. And we say buffered frames plus equals 1. And if buffered frames is greater than buffer frames, then we break. So this way, we're going to buffer one frame of video and then as many frames of audio as there is in one video frame. And then we just alternate between these. So let's see if that is better. If we now run this thing, then technically we should be able to run this right away. Of course, it's not that fast still. So let's try to play it. It's playing, but yeah, we're still at like frame 60 right now. So it's very slow. So let me try one more time. Let me wait. Let me wait first for all of the frames to be loaded. And let's see if it works then. Okay, now all the frames of the audio and the video have been loaded. So can we now play it? Yeah, we can kind of play it, but we didn't buffer enough stuff because it's too slow to buffer. Now one thing we could do to buffer it faster is move this calculation outside of this get frame. So now we are getting the actual frame from MoviePy, and then we convert it into the format that Raylib wants. But we don't really have to do this at this point. We can just do it as we are rendering it. Let's copy this thing, and let's just return this. And we don't need these anymore. And now when we are actually rendering the frame, we get the frame, then we do this calculation here. So this is frame RGB, and then the frame is going to be that. And video height is going to be video canvas.height, and the width is video canvas.width, and yeah, that should be it. So now it should be a little bit faster to build the buffer. Let's see if it's significantly faster or not. So let's run it. And here it goes. I guess it's a little bit faster now. Yeah, but still, like, this should be done in less than 2.5 seconds, because we are buffering 2.5 seconds of video. But it is not that fast. That's quite annoying. Now, one thing we can do as well is, since we are only drawing a 900 by 500 video, we can set in this video file clip a target resolution. We can say target resolution is going to be this thing. And actually we are using this resized of MoviePy, which also slows it down, because what this actually does is it will read from FFmpeg the frame of the video, and then it will resize it. So every time we load a frame, we load the whole frame from the video, and then we resize it. So let's get rid of this thing. We're not going to resize it. We are going to use the target resolution, because this target resolution affects the FFmpeg command that MoviePy runs. So then FFmpeg will actually do the resizing. So we're going to copy the sizes from here, the width and the height, and let's set the target resolution to video canvas width and video canvas height. So now we only load this size of video into memory. And we can also pass in the resize algorithm. So normally it uses bicubic, but we can use, I think it's called neighbor, which is the nearest neighbor algorithm. So it's a lot faster. Now it's gonna look a bit crappy, but I don't really care about that that much. And we also need to now change this thing, because if we have a smaller window than where the video fits, we still use this MoviePy resized. So how about we just load the whole thing again? So let's load this thing again with the new width and height. So width is going to be CW and height is going to be CH. So if we resize the window, we just like start reading a smaller size from FFmpeg. Now, it's not very performant if you're like resizing all the time, but who needs to resize all the time? It's a video editor. Anyway, let's see if that works better. Let's run it. And look at this, it's super fast. It's actually running quite fast. I can barely see the video line there, but it's still quite slow to buffer the audio. But now it's ready. So if we now play it, hi there. We got at least a second more than last time, but now it's very slow to buffer the audio. Now the thing about the audio buffering is that we're kind of doing like multiple buffers here now, because we have our own buffer that we create, but then we are reading with MoviePy the frame, and MoviePy also internally buffers some of the frames, and then it gives us just one frame. And then we also have the buffer here of Raylib. So I'm not sure if we have to buffer that much. The reason why I want to have my own buffer is that I want to buffer once we have like a timeline. I want to buffer from the timeline, because if we cut a piece out from the timeline, then the internal buffer of MoviePy will just buffer linearly. So if we jump from here to over there, then MoviePy has to read everything in between before it gets there. So it's never buffering until that much. So that's why I want to build my own buffer, so that it's not going to be slow when it jumps. Because when it jumps, then it has to like read it from the actual file. But we could get away with buffering less, you know. We can just buffer, I don't know, 1 second of audio. And by the way, we are buffering around the current frame, but we don't really need to do that, except for like if we want to jump quickly back and forth, then maybe. But if we just say buffer start is going to be the frame, let's do like this, then we're going to just buffer from the frame onwards. Let's actually try that. Let's do the same thing with the video. So we start from the frame. So now it should be a lot faster. Let's see if it works. Let's run it again. And now it is in fact working. Yeah, that was not that slow. And if we now play it, we don't get any audio. Okay, so perhaps we still need to buffer. Maybe we have to buffer like 15 seconds. Let's try that. Let's buffer 15 seconds of the audio and the video, but it should take less than 15 seconds to do this. That's the problem. If it takes more than 15 seconds to do this, then it's not really going to work. It's going to catch up eventually. And I think it is taking more than 15 seconds here, but let's see. Yeah, this is definitely more than 15 seconds. Okay, yeah, this is like 30 seconds already. So this is not going to work. Okay, so the bottleneck seems to be the generating of the audio buffer. So let's at first just try to remove this print statement from here, because we're printing on every frame of audio we read, and there's like 44,000 frames per second. So let's try to run this thing, and it is still too slow, because this should happen in just a couple of seconds to get the 450 video frames. Okay. Well, what if we just disable the whole audio buffering? What is going to happen then? So now it's fast. That was really fast. Okay. So that means the audio is the issue. Well, what if we put it back, and what if we just put a 0 into the audio buffer? So we don't even read the frame. We don't even read the file. Is this algorithm for storing the audio buffer frames, is this fast enough? If we now run it, then it is still slow. So even if we don't read any audio, it's still too slow. So this thing is just too slow. And I think it is because we're using a dictionary here, and it has to like hash the key that you put in there. So we loop through all of the frames, and then we have to hash the I to check if it is in the audio buffer. And then again, we save it in the audio buffer, we have to hash it and do all this stuff. And then we loop through all the keys and we remove the extra ones. So it's too slow. But what if we could read a chunk of audio at once, not just one frame? Because I know that's what MoviePy does internally. So when you get a frame, it actually buffers some of the audio, and then it just gets that frame from the buffer. What if we just read the whole buffer directly, or like a chunk from there? So what if we would have get audio chunk at instead of get frame? So let's call this chunk. But do we have a get chunk? We don't have a get chunk. But I think like we have this FFmpeg video reader, we also have an audio reader. So if we go not to video, but to audio and IO, we have readers.py, and here we have the FFmpeg audio reader. So what if we use this directly? Is there some chunk in here? Skip chunk. Read chunk. We can read a chunk. Read a chunk of audio data from the audio stream. Okay. And what does this do? It gets the chunk size. Then it reads from the process. So this is going to use FFmpeg. It's going to use this FFmpeg command. And it will read from that process self n channels times chunk size times self n bytes. So this is really the chunk that we want to read. This is what we want to cache, so that we don't have to read it from the file. And then it decides the data type, which is int8, int16, or int32. Okay, and then it does np from buffer s, and s is the chunk, like the raw bytes from the process. So isn't this already in the format that Raylib wants? Because we do int16, but then it converts it into a NumPy array. But we don't even need this step, really. We just need this. Should we just use the FFmpeg audio reader directly? Or just the FFmpeg command? Can we access the reader from this? Can we do audio dot, do we have here reader. We have the reader here. So can we say audio reader read chunk? But this takes the chunk size. So this would be our audio buff size. But this doesn't tell what frame. So we need to move. Is there like a seek? There's a seek. Read a frame at time t. Okay. So let's do this manually. Let's say audio reader seek. And we already have the frame time, so we can seek to the frame time, and then we can just read a chunk. And by the way, this is not C data anymore. This is now going to be an ND array. So let's say this is NP ND array. Now we are making this like unnecessary conversion, I think, because we don't need the ND array. We just need the raw bytes. So technically we could just say, where's the read chunk? We could just take this thing, right? We could just read this. Can we do that? What if we just read this thing? But this is not self. This is going to be audio dot reader. Reader. Let's actually put the reader in another variable. Reader. So reader is that. And we seek the reader, and then we just read from the std out. And we put the chunk size, which is the audio buff size. So we just read it directly. And I think this is just going to be bytes. Can we just say bytes? So then, when we use this thing, we put it in the buffer, but we have to then step this range. So we have to start from this, end at this, and then we step with the audio buff size. And then we get the chunk at that frame. But then how do we play it? Because let's say now we have the buffer, and down here we are playing, and we are looping from playhead until playhead plus audio buff size to read all the frames that, you know, are enough for the buffer. But now we have the chunk in there already. So we don't do this, but we also can't directly just access with the like index of the playhead, because the playhead might not be at the actual you know, buffer location. So what if we just do for I in audio buffer? So this is the index where the chunk in the audio buffer starts. We're going to say if I is greater than or equal to playhead. That means we have found the chunk that we need to play. And since I think it's now in the PCM format already, we can just take this thing, put it here, and we can say the audio chunk is going to be just FFI new from audio buffer index I. And then we update the audio stream with that. And then we just break. So isn't that going to work? I think it's going to work. We just do that. And we have to update the playhead. So let's say playhead is playhead plus, or yeah, playhead plus equals audio buff size. I think that makes sense. Let's see if it works. If we now run this thing, something went wrong. Type error. Argument should be integer or none, not float. Wait a minute. Skip chunk. When we do here skip or seek, this one should be an integer. We need to make it an integer. Wait a minute. Oh, this is a frame. Is that a frame? Which one is this? Seek to the position. Read a frame at time t. What is t? This is pos. So, pos. Okay, so pos is actually the frame. So we're calculating it here. Okay, so this doesn't really make sense. This is just the frame. So we don't have to even calculate the frame time. We just do that. Let's try again. And I saw that there was something wrong, but it was fast. Let's see, was there some error here? No, there was no error. It was just this Raylib output. So is it actually going to work? That was really fast. Let's try to play it.
Hi, in this video, work on my AI PD generator project, where I'm building a tool that can create completely AI-generated audio quote video.
Okay, it almost works. But why doesn't it work exactly? So we want to get the chunk at the frame. We seek to that frame and then we read the audio buff size from there. Okay. And here we start from this thing and we end here and we always step by audio buff size. That makes sense. But actually we should remove this thing because we now read the chunk directly, so we can just break here. But I don't think that is the issue. Down here, we check if it's playing and we have processed the audio stream. Then we loop through all the keys. Sorry. This should be for I in audio buffer dot keys. Or can we do, how does this work? Do we need to do items and then we can say I and chunk. I guess we can do that. So then we can do like this. I think that's the problem. We were comparing I, which was the actual item or something, or maybe the value or something like that. So let's do this. And now we really fast buffer everything. And then if we play it,
Hi, in today's video, work on my AI video generated object, where I'm building a tool that can create completely AI generated motivational quote video YouTube.
yeah, so it's like too fast. We're skipping something. What are we skipping? Let's print here playing and let's put the I. Is this like correct? I think the items should be in order, or maybe they're not in order. Maybe that's the problem. So let's put the I here and let's also put the playhead here. Let's see what it prints out. So now we loaded all of them. Then we play it. Sorry, we have to click here. And
Hi, in today's video, work on my AI video generated.
okay, I still have the frames here. But it's actually playing, you know, exactly the correct one. Which makes sense because we started from 0. So it's always the same. The playhead is the same as the I. But how much do we step here? If we take this thing and we subtract this thing, how much is this? It's the exact correct amount of frames. But somehow it seems like we are skipping some frames. So do we do something wrong when we get the chunk? We seek to that frame and then we read from that. And then we seek again to the next frame. So how does that not work? It seemed like it was skipping over every other chunk. But why is that? I think I know why. Because the proc stdout read advances the pointer in the file, but we don't advance the position in the reader. Because normally when it does the stdout, where is it? Yeah, normally when we read something, we then update the position by the chunk size, so how much we read. So that's why it doesn't work. Because we seek to the right place, then we read from it, which actually reads like further in the file, but then we don't update the reader to say that, hey, now we're at the new position. So let's say that the chunk is this, and then we have to say reader.pos plus equals audio buff size. And then we return the chunk. So now it should work. Let's try again. And if we now play it.
Hi there. In today's video, I'm working on my AI slop video generator project, where I'm building a tool that can create completely AI generated motivational quote videos for YouTube.
Okay. It worked for some time, but then something went wrong. Let's investigate. So what did we print over here? Playing this, and that is the playhead. And it's still the same all the time. Now, when there's that crackling sound, it usually means that we just didn't have time to update the audio. And I saw that the frame rate was like 25 frames per second. So that might be the problem. Because we are playing the audio within the loop. So if our loop is slow, then our audio processing will also be slow. So what if we move our audio processing into a different thread as well? So let's create here an audio player thread. And let's do this in here. So while true, we're just going to do this. And then when we start the bufferer, we also start audio player. And we probably want to add in these loops some sort of like time.sleep 0.001, something like this. So it doesn't like loop too much. And let's import time. So now our game loop or our program loop is in a different thread than the audio player and the buffer. Maybe it's faster. Let's try again. Let's run it. And it's going to load the frames, and it's still fast, even though we have a small sleep in there. And now we're at 60 frames per second. What if we play it? We are still at 60 frames per second. Look at this. But we have no audio. Why don't we have audio? I think because we need to take the global playhead, because we are modifying it in here. So we have to take it as global. Let's try again. And we buffer the video, then we can play. And do we get the audio? And it's still 60 frames per second, by the way.
Hi there. In today's video, I'm working on my AI slop video generator project, where I'm building a tool that can create completely AI generated motivational quote videos for YouTube. And in the previous video, we created this slop.py that takes in an authors.txt file where we can list some authors that we want to emulate.
Okay, something is now wrong. And you can see here that now we are actually diverging from the playhead. And I think that's exactly the issue because when we create our audio buffer, we are using the frame which we get from the current audio frame number, which is different from our playhead. So if these start to differ at some point, then we're gonna like take the wrong piece of audio. So what if we don't even have playhead? What if we just use the current audio frame number? So we don't move this, we just do that. And let's remove this thing. No, but this doesn't work because it's a different thing how much we have buffered the audio and what is the current frame number. So this is not going to work. I think we have to index the audio buffer chunks not by the frame, but by like the number of the chunk. So we can say something like chunk number is going to be I divided by audio buff size. And we use integer division. So then we can say if the chunk number is not in the audio buffer, then we get chunk at that number. And then in audio get chunk at, this is not the frame, this is the chunk number. And we can say that the frame is going to be chunk number times audio buff size. Like that. So then we always get the chunks, you know, by chunks, not like arbitrary frames. So then even if we diverge a little bit between the current frame and the playhead, then it's going to work. And we can do the same thing here. We can just say that the chunk number, what do I call it? Chunk number. Yeah, chunk number. Chunk number from the playhead is playhead divided by audio buff size. And then we can just get it with this. So we can say if chunk number in audio buffer, then we're going to add it. So let's just do this. And the chunk is now the audio buffer index chunk number. And let's take the chunk number from here. And I think we have to always update the audio stream. But in case we don't have the chunk in there, we can say that let's actually move this here. And let's call this the chunk. And the chunk is this. And if we don't have the chunk, then we have to, well, what do? We have to fill it with nothing. What does that look like, you know, as bytes? I'm not sure. So let's just do like this. And we don't need to have any breaks here. Let's just do that. And I think we always have to move the playhead, even though we don't have the audio. Let's see if this ever happens, that we don't have the audio. And let me verify, did I use the chunk number here? I did not. So this should be chunk number as well. Okay. I think that should work now. Let's see what happens. let's play it. We don't get anything. So why not? That means we didn't have the chunk number in the audio buffer because we didn't print this, right? We just printed this getting frame. So when we do audio build buffer, we pass in the current audio frame number. Okay. Then we get the chunk number. If it is not in audio buffer, then we add it in the audio buffer. Let's add a print statement here. Let's say getting chunk number. Let's just do this. And let's also do here else print no audio chunk number. And let's see what happens now. And we play it. It says no audio chunk. Aha. Wait, is there really this many chunks? I think there are. Wait a minute. Getting chunk 11, but no audio chunk 8399. Oh, because we moved the playhead. We shouldn't move the playhead unless we have something in there. So let's put it here. We move the playhead after we actually read something. Let's try again. And let's play it. No audio chunk 2. We're still waiting for audio chunk 2. What? Getting chunk 41, but then no audio chunk 2. And why did we get chunk 41 twice? Ah, I have to update my deletion method because now we're using the key and buffer start. So this obviously is not going to work. This will delete all of them always. So what if we just call I chunk number and then we say buffer start is the frame, but we divide it by the audio buff size. So we don't have to have this step here, and with buffer end as well divided by audio buff size. So now the chunk number comes from that directly, and the buff start and buff end are also chunk numbers. So then this thing will still work. Let's try one more time. And let's play it.
Hi there. In today's video, I'm working on my AI slop video generator project, where I'm building a tool that can create completely AI-generated motivational quote videos for YouTube. And in the previous video, we created this slop.py that takes in an authors.txt file where we can list some authors that we want to emulate in the
It works. It really works now.
quotes, and we can also give it a subject about which.
Although I can see that there's some syncing issues when we stop and start.
And it will generate,
as you can see.
not actual,
But at least it works. And we are at 60 FPS
it
while
will
we're
generate-
playing. So that's pretty cool. Let's fix that out of sync issue. So let's remove this print statement here. And I will leave this video buffer printing still. And what we have to do when we hit space is we have to reset the playhead. So let's say that the playhead is going to be current audio frame number. And let's also do if is playing, then we're going to do start audio, audio stream start, what is it called? Play audio stream. Play audio stream, audio stream, and else we are going to stop audio stream, audio stream. So I think that should work. If we now run it and we wait for it to buffer and we hit space and then we wait for a while, and if
Hi
I
there.
stop it and I start
In
it
today's video, I'm working
again.
on my AI slop video generator project, where I'm building a tool that can create completely AI-generated motivational quote videos for YouTube.
It works. So now we have a video player. Now we just need a timeline. But I'm still not quite happy with the resolution of this preview, because that's one of the problems I had with Kdenlive, is that I have to use this tiny preview that looks like garbage. So let's see if we can ungarbagify it. Can we do the same trick as we did with the audio reader, and we can read directly with the video reader? Because right now we are getting the frame with getFrame, but this again makes a NumPy array out of it. But we don't need NumPy arrays. We just want the raw data. So can we again do something like reader is video.reader. We have the reader here too. And then we can do reader.seek, and we seek to the frame, but it doesn't know the reader. Wait a minute, there's no seek. Reader dot, what do we have in here? Get frame, initialize, read frame, skip frames. So there's no seek. Great. We have skip frames, but we don't have seek. So I guess we can implement our own seek, because we still have the pos in here, which is the frame. So in order to seek, we have to do reader.skip frames, and we have to say frame minus reader.pos, right? So if frame is 100 and position is 90, then we have to skip 10 frames to get to the position. And then we are at the right place. But the problem is, if we have already passed that point, we have to like go back, or we have to restart the thing. I think there's something like that in here. So here when we get a frame, we check if the position is less than the self position. Then we initialize this thing, which just like restarts the FFmpeg process, because we can only like read forward in the video. We can't read backward. Okay, so let's do that. If reader.pos is greater than the frame, then we have to do this thing. But this is not self, this is reader.initialize. And then we need to put the t in here, which I think doesn't matter. It will just like, what does it do? It sets the position to the start time, or the frame number of the start time, and then what does it do? It actually adds it into the start time of the FFmpeg command. So that makes sense. So it's important. So we have to put here frame time. So if we initialize a new FFmpeg, we tell it start from this point. Okay, that makes sense. And then we skip this many frames. And I guess this can be else. Skip frames. And then we just read it. So we say reader dot proc std out read. And how much do we read? Let's see, std out read this much. So self depth times width times height. Okay. So this is going to be reader. And I guess depth is like how many colors there are. I think so. It's either 3 or 4. If there's an alpha channel, it's 4. Okay, but what is width and height? It's just self.size. Okay, so let's do this. Reader.size. Wait, is it reader.size? It's not reader.size. Is it? Yes, it is. Okay. And now here's the thing. What is the format of this? This is raw bytes. Let's call it bytes. Can we read this with Raylib directly? Is it in the same format? So when we actually draw the frame, we do all this garbage. What if we don't do any of this? We just take... Yeah, actually it is RGBA. So hopefully it is RGBA. This actually... I think this like adds the A part in there if it's not in there. Let's see what happens. We just get rid of this and let's call this RGBA, which makes me think that it doesn't actually work because this is frame RGB. But in the reader, we can actually set the pixel format. Is there RGBA in there? There is RGBA. So can we just set it to RGBA? Let's see first what happens. If we do like that, is it going to work? It is not going to work. Argument should be integer or none, not bytes. What am I doing here? What am I doing? Why am I reading the reader? Let's do like that. And then run it. And bytes has no attribute to bytes, of course. This is already bytes. We don't have to do anything. Let's try it again. And, ooh, I saw something, but I think the problem is now that the format is wrong. Yeah, I saw something. Okay, we have to make it RGBA. How do we make it RGBA? We can pass the pixel format in this thing, but can we pass it in video file clip? Because this one does reader pixel format, and we can pass it in here. So we just initialize video file clip with the pixel format RGBA. And did we do it in two different places? We do it here as well. And now, if you run it again, look at this. Look at this. It's working. I'm not sure if it's any faster, but it works. And I forgot already what problem I was trying to fix here. Oh yeah, I was trying to make it faster. So like I can have a larger resolution. Can I actually play this? I can play it. Oh, but it's too fast.
Hi there. In today's video, I'm working on my...
It's too fast. I think I forgot again do the same thing as last time. So when we get the frame, we have to say that the frame is this and the reader pos plus equals, well, I guess 1. This is frames. So we read one frame and then we return the frame. So now if we run it, it should actually play at the correct speed. Ooh, what does it do? Yeah, this is not working. Wait. Is the position... What is the position? Let's take a look at the position. It is the frame number. Okay. Because I think what's happening now is it is initializing every time when we read the next frame. Let's verify. Let's print here. Initialize ffmpeg. And let's do here skip frames. Let's put how many frames we're skipping. Frame minus reader dot pos. And let's run it again. Okay, getting frame. Yeah, it initializes every time. Interesting. So what is the position then? Let's put here reader dot pos and let's do the frame as well. What is the frame? Okay, I suspected something like this. So it's a little off sync. We get frame 0, and at this point, ffmpeg is at 1. Okay, so I guess we just have to, do something like frame is frame plus 1. And actually, I called this frame as well, which might cause some issues later on. So let's call this frame data. Let's try again. Okay, now we're just skipping frames. Okay, and now it's fast. So now if we play it, it seems to be running in the correct speed.
Hi there. In today's video, I'm working on my AI slop video generator project.
And I stop it, start it.
Where I'm building a tool that can create completely AI generated motivational...
It works. That is amazing. So now we're just buffering the raw data from ffmpeg. Let's try to make the video bigger. Can we use something like 1920 by 1080? And let's run it again. Ooh, something's wrong now. I think something's wrong with the resizing. Or maybe we have buffered a frame with the bigger size and then we're trying to show it at a smaller one. When we play, okay, it fixed it, okay.
Hi there. In today's video, I'm working on my AI slop video generator project, where I'm building a tool that can create completely AI generated...
I want to see the FPS. It's hidden now. I have to draw the FPS last. Let's take this thing and put it here. And what was that issue? So if we resize it, maybe we should like delete the video buffer. Which doesn't seem like the correct solution, but let's just do video buffer is an empty dictionary. So if we resize, we just reset the buffer so that it loads right away. But now we're initializing ffmpeg again. Yeah. So what's going on here? Yeah, it's off sync again. So it initializes at frame 30, but we're at frame 1. I think, again, This is an integer. It says start time, but I think it is actually the frame. Well, it's not really defined as an integer here. No, it gets the frame number from the start time. Sets self pos to the appropriate value. 1 if start time is 0, because it pre-reads the first frame. Okay, so let's not do frame plus 1. We have the frame, and the reader position is going to be 1 in the beginning, because it pre-reads the first frame. But the problem is it pre-reads it and saves it in the NumPy format. So we do this read frame, which reads it, and then it is going to save the result as a NumPy array, but I don't want to do that. So, do we just accept that we are going to lose the first frame? Can we initialize it without reading the first frame? We initialize and we start the ffmpeg command, and then we read a frame. We just need to remove this line. For now, I will just leave it like this. Let's just add 1 to the frame, but then something is wrong with the reinitialization. So when we do video buffer is nothing, this does something weird. Can we just, before we restart this, can we do video reader close? Just close the reader. And even before that, let's do video reader pos is 0. Let's reset it. Maybe that will help. Let's see. Value error, read of closed file. Okay. I think this is like a race condition, because we are getting the frames in the different thread. So it's already closed. So can we just, try this thing and accept exception as E? We're just going to print error E, so that it doesn't stop working. Okay, so that actually works. We got a few errors at first, but it's still initializing the thing. Yeah, it's this annoying off by 1 error. Okay, so ffmpeg is at position 3, but we're at position 1. So here's the thing. We need to calculate the frame time from the real frame, because otherwise it thinks we moved already by 1 frame. And now it works. Great. And now we have a larger window, and we can, I guess, resize it. It's a little bit slow to resize, but it works. And can we play it?
Hi there. In today's video, I'm working on my AI slop.
We can, and the FPS stays
video
at
generator
around
project
60.
where I'm building a tool that can create completely AI generated motivational quote videos for YouTube.
Now, it is still nearest neighbor algorithm, but I think we can now change it. Let's find our neighbor, and let's just use bicubic, because this is done in ffmpeg, so it should be pretty fast. And let's run it and see how it works. It's still fast. Look at this. It's still loading them super quick. And now it looks nice. And if I play it, it's still playing it. And it's 60 FPS.
Hi there. In today's video, I'm working on my AI slop video generator project, where I'm building a tool that can create completely AI generated motivational quote videos for YouTube.
Nice. Take that, Kdenlive. But now we need to implement a timeline. But before we do that, let's just implement some quick keyboard shortcuts for going backwards and forwards. So we can do something like if is key pressed, keyboard key, let's put J, key J. Then we're going to go back. How we're going to go back is we are going to, maybe we need to do this before we calculate the audio frame number. We're just going to say current frame number minus equals, I don't know, let's do video.fps times 2. So jump 2 seconds back. And then we're going to calculate the audio from this, but we also have to move the playhead. So I guess we just set the playhead to this thing. Playhead is that. And we can add another one. If we press key K, then we're going to plus equal this. So now if we run it, we should be able to jump backwards and forwards. So if I hit K or J, why did it flash like that? It flashed like that because we don't buffer backwards anymore. We stopped that earlier. So if I just hit K, then it's going to jump quickly. Although, yeah, it's not that fast. Now we had to skip. We had to skip many frames. Yeah. Yeah, it's slow to skip that many frames. And I think I saw a comment somewhere. Something was slow. Getting an arbitrary frame in the video with FFmpeg can be painfully slow if some decoding has to be done. Okay. Yeah, so we can't just skip forward to pause or it would take too long. So there's a limit of 100 frames. So we can implement the same thing. We can say if the position is greater than the frame or frame minus reader pause is greater than 100. Then we initialize it again. So now if we run it and then we start to hit K, it's still kind of annoyingly slow. K. It's not super slow, but a bit annoying. Maybe the solution is just to, buffer more. What if we buffer a minute? Can we even buffer a minute of audio? We have memory. We can buffer even 10 minutes. Let's see. So now it's starting to buffer the thing, which takes still quite a while to buffer, a minute of video. But now we should be able to jump around. It still gets slow. That's annoying. Very annoying. What if we actually play it? We don't have the audio for this chunk.
Which to generate the quotes.
Okay.
It will generate not actual quotes, but...
Yeah. We have to figure something out here. Okay, one of the issues is that we are moving the playhead here as well in the audio player. And we do it after we update the audio stream. And only if we found the audio chunk in the audio buffer. So what happens is, first of all, we might move the playhead in this thread after we had moved it already with the J and K buttons in the main thread. And if we jump backwards to where there's no chunk, then we're going to get stuck here because we're not moving the playhead anymore. So we should actually always move the playhead by the number of frames in the buffer. So then if we happen to land on a chunk where we don't have the audio, we're still going to move to the next one because we are playing. So let's do like this. So now, if we run this thing, it's going to open it up. And if I hit play and I hit K,
create motivation.
It's going to work.
That takes in,
and even if it goes to the black part, it will then start
generate
to play.
Not actually.
So it works. But it's still kind of annoying that it goes black so fast. So if I press many times, then it's going to go black. So we have to figure out something there. And of course, when we go backwards, then it's going to go black right away. So we have to buffer also backwards. All right, so I took a couple days to do some research. And I came to the conclusion that we have to ditch MoviePy and FFmpeg completely. And we need to use PyAV. Now, technically, PyAV still uses the same libraries as FFmpeg, but it uses them directly. So you don't have to start a new FFmpeg process separately. So it's faster. But before we migrate to PyAV, let's fix a couple things first. So first of all, we have to buffer behind the current frame. So if we play a little bit of the video, then we should be able to jump backwards very quickly to see what happened. But I don't think we have to actively buffer backwards. So we only keep in the buffer frames that we already have seen. So let's put back this thing where we set the buffer start to frame minus buffer around. But then when we actually create the buffer, let's start from the current frame. So we're not going to actively buffer what is behind the current frame, but when we delete the old frames from the buffer, we only delete them after they are earlier than this buffer around frame. And by the way, we can't and we don't need to buffer 60 seconds of video Because the problem is that when we use the RGBA format, it takes quite a lot of space. So in RGBA, there are 4 bytes per pixel, and then we're going to have 1920 pixels per row, and then we're going to have 1080 pixels per column. So this is going to be 8 megabytes per frame. So if we then have a video that's 30 FPS, and then we save 60 frames, or I mean 60 seconds of frames, then this is going to be 14 gigabytes. So we use 14 gigabytes of memory just to buffer a minute of video. And actually, if we now buffer backwards as well, then it's going to be double this. And I only have 16 gigs, and I'm using already like 9. So this will make it crash pretty quickly. But we don't need to do that much. Let's just do 10 seconds. And let's do the same thing with the audio. So we have audio build buffer here. Let's do 10 seconds. And let's say that this is also frame minus buffer around. And let's divide it by this audio buff size. But then we will start from the frame divided by audio buff size. So now, if we run it and then we play, then if we now jump back, it didn't work because we jumped to negative frames. So we should probably limit that. But if I jump ahead a little bit,
Hi there.
and if I play this,
In today's video, I'm working on my AI slop video.
then if I jump backwards now, it jumps there straight away. And then I can move between these frames with J and K. And it's very fast because it's already buffered.
On my AI slop, where I'm building a gen product that can where I'm coding those. And in the previous video, we created this slop.py.
Okay, so that works. But there's another problem now, which is that if we jump ahead very long, then it's gonna turn into black and it's gonna take a little while to load it. Now, it's not horrible, but I would like to make it a little bit faster. And to make it faster, we need to use PyAV. So let's do like this. Let's first add like a keyboard shortcut for jumping like very long in the video. Let's put like a key L and let's do plus equals video FPS times 60 times 10. So we jump 10 minutes in the video. So if we now run it and then we hit L, then it takes a while to jump there. If we hit L again, it takes a while. So we want to make this faster. And we can do that with PyAV. So instead of using video file clip, we are going to do container equals av.open. And by the way, we have to install PyAV with pip install av, but I already did it because I played around with this. But after we open the file path and we have to import av, then what we can do is we can get the video stream from container streams video 0. Now technically it might be another index than 0, but I'm not sure if I will ever have to have that issue, so I will just use 0 for now. And we can also get the audio stream. So we can say audio stream is container streams audio 0. But since we are going to want to seek these streams separately, ultimately, then I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to create some wrapper class where I can just do something like video is a video file path, and then I can say audio is audio file path, and then I will handle this internally. So let's copy this code and let's get rid of this video file clip. And where do we use video? Let's first change video.audio to just video. So let's find all these. Just audio. So this is audio. And then where else do we use video? We use it here. We get the FPS and the duration. And what else? That seems to be it. And here we are loading the video clip again with a different resolution, but we don't actually have to do this anymore. So this is when we resize. We don't need to do this. And we don't even have to reset the video buffer. We just resize the canvas. Okay, and then let's remove these imports. We're not gonna import anything from MoviePy. And the video here is now going to be just a video. And let's define this thing. class video, and we're going to have an init here, and this takes the file path, which is a string, and we are going to do this. Let's save the container into this video class, and let's say self.stream. We're only going to get the video stream here. So self container streams video. So we save those in there. And the way we get frames from here is we can get rid of this frame plus one now, because this was just because of MoviePy weirdness. We can say video.container seek. And here we have to put in an offset, which is a very weird thing. So this is not a frame offset, and this is not a seconds offset. This is some weird, timestamp that PyAV uses. So we have to say frame time divided by video.stream.time base. So I think this is like microseconds or something. And we have to convert this into an integer like that. And we have to pass in stream equals video.stream. Now I kind of want to tuck this thing away into this class. So let's create here a seek that just takes in the frame number like this. And we're going to do this. Let's call this frame number. And this is not going to be video, this is going to be self. So then we can just call video.seek and we can put in the frame. Now I'll call this frame number because I want to refer to the frame later as the actual frame. So let's call this frame number. And after we seek, we need to say video container decode. And then we pass in the stream here, which is video.stream. And this actually returns an iterator over video frames. So we can say here, for frame in video container decode. If frame.time is greater than or equal to the frame time, then we can just return the frame. And we don't have to do any of this garbage here. Now technically we can go to a position where we don't find the frame, but it shouldn't happen. I'm just going to return a none in that case. Let's just print error, could not find frame. And let's put here the frame number. So what's happening here? Well, first we seek to the specific frame in the video, and seek by default, if we go to this actual seek, it has this any frame set to false, which means it will only seek to a keyframe in the video. And you have to know a little bit how video works to understand this. So the frames in a video file are compressed. You don't just save each of the frames as the raw data, because it would take a lot of space. So what they do is they have keyframes that have all the data, and then the subsequent frames are just like diffs or something like that. Like they're just information of what changed from the original keyframe in the video. And to get a specific frame, you need to first seek to the keyframe, read the keyframe, and then you have to decode each frame after that until you get to the right frame. So that's what we're doing here. We seek to a keyframe, and then we start iterating over the keys. So we decode, decode, decode. And when we get to the frame that is at the time that we want, then we return that frame. Now, this thing is actually a video frame. It's not bytes. So let's say that this returns a video frame. And let's import this. It comes from av.frame import video frame. Or maybe it's from av.video.frame. Import video frame. Okay. And then to convert the video frame to bytes, we can actually do it when we render it. So here, this is now going to be the video frame, and we can say that the frame RGBA is going to be video frame reformat. And VS Code doesn't know this function, so I am going to say that my video buffer is going to be a dictionary with a key of an int and a video frame as the value. So now we get this function, and this actually gets the width and the height and the format. So the video frame is not going to be in RGBA format. It will be like whatever the format is of the video, but we can reformat it, and we can also resize it here. So that's why we don't have to here like update anything, because we always can resize it here. And it's fast to resize with this library. So we can say that the width is going to be the CW, and the height is going to be CH, and the format is going to be RGBA. And then we have to do frame RGBA equals frame RGBA planes 0. So this contains the actual pixel data. And then we can do bytes here to convert it into bytes. And of course we still have to make this char so that update texture likes that format. Okay, now there's one more thing we have to do, but I will show that later. Let's then see what else we have to do. When we build the buffer, we are going to have just a video here, not the video file clip, and we need the duration and the FPS. Otherwise we're going to keep the code the same. So let's do it here. Let's say self.duration is going to be self-container duration, but again, in this library, this is not seconds. So we have to divide this by av.timebase. So this is a different time base than this time base. And then we can say self.fps is self-stream average rate. Now, by the way, this one is like a fraction object. It's not a float, but I think it's still gonna work fine with our calculations. And then this thing should work. Then we have to do the audio. Now, the audio works just fine with MoviePy, but I just want to get rid of it because I don't want to have multiple libraries that we're using. So let's call this an audio. And let's implement the audio version as well. It could be a little bit different. So let's say that this is audio. We still do the container and we do the stream, but we take the audio stream and the duration is the same, but FPS is going to be self-stream sample rate. And I think seek is going to be basically the same thing. And we use it quite similarly. So let's actually fix this. So now we have video and we have audio, and in our audio get chunk at, we get the audio, we get the frame, so then we can say audio seek frame. And then we can say for frame in audio decode. Sorry, it's audio container decode. And we are going to pass in here the stream, which is audio.stream. And we do the exact same thing. So we say if frame time is greater than or equal to, well, we have to get the time now. We have to convert this into a time. Let's call it frame time. And frame time is again the same thing. So frame times 1 over audio.fps. And something is up with my syntax highlighting. I think I am going to reload the window. And if we find the frame we want, we can't really do just return frame like we did previously. And the reason is that we need a chunk. Now, the thing is, in PyAV, the frames are actually chunks. So I'm not sure why the naming in audio is so confusing, but the frames are actually like 1024, frames. They're chunks. But we need to use the different buff size. So we are using this 8192, which we could say 1024 here, but it will cause other problems. Because first of all, if we have such a small buffer size, then we might not have time to fill up the buffer. And there's another issue, which is that the frames don't always have the same amount of frames in them or samples in them. And if we pass too few samples to Raylib, then there's going to be crackling sounds. So I'm not sure what the correct solution here is, but how I can fix this is I can say that the chunk is going to be a byte array. And we can say that the chunk size is 0. And then when we get a frame that is after or equal to the time of the frame we want, we are going to say chunk extend. So we're going to extend this byte array with frame to ND array. So we're going to convert it to a NumPy array. And then we can say 2 bytes. Or is it 2 bytes? Yeah. So this will convert it into bytes. So then we can append it to our byte array. And we can also say that the chunk size plus equals frame.samples. And we don't return a frame here. We're going to then say if the chunk size is greater than or equal to our audio buff size, then we're going to break from this. And then we're going to return the chunk. And this is going to be bytes. So we convert the byte array into bytes, like this. Now, technically, our chunk can now be a little bit bigger than it should be, but it shouldn't really matter. Because we are still limiting in our audio player. When we pass the chunk in here, we set the audio buff size, so it's not going to read the extra stuff. Now, the next chunk might not like start right after that then, so there might be some issues here, but I think it should work. And then finally, let's do the audio build buffer. So this is an audio, and we have the duration and FPS, and everything should work just fine. So let's see if it works. Let's run it, and it is not working. Something's wrong. We have an error. AV container streams stream container object has no attribute stream. Okay. I think here we have to actually do it differently. So we need to decode from the stream. So we say audio stream decode. And if we now run it, then a local variable frame reference before assignment. I think I renamed something. Wait a minute, where was it? Let's get rid of this try catch here. So we actually see where the issue was. On line 34. Yeah, so this should be frame number. And this is the actual frame. Okay, let's try again. Still doesn't work. AV container streams stream container object has no attribute stream. Let's see. Maybe this one has to be done from the stream as well. So video stream decode. And let's try one more time. Non-type object has no attribute reformat. Okay, so we could not find the frame. I think I'm doing it wrong now. So this returns a list of video frames, but I think it should be an iterator. So let's see. Video container decode. We don't set the stream. We just pass it in. It's not a keyword argument. So we just say video.stream like that. Let's see if that works. Okay, we got a video. But does the audio work now? Maybe I did the same mistake there. But one thing you might notice is that this is very slow now to load the frames. And the reason is that we are seeking every time. We don't need to seek if we are already at the correct position. And for some reason, the seek method doesn't like realize that by itself. So let's add here self.pos, which is 0. And then when we seek, we say if self.pos equals the frame number minus 1, then we're just going to return. So we're not going to do anything. If we already like decoded the previous frame, then now we're at the next frame. So we don't have to seek. And we can do the same thing with the audio. We can say if self.pos equals frame number minus 1, then we are going to return. And then when we actually get the frame, we can say that video.pos equals frame number. And when we get the audio chunk, we can say that the audio pos equals frame. And we have to save the position in the audio as well. So here pos self pos equals 0. Now this is not going to actually work because this is not the frame number, but we are getting the audio chunks based on the chunk number. So how about we set the position to the current frame plus audio buff size, which is going to be exactly the one that we're going to check next time. So we have to not subtract 1 here. I think that's correct. So now if we try to run it, then we get an error on line 85. I think I'm doing this incorrectly too. So this is audio container decode, and we put in here the audio.stream like that. Let's run it again. Okay, and I used frame when I was supposed to use frame. Wait a minute. Okay, so this is the frame number like that and like this, and then we use frame number here. Okay, let's try one more time. Okay, and look at this. Now we're very fast building the buffer. But let's see if it works. If when I play it, okay, didn't quite work. Can we jump in the video? We can jump in the video. And if I hit L, it's still a bit slow. But here's the thing. If I start from 0, if I now hit L, it's still slow. What if I hit L again? It's very slow. And I think it's because we are getting some errors. So on 85 we still get some error. Audio container decode audio stream. We get an end of file error. Perhaps something is now wrong in our frame number calculations. So we have chunk number times audio buff size. That's the frame number. Frame time is frame number times 1 over audio FPS. Okay. And when we seek... I'm using video FPS here. So this should be self FPS. And here too, self FPS. So let's see what happens now. It's gonna buffer very fast. And if I hit L, it jumps very fast. Look at this. It's super fast. And the reason why it's fast is because we're starting from 0 and we're jumping exactly 10 minutes. So it always lands on a keyframe. So that's why it's super fast. But if I were to start this over, and even if the audio doesn't work yet. Let me fix the audio first. So the problem with the audio is that we are not getting the PCM format. So what we have to do is we have to create a resampler. Let's say self resampler is going to be audio resampler. And this comes from somewhere in AV. Let's do from av.audio.resampler import audio resampler. And this one takes a format, layout, and a rate. So let's pass in the format. And the format is going to be S16 for a 16-bit integer PCM. And layout is going to be stereo, and the rate is going to be the self.fps. So that's like the sample rate. And I think there was some other thing here, a frame size. I don't think we have to pass frame size. Although maybe we could like control how many samples are in a frame with that. Not quite sure. Anyway, we're going to use this one. And when we get the frame, we are going to say frame equals audio.resampler resample. And we pass in the frame here. So this will convert it into the PCM format. So now we should get audio. Let's play it, and no audio chunk. Interesting. What's happening? We get the video. What if we jump in the video? List object has no attribute ND array. Okay, so this resample for some reason returns a list of audio frames. So we just get the 0th frame from here. Let's run it again. And then let's play it. And do we get some audio?
Hi there. In today's video, I'm working on my AI slop video generator project.
It works. And we can jump, and we can play.
Create completely
and we
AI
can jump,
quote
jump,
video.
jump.
We created this
And we can do a long jump. It's a little bit slow. And now we got stuck. And I think the reason is that we are stuck in this no audio chunk. Let's find no audio chunk. So when we play the audio, and if we happen to get into a point where we don't have the audio buffered at that position, then we say no audio chunk. But the problem is that if we jump somewhere and then our playhead is a little bit behind, then we're never going to buffer that frame from behind. So then we get stuck there. So let's do such that if we don't get an audio chunk, then we're going to move the playhead. Let's say playhead equals current audio frame number. Let's see if that helps. So now, if we play it, and I do a long jump, then it doesn't really work. If I stop it and I start it again,
the start time of each audio clip,
it works. And I think what's happening here is that since we did this magnificent detection of the frame, we are always moving the current frame number even when we're buffering. So when we're loading the next video frame, we're still moving to the next frame. So we buffer a frame, but now we're at the next frame already, so we never like catch up. So let's move this thing down here. When we actually have a frame in the buffer, then we check if we are playing, we are going to move ahead. So now when we are loading for the next frame, we're not going to move the video ahead, because otherwise we're going to end up in that situation. So if we now play it and we hit L,
But
then
by
it
default,
works.
the composite multiply volume.
Okay, it works, but that's a weird thing too. It repeats the audio. And I think the reason for that is that in our audio player, we always get the audio buffer chunk based on the playhead. And when we jump and then it's buffering the video, the playhead like gets stuck. So then it's gonna play that chunk over and over again. So how about we introduce some sort of buffering boolean. So buffering is true at first, and then if we have the frame in the video buffer, then we are going to say that buffering is false, and otherwise buffering is true. So then we can check in our audio player that if it is playing and not buffering, then we play the audio. Is that going to work? If we now play it and we jump,
But by
and we
default,
jump, and we jump,
it will
and we jump,
multiply volume.
I think it works. Yeah, sometimes the jump is very fast if we happen to be at a keyframe. Okay, that's pretty cool. Now let me get rid of some of this printing out stuff. Let's find all the prints. We don't need to print this. Maybe we can print that. And we don't need to print this. I think that's enough. Now, the next issue we're going to have is with the resizing. Now, currently it works just fine. But if I move this, it resizes very snappily. But what is this? It looks like garbage. If I resize it to a specific exact size, then it works. But other sizes don't really work. And the reason for this is that Raylib, when we update the texture, it takes in the frame as a packed RGBA format. Meaning that there's like red, green, blue, alpha, red, green, blue, alpha, red, green, blue, alpha. Back to back for the first row of pixels in the frame. And then the next row of pixels is again RGBA, RGBA, RGBA. And of course, actually these are in memory just like this. They're back to back. But for some performance optimization reasons, in PyAV they add some padding. So they align these rows so that the length is divisible by 32. So it might look something like this. There might be RGBA, 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 and then like XXX, or like zeros in the end, like this. And this will then screw up what Raylib sees. Now sometimes if you resize the pictures just right, then it happens that there's no padding in there. So what we can do is we can say like this. We can take as the source a memory view of the frame RGBA. So we just look at the pixel data in the plane as just raw bytes. And then we get a destination that is a byte array, and we specify the correct size for the byte array, so for the frame, which is going to be the CW, which is the width, times 4 times the CH, so the height. So we need to convert this thing into this thing. And how we can do that is we can say for y in range CH, which basically loop through each of the rows of pixels. We can use this Python broadcast syntax. So into the destination from y times CW times 4 until y plus 1 times CW times 4. So this is basically like each of the rows. So in the first iteration, y is going to be 0. So this whole thing is going to be 0. And then this is going to be 1 times the width of the image times 4. And 4 is how many bytes we have per pixel. So we have R, G, B, and A. So in the first iteration, this will be the first row. And then on the next iteration, this is going to be 1, which is the end of the first row. And this is going to be then the end of the second row. So it's going to be the second row. And we put in here from the source, from Y times frame RGBA line size. So this is the size of a row or a line of data in the actual plane. So this includes the padding. So we say go y times the size of the line, until y times RGBA, frame RGBA, line size plus CW times 4. So this is the stride. Let's actually call it stride to have a little bit of shorter name. So stride is that. So again, on the first iteration, this is going to be 0 because y is 0. But then this one is going to be 0 plus the width times 4. So we only take this many pixels of this many bytes from the beginning. So we omit the padding. So then ultimately we're going to have in the destination the right kind of picture. Let's try to run it. And now if we resize this thing, it works. And it's very snappy. Look at this. It's super fast. We can even play the thing. And we can resize it while it's playing. If I can find the resizing thing.
Hi there. In today's video, I'm working on my AI slop video generator project.
Amazing. Now, one last thing we can do to make this look a little bit snappier is that instead of showing a black screen, why don't we just show the current, frame there? So let's draw the texture every time. Even though we can't find a new frame, we can still draw the texture. So it's going to draw the previous frame if we don't have a new frame. So now, if we run it and I hit L, then it just shows the previous frame until it finds the new one. So if I play it and I hit this one, then it looks a little bit better. If I would say something in this video. But yeah, it works. So let's try one more time. If I open this, it opens very fast. I can play it. I can skip ahead.
In today's video, I'm working on my AI slop video generator project.
I feel like the audio is not quite synced if I press K. So if I skip,
where I'm building a completely AI generated motivational
but if I stop and I start
videos for YouTube,
it works. Why is that? What's the difference between hitting K, which is this, and doing space? Do I need to stop and start the audio stream? Is there something already buffered and it's going to play that first, so then it's going to be off sync? Or is it because we buffer the video for a while, and while we are buffering, we don't move the playhead, but the playhead doesn't move while we buffer? And let's see if we can just stop and start the audio stream. So if we just do this, we stop it and then we play it. I'm not sure if that resets it or not. Let's try. So every time we hit some of these buttons, we stop and play. So now if I play it and I jump.
Working on my AI slop video generator project. It completely AI both videos, mostly AI generated for YouTube videos. And in the previous video, slop.py,
I think it works.
takes in where we can list some authors that we want to emulate in a subject about, and also give it to a subject about which to generate quote. It will not generate and by the author.
I think that works now.
And quotes that sound like something.
And if I do long jump,
which might be
still works.
2 seconds.
If I go back,
2 seconds.
it jumps right away.
Let's say padding is 2. Let's say
very good.
padding is 2.
If I jump forward, then at some point it stops.
With the background videos,
catches up pretty fast. Okay, I think we have created a video player now. So now we just have to add a timeline. So let's do it. Now, before we can have a timeline, we should have some sort of clip bin where we can add a bunch of these video files and then we can drag them from there onto the timeline. Now, mostly I edit just a single video, but in some cases, like in this video, I have a bunch of video files that I want to put together. And I want to edit this video with this editor. So let's create some sort of clip bin. I'm going to create it as a class here. So let's say that we have a class clip bin, and let's do an init here. And actually in the init, I think I will just say that self.clips is just a list. Now we probably want to define some sort of clip class as well. So let's say that it's a list of clips. So let's define a clip, and this one will have an init as well. And we pass in here the file path, which is a string. Then we just say self file path is file path. And I kind of want to start thinking about the project, because we want to ultimately be able to save the project into a file and then load it from a file. So we probably should have also like a project. Let's make a project class, and the project will have a bunch of clips. So let's make another init, and this one will take the clips, and this is a list of clips. Let me just say self.clips is clips. So then, in our main, we can just start with a project. Let's make a new project. And I don't really want to have to pass in the clips in here, so let's go here. And we can probably just say like this. We can just say that the project has a clip bin, which is a new clip bin, like that. So then, we can just do that. And by default, we don't have any clips there. So how are we gonna render the video? We should have a way of getting what is the current clip playing in the current time in the timeline. So let's do this. Where do we refer to the video? We refer to it, I think, only in the loop. Yeah, so here's the loop. So we have the video and the audio. So instead of just referring to these things, we are going to do something like this. We're going to say video is project get current clip. And then we should pass in here the time. Let's call it timestamp. So this is something that we have to now keep track of. So let's define it here. Let's say timestamp is 0. So this is going to be like in seconds. Let's make it 0.0. And we also get the audio, which is from project get current. Well, okay, so we should actually have like different tracks. So we should have video tracks and audio tracks. So perhaps we should have a separate timeline, which would be some sort of class. And then from the timeline, we are going to get current clips. So we can say that our clips, or should they be tracks? No, we should have tracks, but then here we just want all the clips from the tracks at the current timestamp. And for now, let's say that we only support one video clip and one audio clip. So we can just do something like for clip in clips, we're going to say if clip dot type is audio, then audio is going to be clip, and else video is going to be clip. So just as a simple check like this. But of course this is now going to be a clip object, but we want it to be the video or audio object. So what should we call this property of the clip? Maybe we can call it a resource. So we take the clip resource. And then currently we set the current frame number based on what? We do it based on the get frame time times video FPS. So instead of changing the current frame number, let's just say if we are playing, so if we're playing the video, then the timestamp plus equals just the get frame time. So this is the frame, this is the time since the previous frame. And we can just say that the current frame number is the timestamp times the video FPS. Now, this is going to get a little bit complicated if we have different frame rates on the different videos, but let's figure that out when we get there. And maybe we can actually use something like timeline.timestamp or playhead, something like this. So timeline playhead. And let's change it up here. So we don't have actually a timestamp. We are going to have, well, we don't even have to pass anything in here because the timestamp will be inside of the timeline. So let's define a timeline. So we have a project and we have a timeline, which is a timeline, but we should probably get this from the project. So let's say timeline is project.timeline or get timeline or just timeline. Or should it be like timeline and then we pass in project in here? I'm not sure how to do this. it's going to be empty anyway at this point. So let's just make both of them empty, and let's see what is the best way to do this. And I'm going to define timeline here. So we're going to have a class timeline, and we are going to have an init again, and let's just say self.playhead is 0.0. Okay, and what did we do with the timeline? We get the current clips. Okay, so how do we define that? Get current clips. And this is going to return a list of clips. And I should do it this way. So where do we get the clips? We already have the project here, so we should tie these two together somehow. So how about we just give it the reference to the project? So it has a project, which is a project. So then self project is project, like this. So then the current clip is going to be, well, no, of course, we are not going to use the same clip bin for the timeline as the project, because the project just has a bunch of clips, but then the timeline has other clips. So we're not going to tie these together. We're just going to say clips here, and these are going to be, well, it's going to be an empty list at first. So it's a list of, yeah. We should save the start time and the end time of each clip. So should we have some sort of timeline clip? So then a timeline clip is going to have a clip, which is a clip, and then it will have a start time, which is a float, and an end time, which is a float. And we just do self.clip is clip, and self.start time is start time, and self end time is end time. So then what we can do is when we get the current clips, we can actually return the timeline clip, I guess. We're going to say clips is an empty list, and for clip in self clips, we're going to say if clip dot start time is what. So we have our timeline and we have our clip, and we're playing somewhere in here. So here's the clip. The clip moves into this position. So the end time goes after the playhead. So let's actually say end time. So if clip end time is greater than, now this is probably like a, this is the wrong way because it's flipped in the camera, but anyway, the end time goes over the self.playhead, okay? Then that is a current clip, and the start time is earlier than the current, or at the same point, right? And clip.start time is less or equal to, I guess this has to be equal as well, self.playhead. So if this clip ends after the playhead and it starts before the playhead or at the playhead, then we're going to do clips append clip, and then we're going to return clips. Does that make sense? It returns all of the clips that should be playing at this moment. Okay, and we need to have a type. So let's define a type in here. In the timeline clip, we are going to have, well, maybe in the actual clip. Well, the clip bin will have clips, but if there is a video clip, then it actually has audio and video. So perhaps then in the timeline clip, we define which sort of clip this is. Because maybe we want to add just audio from a video file. I'm not sure what is the best way to do this. Let's define it here. Let's say self.type is going to be, what is it? Should we just pass it in here? So it's just going to be type. And let's say type is going to be a literal audio or video. Literal. And we have to import this thing from typing. From typing, import literal. Let me move these around a bit. I like to sort my dependencies based on the length of the line. So now we can have a type of the clip. Now, one more thing we need here is we need the start time when this starts in the timeline and when it ends in the timeline, but we also need to know when it starts in the actual clip, because we might to cut something out of the clip. So maybe we can call it like self.clip start, and let's just set it to 0 to begin with. Now, technically, we only need the start, because when it ends in a timeline, then it's going to end there. Now, it's not the best naming. Maybe it should be offset, but which one is offset? It's offset in a timeline or offset in a clip. Whatever, I'll call it clip start. Okay, so now we can get the current clips. And then we need the resource. And the resource is going to be either a video or an audio. Let's implement that. So I guess we can just say if self.type equals audio, then self.resource is going to be an audio with self.clip.file path. And else self.resource is video of self.clip.file path. Okay, and I think I spelled this wrong. Resource. Okay, now there might be a case where there's nothing in there. We don't have a video. So let's actually remove all this stuff. And I'll just hard code for now the audio FPS. So this is 44100. Although I think there was some problem with PyAV. It had 48,000 as the FPS for some reason. But I think if we just use in our resampler the same rate, so if this is 44100, then I think it's gonna work. I think it checks what the rate of the file is and then it resamples it to this rate. Hopefully. Let's hope that works. So then, if we are in here and we don't have an audio, so let's say that audio is none, video is none. So now it's either none or it's some resource. And we are referring to the video and audio here. And when we press the J and K and L buttons, we should actually move in the timeline. So we have to say timeline dot playhead plus equals, we just put 2 now because we moved 2 seconds. And this playhead is the audio playhead, and it is in frames, but it's in the audio frames. So I think currently I will just do this. I will just set the current frame number to the video FPS times timeline.playhead. But we might not have a video. So I guess we can just say if video, then we do this. And if audio, then we do this. Although I think we want to stop it every time. So let's stop the audio. And then if we have an audio, then we play. But we're still using the video FPS here, which is a little bit stupid, in fact, how we are doing this thing. So this calculates like the ratio between the audio FPS and the video FPS, because the current frame number is the video frame number. But can't we now say that the playhead is timeline.playhead times audio FPS? It's just that, because playhead is in seconds. So we convert it into frames. And we make it an int. Okay, so that simplifies it a little bit. And we do the same thing here. So should we make like a function for this? Can we do just timeline.jump and we just put 2 here? So then we can define it in our timeline. We can say jump, and this is going to be seconds. And we are just going to say self playhead plus equals 2. But then we have to set the current frame number. But we can probably set this somewhere outside of this, because it's just based on the video FPS and the playhead. So let's remove this. But we do need to stop the audio stream. So for now, I'll just say global audio stream, because really we're just going to have one. So I'll just say global audio stream for now. And I guess this playhead we can... Well, the problem with the audio playhead is that we can't just move it all the time, because there's going to be issues. We should only move it when we jump. Or could we handle this inside of the audio player? So if we also remove this thing, then, well, actually we can get the audio because it is in the timeline. So technically we could just say for clip in self.clips, or actually self get current clips. So we move the playhead first, then we get the current clips, and if clip.type is audio. So if we find an audio clip in the current clips, then we play the audio stream and we just break from this. So that works. But now we have to then still move the audio playhead. But what I was thinking is that we have the audio player here. Yeah, I was thinking maybe we can check if there's too much of an offset in the playhead and the timeline time, then we're gonna jump to that one. But what if we just jump a little bit? Can we determine the correct amount of offset there? Maybe not. So let's just take the playhead as a global thing for now. And of course this jump should be seconds. And then if we have an audio right now, then we're gonna say playhead plus equals, or just equals, self.playhead times clip resource.fps. Now again, we're gonna have some issues with different FPSs, so we have to figure that out. Maybe we can just hard code an FPS here. Or it should be in the project, I guess. Anyway, let's just use that now. Although, yeah, the issue is now that we are setting a certain frame rate or a sample rate to the Raylib audio stream, but the audio might actually be in the file a different rate. So maybe we just have to use this 44100 since we are resampling it now. So let's do that. Let's just use this thing. Now I wonder if like stopping and playing the audio stream, does it do anything? Like if you stop and then you play, does stop like remove everything from the buffer, or does it just start over from the beginning? I'm not sure. Anyway, let's do like that. But now I'm gonna get confused with these playheads. So I'm going to call this audio playhead, and this is audio playhead, and let's find all the playheads. So this is going to be audio playhead, and where else do we use this? This is audio playhead, and this is also, well, this we're going to replace. So when we hit K, we are going to jump 2 seconds. So this is actually, J is backwards, so -2, and L is going to be jump 60 times, was it 10? How many minutes? 10 minutes. 60 times 10. Okay. And now we get the current audio frame number, which we can get from timeline times audio.fps, which probably now has to be the 44100, which we might want to add a variable for this. And we need to calculate also the current frame number, which is now going to be, sorry, this is timeline.playhead, and this is going to be timeline.playhead times video.fps. But again, we might not have video, but this also should kind of be like a project FPS, because ultimately we have to like write the video file in 1 FPS. I will just add if video, then we're gonna move the current frame number. And then we have the space, which just stops it from playing and moves the playhead. So this is the audio playhead to the current frame number, current audio frame number. And if we are playing, then we're gonna play it. Otherwise, we're gonna stop it. Okay, that's fine. Then we just calculate the width of the video, and then we draw the thing. Now, we are checking based on the frame number in the video buffer, if we have that thing in there. I'm not sure if we should like change this to be like the seconds. It feels kind of wrong to use like a float here. So maybe current frame number is still fine. But the problem is that this is now the frame in all of the timeline. So should we have a different buffer for each of the clips? No, we should have one buffer, but it should be built depending on what is currently in the timeline. So at least we can do something like if video, then we're going to do this. So if we don't have a video currently, then we just don't print anything. And we don't even print the video canvas. So now, do we still use playhead somewhere? This is timeline playhead, self playhead, audio playhead, and I think we got all of them now. Okay, let's try to run it and let's see what kind of errors we get. So if we run it, we shouldn't see anything here, and we don't. And we got video is not defined somewhere. In here, video build buffer. Yes, we're using this global video now. So this should actually use the timeline. Should pass in there timeline, and also here timeline. And did we define it? Yeah, we defined it up here. Okay. So how do we do now the buffering based on the timeline? this is going to be timeline, which is at timeline. So first we have to check at this frame, which is now, it's it's annoying that now I have seconds and I have frames. But we should get what clip is in the timeline at this frame. Although we don't even need the frame here now, because the timeline says what is the playhead of the timeline. So we don't even pass the frame in here. This only takes the timeline. And same with the audio. It only takes the timeline. So what we're going to do is we are going to still calculate this buffer around, but we're using this video FPS, which is very annoying because we don't know what the video is. But we have 10 seconds here, so we could do something like this. For frame, or for time in timeline playhead, let's actually do range from the current playhead until timeline playhead plus 10. And we add a step, which is going to be 10 divided by the video FPS. But we don't have the video FPS, so I'll just put 30 in here. So let's add here buffer seconds is 10, and let's put here buffer seconds. So this will make a range of timestamps that are like one video frame apart. And let's just call this like project FPS. Let's say project FPS is 30. Let's add a to do. Get this from somewhere. And I kind of don't like that this is so long. What if I do ph here? Let's say ph is this. And let's do this buff sex. Let's call it that. And then we can say that the clips is going to be timeline get, well, we have get current clips, but we should have get clips at, and we give it the time. So let's define that thing in here. So I will just copy this thing, and I will say get clips at, and it will take time, which is a float, and I'll just replace this one with time, and then this one can just return get clips at self, get clips at self dot playhead. So now we can loop through like each of the timestamps of the following frames up until 10 seconds, and we get all the clips. And then for clip in clips, if clip dot type equals video, then we can just do this. We can say if the I, what is I now? I should be the frame. We can say that frame is going to be, well, we need to now take into account where this clip starts in the timeline. So the relative time is going to be the time, which is now the time in the timeline, minus clip.start time, plus clip.clip start. So this is the time in the timeline. We have to subtract from that the time when the actual clip starts in the timeline. So now it's relative to the beginning of the clip. But then we have clip start, which is where in the actual clip we start to play it. So we have to add that to it. So that's the relative time. So then the frame is going to be relative time times video.fps. But video is now clip.resource fps. And if this frame is not in the video buffer, then we add that frame in the video buffer. And we can still use the same video get frame at. And we don't do any of this anymore. Although we're not checking now the last frame and stuff like this. But let's see if that's an issue. Let's remove all this code. And we don't have the buffer start anymore. And the thing is, the index in the video buffer should be the actual frame in the timeline. Or could it be just the time? I feel like it's not going to be accurate. So could I call this like clip time, and this is clip frame, and we're going to get it from there, but then the actual frame can be already calculated here. So frame is going to be, yeah, here's the problem. We can now have two different FPSs. So this frame is going to be the project FPS times time. Or I want to be other way. Time times project FPS. And this is an int. So that's the frame in the whole timeline. And that's what we save in the video buffer. And buffer start. What is buffer start now? Buffer start is going to be ph minus buff sex. And we take this thing, and then we are going to do times project FPS. And let's make this an int. So this is like the earliest time we are going to buffer. So then we remove from there. And if it's after buffer end, what's buffer end? Well, buffer end is just the frame, actually. We can just use the frame. The last frame that we get here. Then we're going to delete from there. Okay. And perhaps I want to copy this code to make the video or the audio buffer. Because this is like the same thing. But we have to take into account that these are now the chunks. And we calculate them from the audio buff size. Let's see. So now this is going to be audio. And we still have buff sex. We have project FPS, which is going to be the 44100. We have the playhead. Buffer start is the same. Although this now has to be divided by audio buff size. So that is the start chunk. That's the frame. So then the chunk number is going to be frame divided by audio buff size. And we have to check if this is audio, then we get the clip time, clip frame, and then we need to get, well, we have the chunk number already. And we don't have to get, we have a audio get chunk at chunk number. Okay, so we have to get the clip chunk number, which is going to be the clip frame divided by audio buff size. So this is audio get chunk at, and we put here the audio, but that is now the resource. So this should be clip.resource. And I think we have to do the same thing in here. This is not video. We don't have video. It is clip.resource. Like that. And this, of course, is now audio buffer. Audio buffer. And we have to not use the frame here. We have to use the chunk number. And we do clip chunk number here when we get the audio chunk. And I believe that should be fine now. Let's see. If we run it, we shouldn't see anything, but there also shouldn't be any errors. Are there any errors here? There's an error. Float object cannot be interpreted as integer. Okay, so this should be integer division. Let's try again. It still doesn't like it. I think I don't just understand how this division works, because I still have to do like int. Is it just that it like chops off the decimals, but it still makes the float? Oh, there's a different, wait, was there a different position? No, it's the same thing, but I have to do the same thing in the, where is it? Audio. So this is video, where is audio? Audio's here. So again, I guess I don't need both of them if I cast it to an int. But let's do like that, and let's run it again, and still we have something. I think maybe it wasn't even about this. It was about the playhead. Wait a minute. Does range not work with floats? I mean, this can't be a float, because this is definitely a float. So it can't make a range like that. Aha. Now, do we actually use the time anywhere? We do use it. So wait a minute. If I do Python 3 and I say range 3.1 to 5.2, aha. So I can't do that. So we have to do it the other way. You have to say for frame in range ph times project FPS, and this should be an integer, and we have to take this thing and times project FPS and make this thing an integer. And then we have to set, well, it's just one frame, so we don't have to have the step here. So then we have the frame already, but we have to say time is frame divided by project FPS. Okay, so let's do it that way. And the same thing with audio build buffer. So we do like that. And let's run it again. Oops, not this one. Let's run this one. No errors. Maybe it works. Okay, so let's do this. Let's go into our loop here. And in Raylib, I think we have a very simple thing where we can like drag in a file. Is there a drag? Drag drop. What is it called? Drop. Is file dropped? Okay, so we can check this. If is file dropped, then is there load dropped files? Okay, there's a file path list. Okay, so files is that, and we can say for file in files. Do we have like the path file dot? What is it? It's a file path. What is a file path list? Let's take a look. File path list. Okay, so this is C originally, so we have capacity, count, and paths. Which actually, it's a list of strings. So we can just take the paths. So for file in files.paths, let's just print dropped in file. Let's do this and let's see what happens there. And do we have to unload dropped files? I think we have to do unload dropped files. Okay, let's try to run this thing. And I am going to open some file list here in my other screen. And I am going to drag it in here. Oops. Okay, C data char star star does not support iteration. Great. So how are we supposed to use this thing? So what is this thing? Paths. It says it's a list of strings, but it's not really a list of strings. So this is a char star star. So how can we convert that C data into an actual list? What if we just do files paths 0? Can we like index into that? What does that say? If we do like that and we drag this thing here. Okay, now we have something that is char star. What if we well, I guess this doesn't do anything. If we just do str, I think it does the same thing already in the format string, or does it? Yeah. So how do we read this as a string? I think I imported from FFI this thing. How does this work? C data. Is there something like FFI cast? How about just FFI dot what do we have? From buffer. String. What does this do? I think it does exactly that. String C data max len. Okay, we don't know the max len, but I think that's gonna be automatic. So can we just do FFI string with this thing? And did I import this thing already? I think I did. It comes from PyAV, right? It has FFI. Okay. So if I now run it and I drop something here, I got the file dropped in binary. This thing. Okay. Nice. So then we can just load that thing that we dropped in. But actually, we shouldn't just load the video. We should just draw it in the clip bin. But for now, I will just load it. So I can see that all this video buffer extraction works again. So what I'm going to do is when we drop in a file, we are just going to say project.clipBin append, and we add a clip with this file path. So let's call this the dropped file. Dropped file is a string of this thing, and we put in the dropped file. And we also want to say timeline dot clips append a timeline clip with the type of video and the clip of that clip. Can we just create it here? Let's say clip. Clip is that, and clip is going to be clip, and start time is 0, end time is 0. And I guess we should add the audio as well. So we also add an audio with the same clip, and then technically it should like show it after that. If we run it and we grab a file and we drop it in here, it crashed. Clip bin object has no attribute append. We have to say clip bin clips append. Let's try again, and let's drag it in here, and file not found. Okay, so it's still binary. How can I convert it into a string? Wait a minute. Did it literally add the B in there? How can I make it a string? This returns bytes, excuse me, as str string. What? str. Isn't that, the same thing as casting it to a string? File object has no read method. What? File object. Wait a minute. So what if I just don't cast it to anything, and then I drop it in? File object has no read method. File object. Wait a minute. So if I do str, then I drag this in, it said dropped in this thing, and then this thing doesn't exist. I think I'm just a stupid person. I'm just gonna do this. That's how you convert a binary into a string. Look at that, it worked right away. First try. Can I play it? I can't. Okay, but that was pretty good. Let me take a short break. Okay, so why were we not able to play the video or the audio? We can only show the first clip or the first frame. If I drag this thing over here again, it loads it. But then when I play, if I press space here, it doesn't work. I think my math is wrong somewhere, but it works nicely with 0 for the first frame. So let's add this print statement back. So let's say getting audio frame index frame, and let's put here something like, let's just put the frame, and let's also put the clip frame, and let's also put the clip time. And let's do the same thing with the video. So let's say getting audio frame, and let's put here the clip frame and the clip time, like that. And let's run it again. And I'm going to drag this thing here again. Okay, so we get audio frame 0, and everything is 0, so it works. What if I press space? It's not getting anything, and our FPS dropped down to 16. So it's doing some hard work in the background. So let's do something like this. Print frame at time. Time has length of clips. Let's just do that. And we got a bunch of things here. So it did loop through the 300 frames, but it had always 0 clips. And I think I know why this is, because we did not save the length of the clip anywhere. So when we load the clip in here, we set start time and end. What am I doing? I set it to 0. So of course it starts at 0 and then ends at 0. So that's only the first frame. So the end time really should be, can we just omit it? Can we make it use the duration of the clip? So let's say end time is float or none, and it defaults to none. And then we can say if end time is none, then end time is going to be clip.resource. Sorry, we have to get it from here. So we have to do this. Let's say if self end time is none, then self end time is clip or self resource duration. Okay, so now it defaults to the duration of the clip. So now we still have 0 clips. Oh, because we didn't load anything in. Let's load this thing in. And now it actually gets the audio frames. But it's very slow. I think we are now actually getting the individual frames of the audio. And I wonder if it was doing this already previously, but I just forgot to drag the file in. Whatever. But if we go to audio get chunk at, or in fact, we need to get this thing, getting audio frame. Yeah, and this should be clip chunk number. Ah, okay. So here we should not save the frame in the audio buffer. We should get the chunk number, so this thing. So if chunk number is not there, then we put the chunk number in there. Right, and that's the chunk number in the whole video. This is the chunk number in the clip. So let's do that. And if we then drag this thing here, now it's faster. It's still like loading a little bit slow for some reason. I'm not sure why sometimes it's slow. Okay, and yeah, and it's 16 frames per second. Why is this so much slower now? But let's see if we play it.
Hi there. In today's video, I'm working on my AI slop video generator project, where I'm building a tool that can create completely AI generated.
It almost works, but there's something wrong with the audio. And I think it's because it's so slow to extract the frames. Not sure why it's so slow. Alright, so after hours of debugging, I figured out what the issue is. Now, there are multiple issues actually. First of all, we can't just use whatever FPS for the audio we want. We have to actually set this to the 48,000 that comes from PyAV. So this will get rid of the crackling sound. So if we now run it and I put my video file in here, then it will start to build the buffer. And first of all, you will notice that it is very slow to build the buffer. And the reason for this is that first of all, we are looping through every frame of the audio, but actually we have to loop through the chunk numbers. So we loop through every single frame of the audio, of which we have 48,000 per second, and then we calculate the chunk number from that. Then we get the clips, and then we do all this stuff. So actually what we should do is we should get the chunk number from here, and it should be this thing divided by the audio buff size. And I think we even have to make this an int. And it will be until the int of this thing. How many parentheses do I have to put in here? This thing divided by audio buff size. And I'm missing something from somewhere. Like this. So now we just iterate through the chunk numbers. Now if we want to get the actual frame, then we can say that the frame is going to be the chunk number times the audio buff size. And then we can get the time from that. And so on. Now, another reason why it's slow is that we are now seeking the audio and the video all the time. Because we pass this clip chunk number here, which should be an integer. Because in our seek of the audio, we check if the current position equals the frame number. But we pass in here an integer, but over there we pass in a float. So this is never true. So it always seeks. And we have the same thing in the video seeking. So it checks if the position is frame number -1, then we're not going to seek. But right now we're seeking all the time. So let's go also to video get frame at. Well, actually not this one. We have to do it over here. So we get the clip frame with this calculation. So let's make this an integer. So now, if we run it, then I have some error. Unsupported operand types for star, range and int. Okay, what did I do here? Okay, let's fix this line. Let's say that current chunk is going to be ph, which is the playhead, times project FPS. That is the current frame we are on. So we take this thing as an integer, I guess, and then we divide it by the audio buff size. So this is the current chunk. And we make sure this is an integer as well. So is this not what I did here? I think I did exactly this here. I have, so something's wrong with my range function here. So this should be the current chunk, and then we should calculate the last chunk, which is going to be the same as the buffer start, but it is going to be ph plus buff sex. And then we can put this thing in here. Last chunk. So now that should be correct. Let's try to run it. And then let's slap our video in here. And as you can see, it is a lot faster now. But still, sometimes it stops for a while and it's a little bit slow. But if we now would play this, if I focus it first.
Hi there. In today's video, I'm working on my AI slop video generator project, where I'm building a tool that can create...
What's going on? Here's what's going on. Because we are doing our calculations here based on the playhead, which is in seconds, and we convert it into frames, sometimes there's a little bit of a discrepancy between the timeline time and the clip time. Now, I'm not sure what is the correct solution, but I found two solutions. One solution is to actually set the playhead as the frames, and then always like define everything as frames, but I don't really want to do that. The other solution is to just add a little bit of an epsilon here. So if we add 0.001 to the time in the timeline, and we do this in the audio, and we do this also in the video, and then we run it, and we take our clip here, and then we wait for it to buffer, which is now fast, and it's super fast. There was no slowness at all. So if we then play it, if I again focus this thing, and I play it.
Hi there. In today's video, I'm working on my AI slop video generator project, where I'm building a tool that can create completely AI generated motivational quote videos for YouTube.
It works. So now, after hours of debugging, I'm back to the point where I was when I started today to work on this thing. But at least we can drag and drop files in here. But actually, we shouldn't just, load the dragged file. We should add it to some sort of clip bin. So let's try to do that. In our main, which is down here, we are going to in fact append, well, no, we're not going to add the clips into the timeline. We're not going to do this. We're only going to append it to the clip bin. Right, so now if we run this thing again and we drop in a file, nothing happens. It just added it to the clip bin. So then we have to render the clip in here. Let me remove some of these print statements. It's a little bit too much. So let's remove these and let's remove that. And I think that is enough. And I'm just going to call here something like project clip bin render. And maybe this can take like the X and Y. Let's just put it to 0, 0. Maybe width and height too. So do we have the window width somewhere? Screen width, screen height. Let's actually take this up here. Now I'm not sure if that even makes sense to make them variables. Can I just call get screen width? Maybe it's fast, whatever. We're going to say render, and let's say that the width is screen width divided by 3. And the height is going to be screen height divided by 3 as well. Let's start with that. And let's define this render function for a clip bin. So what do we want to do here? Let's say render, and it takes the X and Y and width and height. And we just have to loop through all of these clips. For self clips, clip in self clips, let's make a rectangle. So we can call draw rectangle, and the position is going to be X, or position X is going to be X, and then Y is going to be some pos Y. Let's say pos Y is Y, and then width is going to be the width, and height is going to be what? I guess we have to figure it out. Let's put like 50 pixels, and color is going to be, can we just make a color like this? Let's do like 18, 18, 18, and alpha is 255, I guess. And we have to then do pos Y plus equals the height, which is 50. So let's do item height here. And let's say item height is 50. So then we're going to use it here. Item height. And we have to draw a text. So the name of the clip. Let's do draw text. And the text is going to be the clip.file path. But I think I want just the base name. So we're going to do os path base name. Like this. And we have to import os. So let's import os. And we have to say that the position is going to be X plus padding. Let's say padding is going to be maybe 5. And Y is going to be pos Y plus padding. And font size, I don't know what should this be. Let's call it font size. And let's say font size is 12. And we also need the color. So let's just put a color here. And what's the color? I think we can just use white. Let's say white. Okay. And I will also add a margin, which will be 5. So we move the position also by the margin. So let's put margin here. And I guess we don't have to define these for each iteration. So we're just going to do like this. And maybe we want to also make like a border around the whole thing. So is there draw bounding box? And this is just going to be a bounding box. It's a vector to vector. Wait a minute. Is this what I want? Isn't there draw rectangle lines. I think that's what we want. Draw rectangle lines. And again, this is X and Y and width and height. And let's make it white. Okay, and let's see if it works. If we run it, it for some reason opened here. And there's our box already. And if we take a video file, it was added here in a very small font. And if we add another one here, it's going to be added here. And this is pretty cool, but it looks very ugly. So I'm going to make the font size a little bit bigger. Let's make it 20. Let's make items height like 30. And I will actually draw the lines afterwards, so the borders go on top of that thing. And if we now do this and we put a file in there, it looks a lot better. But I want it to be a little bit brighter, the background of the item, because I can't really see anything there. So let's say that it is going to be, I don't know, let's put 69, 69, 69. How does that look? Okay, that's a little bit, I don't know if it's good, but you know, at least we can see something. Pretty nice. And somehow it looks like it's even centered in this box. But actually it should be a little bit taller, because we want to also put the screenshot of the first frame of this file. So let's do that. Let's actually say that the height, make the font size even a little bit bigger. And the item height is maybe going to be even 70. Let's do that. And let's put a file in there. Okay. It should be even taller. So let's put 120. And let's slap a file in there. That's a little bit too much. So maybe it's just 90. And I want to add 10 of the padding. But then we have to put the actual image there. So let's draw the background, and then let's just draw a rectangle first. So let's do draw rectangle, which is going to be X plus padding, plus Y plus padding, and width minus padding. Oh, well, actually, it's not width. It's just like, I don't know, let's do width times, what should this be? I don't know, 0. Or width divided by 6, I don't know, something like that. And the height is going to be the item height minus padding times 2. And color, let's put like red for now. So that should be our image. So if we now slap this in here, we're going to have an image here. But then we have to move the text around a little bit. So the text's X will be the X plus the padding plus the image width plus the padding. So let's take this thing as image width. Image width is that. And if we now run it and we slap a thing in there, then now we have a little bit padding there. Great, that looks good. Now it's very pixelated for some reason. And I think part of the reason is that I have some weird scaling on my computer, because if I move it on my other screen, it's a very tiny window. I'm not sure what's happening there. Anyway, I want to make it a little bit bigger. I think we can have a little bit bigger of a box. So when we actually call render, let's do it, I don't know, 2.5. And let's put this 2.5. What does that look like? We need an integer. So this is an int, and this is an int. Let's see. Is that any bigger? It's a little bit bigger. Oh, maybe it can be just 2. It's half the screen in both directions. Is that too big? I think it's fine right now. So now we can just add these things in here, and it looks pretty nice. Of course it goes over now, so we need to implement scrolling here. And I guess it should be a little bit taller. Let's put 100 pixels as the height. So this is 100. And for scrolling, we need to start the scissor mode in Raylib. So we draw the rectangle for the outline. Then we are going to say begin scissor mode, and we make it from the X and the Y and the width and the height. So that means Raylib will not draw anything that is outside of this area. And I guess we can even, can we do it before the loop? Maybe we can do it before the loop. And then we can say end scissor mode here. So now if we run it again and we put some files in here, nothing's happening. Why is nothing happening? X, Y, width, height. Begin scissor mode, end scissor mode. That is interesting. Did we get some errors? No errors here. And I drop a file in. It detected the drop, but it's not drawing anything. So did my scissor mode destroy that thing? Yeah. It can't be that it scissors out that area. No, it can't be like that. I do think I have to like define what area we're going to draw in. Begin scissor mode, define screen area for following drawing. Does it reset like the X and Y then? But it shouldn't matter because it's 0 anyway. That's very weird. So this should be 0, 0. What if I put 1,000 and 1,000? And then I run it. We don't see anything. What am I doing wrong here? What if I put 100 and 100 to X and Y? It still doesn't show anything, which is very weird. I'm pretty sure this is how it's supposed to work. When I call render, am I actually in the drawing mode already? Maybe that is the issue. So we call render here. Okay, we didn't call begin drawing yet. We do it over here. So let's move this up a little bit. Or should we move this one down? Maybe we can move this one after clear background. That might be the issue. Let's run it again. And let's put this in here. It seems to work. And if we put more of these things in here, then now we cannot see the last one. That's pretty cool. But of course we want to see the last one. We need to be able to scroll it down. So how are we going to do that? Let's define something like self.scroll is 0. We can say pos y is going to be y minus self.scroll. And can we do inside here, in fact? If is mouse... there's some kind of scroll. It is called wheel. Wheel. Get mouse wheel move. Is that a vector? That's a vector. So I just want to mouse wheel move. Get the mouse wheel movement for X or Y, whichever is larger. Okay. So actually we can say if get mouse position, can I just say get mouse X is greater than or equal to X and get mouse X is less than or equal to X plus width and get mouse Y is greater than or equal to the Y and get mouse Y is less than or equal to Y plus height. There's maybe an easier way to do this in Raylib. But this basically means if our mouse, our cursor is inside the box, then we can say scroll plus equals get mouse wheel move. Now if it goes up, I think it's going to be negative. So if we scroll up, that means our stuff should move down, which it will do now, I think. Let's see if that works. If we now run it, scroll referenced before assignment. I need to say self.scroll. So now, well, there's still a little bit of an issue here. An integer is required again. What is not an integer here? With, it should be an integer. Self.scroll. Okay, let's call this an integer. And let's try again. Let's put a file in there. Okay, it works. Then we can add a bunch of things here, like this. And then we scroll down. Okay, so first of all, it works the wrong way. If I try to scroll... No, wait. Yeah, it works the right way. That's correct. It works as it's supposed to, but it's too slow. So I think we have to do something like we need to do times get delta time. Get frame time. And maybe we have to add some sort of times something as well. So if we add these things in here and then we scroll... It's not doing anything. Okay, so I think we have to add even another thing. So like 1,000 here. So if we now put something in here. Okay, now it works. Although, yeah, it's the wrong way. So if I scroll down, text will go up. If I scroll up, text will go down. But now if I scroll the wheel down, the thing goes down. Okay, so it's the wrong way. So let's just add plus here then. And this can be maybe just 500. And we need to say that the pos y is the minimum of 0 or this thing. So Now if we run it and we put one thing in here, we can, yeah, we can't scroll like down more, but then we can scroll up. But it remembers the scroll. Yeah, if I scroll down a lot, but it doesn't move, it still moves the scroll position. So now if I scroll up, I have to scroll all the way up to undo all that stuff. So perhaps we just do this. Well, yeah. How do we do this? So we should limit the actual scroll. So can we take this thing, scroll amount, let's take it here, scroll amount is this. No, we have to do it here. Scroll amount, and we have to say if y, damn this is hard. What am I trying to do here? If I now have one thing in here, I shouldn't be able to do anything. But especially if it stops here now, which means if scroll is negative, so scroll can't be negative. So if self.scroll plus, no, if y plus self.scroll is less than 0, well, if it's greater than 0 or equal to 0, then we can change the scroll. That's not correct. What am I doing here? So we put a thing here, and then, yeah, so now it's stuck here. So if y plus self.scroll is less than 0, then, okay, let's do this. Let's draw the thing, so then we calculate all this stuff. And then we can say, if we scroll, we get the scroll amount, and we should check if the last element in the list, its x position plus its height, if that is higher than the y position of the clip bin plus its height, then we can't scroll anymore. That's the maximum. So can we just say that max scroll is going to be the y position where this whole thing starts. Well, actually, we have to start with the pos y plus item height. So that is the position of the bottom of the last element, and we subtract from that the y where we started. So that is the length of the list. And then if we do this thing, if we say self.scroll plus equals scroll amount, and if we print this thing, let's print scroll, it's going to be self.scroll. What happens now? If we slap this in here, and actually it prints it all the time. Okay, it's minus 25 now. And if we scroll this way, it's positive. So it cannot be positive. Is that what I'm trying to get at? It cannot be positive, because positive means it like goes over. So if self.scroll is greater than 0, then self.scroll is 0, and that's it. Isn't that what I want? So now if we slap this in here, we can scroll that way, but we can't scroll this way. Amazing. Okay, and that's the max scroll. And what if we put the max scroll in here? We need to probably now make it negative. So 205 is max scroll, which doesn't really make sense to me. Does it make sense? It doesn't make any sense. We don't even have to add the item height here, because we always add the item height. So pos y is going to be the max scroll. So now we put this in here, is 105. So that is the height of this thing. But we need to take the height of the whole thing and subtract that one from there. So the height minus that. So now we put this here, and we need to put this in parentheses. This is the height of all the stuff in the box, and that's the height of the box. So now, if we run this, and we slap this in here, that is the maximum scroll. And what happens if we add, and we add? Now it's a negative 93. So that means if we get this to negative 93, that will be the maximum scroll, and then we shouldn't be able to scroll anymore. So we can say if self.scroll is less than max scroll, then self.scroll is max scroll. Was that so hard? That wasn't so hard. So now, oops, wait a minute. Why does that happen? So we slap this in here. It's fine. If we move the mouse here, it starts to... Wait a minute. Why does it go there? Sometimes. Because we have the scroll here as well. So this already includes the scroll. This needs to be pos y minus self scroll. So we take it out of there. And then if we slap this in here, it goes to the bottom, which is funny. Okay, why does it go to the bottom? So if we now do this, then now we can in fact scroll properly. But for some reason, it puts the element down. Can I do this as if, what is the wheel? We just have to do this. If this one is not 0, then we do that. So then it doesn't always show the thing. If I put my mouse here, I put this in here, and if I scroll, it says 327. So what I have to do is I have to say max scroll is going to be the maximum of 0 and this thing. Because we don't want it to go over 0. It should be negative always. So now if we slap this thing in here and we scroll... What? No, it should be min. Min. The minimum of these things. And this is going to be negative, so it is smaller than 0. So now if I slap this in here and I scroll, nothing happens. If I put another one, nothing happens. A third one, nothing happens. Fourth one, nothing happens. And a fifth one, and now I can scroll it. Amazing. But it's too slow to scroll, so I will change this thing to like 800. And let's slap these things in here again. And then it scrolls a lot nicer. That's pretty cool. But now I need a break. Now let's add those thumbnail images to the clips. So like the first frame of the video should be in the thumbnail. And we in fact have already the function video get frame at. And we just pass the video and the frame number. So what we can do is in our render, we are just going to say that the first frame is going to be video get frame at, and we can take from clip resource. Sorry, what is it called? This is actually what is this? This is a clip. Don't I have a resource in there? I don't have a resource. I have the resource in the timeline clip. Right. Which is probably not what I want, because I'm going to have a bunch of these timeline clips, and they're now going to point to a new resource, even though it's the same file. So we should probably move this thing into the actual clip. So here. And we also want to pass in the type into this thing. So let's take from timeline clip the type, and this is not going to have a type. It's going to get it from the clip, because we still have a reference to that. So here we will have a type, and we will say self.type is type. And then now in our render we can do clip.resource, and then we just get the number 0 frame. Now we shouldn't really do it here, because this has to seek to the beginning of the video every time. And we are running the render in a loop, so it's going to be a little bit slow. So what we probably should do is when we initialize a clip, then if it is a video clip, then we're going to get the first frame. We can say something like self dot, let's call it thumbnail. It's going to be video get frame at, and this is going to be self resource 0. So when we just initialize a new clip, we load the first frame right away. Now I'm not sure if we have to do this in like a separate thread or something, because it might take like half a second or something. So when we add a new file, maybe it will hang for half a second. But let's do it like this for now. So now we actually have the thumbnail in there, which is a video frame. So then we have to do the same thing as we did in our main, which is down here. So we get the video frame, and then we have to do this stuff. So how about we make this a function? We can say something like frame is frame to texture. Maybe that's what we want. And we give it the video frame, and then the width, which is, what was it? It's just a CW and CH. So CW and CH. And then what we can do is we can define that somewhere. Let's put it here. Frame to texture. And it takes the frame, which is a video frame, and it does all of this stuff. And it returns this thing. Not sure if we want to convert it to this FFI format here. Let's do it for now. So this will return ffi.cdata. And this is just frame. So now we can do a similar thing. Let's see what we actually have to do. We have to create a canvas. So we have a separate function for this. This is going to make a blank image, then load a texture from image, and then it's going to unload the image. Okay, and then we just have to update this texture. Yeah, so this will return the texture. Okay, and technically we can use the same thing. So maybe this can be just called create blank texture. Right, so then we can do up here, create blank texture, and the width is going to be the width of this rectangle, which is the image width and the image height. And then we can say update texture. So this is going to be the thumbnail texture. So we update texture, thumbnail texture, and we put in the pixels. And the pixels will just be clip.thumbnail, like that. So let's do like this. That is our image. And we need to draw the texture. So we say draw texture, and it will get the texture, which is thumbnail texture, and position X, position Y, that's fine. And then just tint. So we don't need these things. And sorry, this thing is the height of the image. So image height is that. So we put it here. And we're going to just say that the tint is going to be white. Right. Texture, pos X, pos Y, and tint. Great. So that's the background of the item. That is the image. And that is the text. And then we just move the position Y down. And let's even do like this. Now the thing is, we don't have to update the texture because the thumbnail is always the same. We only draw the texture. So should we make the thumbnail a texture? So what if we just copy this thing? Well, we might have to resize the texture. But the thing is, we have to like unload the texture as well. We create it, and then we update it, then we draw it, but we have to unload it. But the problem is now, if we do unload texture, I don't think we should unload the texture with every frame. It doesn't really make sense. Thumbnail texture. But let's see if it works. If we now run this thing and I grab some file again, it crashed. Okay, I forgot to refactor this, so we don't have a type here. So a clip needs to get the type. So here we need to detect the type. Let's just say video for now. And let's add to do support other types. And let's find the references to the resource, because this is now clip.clip.type. And this is clip.clip.resource. And this is also that. Should we just save it in the clip? Can we have it in the both of them? Does that make sense? Kind of like a helper. So we can just say that self.resource is clip.resource. And self.type is clip.type. And if we now run it and we drag a thing in here, we still need something. Clip object has no attribute clip. So this is of course self.filepath. And let's try again and drag it in here. And argument 1, AV video frame, must be C data pointer. Aha, what did I do wrong now? Clip.thumbnail. Oh, sorry, this is video frame. Oh, I completely forgot one step. What am I doing here? So here I have this frame to texture. This is what I have to use. So in here, I have to take this thing And I don't have to even update the texture. I just say frame to texture. And I give it the frame, which is clip.thumbnail. And I still have to resize it. I forgot to pass in here the CW and CH. So this is going to be width and height. And this is going to be width. Actually, I have it in many places here. Width. And this is going to be height. So now, down here, we pass it in already. But here I also have to say image width and image height. So we convert the frame to a texture. And then we draw that texture. And then we unload the texture, which is kind of stupid. I think we shouldn't do it every time in the loop. But now if I put this here, it still crashes. Because initializer for C-type struct texture must be a list or tuple or dict or struct C data. Not C data. What? Draw texture. Ah, okay. Now I understand what's going on here. So we need to get this texture, but that's not really frame to texture because this returns the bytes. This is frame to pixels. Frame to pixels. So then what we have to do is we have to take this thing and we do have to say create blank texture with the image width and image height, and then we say thumbnail pixels is this, frame to pixels, and then we update the texture, thumbnail texture with thumbnail pixels. Okay, let's see if that will work now. Let's run it and drag a thing in here, and look at this. It absolutely does not look like what it's supposed to look like. And we are loading now these textures all the time. And that looks like the font. What? That literally looks like characters of the font. Why did that happen? So I think what we have to do is we have to do these things in the actual clip and then save that texture. Right, let's copy this thing and let's say that the thumbnail texture is going to be clip.getThumbnail. Let's do like this, and then let's put the image width in here and image height in here. So we get the thumbnail, and that is the texture, and we don't unload it, we just draw that texture. And then we handle all the other stuff in the actual clip. So we have a clip here, and we have to do this thing. So when we initialize the clip, we're going to save the first frame as the thumbnail. Then we are going to have a function getThumbnail that gets the width and the height. And it is going to do this, and it will return the thumbnail texture. And we give these things in here and these things in here. But then we are going to save this texture. So we're going to say something like this. Self.thumbnail size is none, and self.thumbnail texture is none. And then if self, we have to put self in here too. If self thumbnail texture is not none, and self thumbnail size equals width height, then we just return self.thumbnail texture. Else, if self.thumbnail texture is not none, we are going to unload texture, self thumbnail texture, and then we are going to make a new thumbnail texture, and we can call this self thumbnail texture. Maybe we do it in the end. So we just call it thumbnail texture, and then we return self thumbnail texture, and we say self thumbnail texture is this thing. Does that make sense? And I think we have to have some sort of special, like, what is it? Like remove, delete. What is it called? Like when you destroy the object, we want to unload the texture. What is it called? I do not know what it's called, but I think there is such a thing. So I need to Google this. How do I do something when a Python object is destroyed. Del. So it's a del. Okay. But why can't I see it here? Del. Okay. Whatever. When we delete it, we are going to say self.thumbnail. We're going to unload texture, self.thumbnail texture. And we need self in here. Let's see if that will work. Let's run it. And let's put a file in here. And look at this. That's the video. It works. But it's still loading and unloading the texture. Why is it doing that? Because I didn't save the thing. I didn't save the size. So we have to say self.thumbnail size is going to be width and height. So now if I run it and I slap this in here, it only loaded once. And I can see it there. And I can still resize this thing. And well, that's a bit funny that it squashes the image. But that's not a huge problem. If I put another one here, it's hard to tell if it's any different. Let's put this one. Okay, I think I have a different color shirt there. Let's put this one in. Okay, we definitely can see the thumbnail now. And does it even work with the scrolling? It works. That's pretty cool. Now, we have to fix the squashing at some point. But I don't care about it right now. But what is happening now? They all changed to the same picture when I resized. What? Why did that happen? That was very weird. So if I put this in here and I put that in there, it works. But then I resize, it all changes to the last one. If I put this and I resize, it unloads. Interesting. And it does unload the texture. So is it deleted for some reason? Oh no, it changes the size when I resize. So then it has to, load it again. But then it gets the pixels. Why are they the same pixels? Okay, after some debugging, I found out that I was using clip.thumbnail here when I should be using self.thumbnail. So it was like getting the global variable or the non-local variable clip. So now it should work. Let's try again. If we now run it and we slap this in here and we slap this in here and we resize, then it works just fine. Amazing. And let's see if the scrolling works. If we do this and we scroll, it still works. And we can resize just fine. Great. One more thing I want to do with the clip bin is I want to be able to drag multiple files. Because right now it just takes the first file. But we are able to drag multiple files in there. So down here, we get the files, but we just get the first one. So I wonder if I can say something like ffi.list type. No, this type, that's not really, that's not what I want. I want to make it into a list. It's an array. Because I can make a string, but how do I make an array? I guess this one had, it's a file path list, and it has the count. Okay, so then I guess what I can do is I can say for I in range files.count, we are going to do this thing. We're going to say dropped file is the string from paths index I. And then we can take that thing and we can append it here, and then we unload the dropped files in the end. So now if we run it and I take a bunch of files and I put them here, we got them all. Now, it was a little bit slow to load them, but not that slow. And I think that is because it loads the video file, or the first frame of the video. So at some point, maybe we put it into a separate thread or do some async stuff. But for now, I'm quite happy with that. And I can take a bunch more and just put them in here. And now we have a bunch of more videos here. Amazing. So the next thing we have to do is we have to create a timeline. And then we need to be able to drag a file from the clip bin into the timeline. And then we should be able to play it. So let's try to do that. So we already have a timeline class. And we have the clips, which are timeline clips. And we have the playhead. Now a timeline should have at least like a length or a duration. How long of a timeline are we going to draw? And that should be based on how many clips we have in there and how long the clips are, plus some extra. So let's start by like adding something. Let's say self.length, or I don't know, duration. I kind of want to use length, because this is the length of the timeline, not necessarily the length of the clips. I'll call it length. And I'm going to make this in seconds, I think. So let's make it an hour long. So by default, we have an hour long timeline. And then we should have some scale factor. So how zoomed in are we to the timeline? So let's say self.zoom is, what should I use? What is the like zoom level? The zoom level should change how many pixels one frame takes. So if the zoom was 1, then every frame would be 1 pixel. Or something like this, I don't know. Let's start with just 1. Let's do 1.0. I guess this should be 3600.0. And we already have the playhead. So based on this, we should already be able to draw something. So let's create a method here called render. And I guess we also give it an x, which is an int, and y, which is an int, and width, which is an int, and height, which is an int. And we also need self in here. And I think we need to start scissor mode again. So let's do begin scissor mode, and it's going to be from x, y, width, and height. And then we're going to end scissor mode, so that we are not going to draw anywhere else. And also we are going to need the scroll. So let's also do self.scroll is 0. So this is now going to be horizontal scroll, which we might want to have the vertical scroll as well. So let's call this scroll x. And I'm just going to implement scroll x for now. But we might want to have scroll y if we have like too many tracks. But what are we going to do here? I think what we want to do is we want to loop through each of the pixels in the visible timeline, and then based on the zoom factor, we have to determine what frame or what time, ultimately what frame, should be displayed at that point. Something like that. So let's say for I, let's call it I, whatever. For I in range width, we're going to draw something. Let's also keep track of the time. So time is going to be 0.0, and then for every iteration we are going to say time plus equals, I don't know how much, so let's do 1 divided by zoom. So we move in time. If the zoom is greater, we need to move less in time. So this is going to work. So this is self.zoom, but now it's going to be 1, so it's going to move 1 second. So now I'm changing the definition of zoom. So with every frame, the time moves 1 second. So let's make the zoom like 0.1. And I think we want to draw some sort of lines, like every minute at least. So let's say that the minute is going to be time divided by 60. And if the minute changes from the previous minute, then we should draw a line. Does that make sense? Let's do previous minute is none. So if minute is not previous minute, then previous minute is minute. And we are going to draw a line. Draw line. And we start from x plus I, and we start from y, so from the top of the timeline. And end pos x is also x plus I, and end pos y is going to be like y plus minute line height. Let's define it here. Minute line height is, I don't know, 20 pixels. And the color is going to be white. Okay. Now, if we are really zoomed together, I think I don't want to like draw every minute, but I don't know. Let's see what this does. So let's just run it, and we have to of course call the render function, otherwise nothing happens. So let's go in our main and let's call here after we render the clip bin. Let's do timeline dot render, and x is going to be 0, y is going to be, let's do an integer from screen height times, let's do something like this. Let's say that this is like 2/3 of the way down. And let's actually make the clip bin larger. So let's make the clip bin, well, it can be screen width divided by 2, but the height is going to be screen height times 2/3. And then the width is going to be just screen width is the full height, or full width, and then height is going to be the integer of screen height times 1/3. Let's see what happens. I kind of want to have a background there too, but let's see what happens now. Look at this. We have a timeline. That's pretty cool. And let's make it so that we can zoom in on the timeline. So let's go to our render and let's say if we have to do this if again, which is this, but I think there's an easier way to do this. We might be able to say something like, is there some collision test? Check collision. We should have point rec or point. Is there a vector? Check collision point rec. So this one will take the point, which is a vector, so we can use the get mouse position. I believe this one will return a vector, and then we need to make the rectangle, which is going to be the rectangle of this area. So we just put x, y, and width and height. So isn't that gonna work? If we now, oops, invalid syntax. I forgot this if here. Let's just run it again. And if we slap all these in here, then the scrolling still works. Okay, we can do it like that. That's good. So we can do the same thing in here. We can say if check collision point rec, get mouse position, and rectangle, it's the exact same thing. So if we are over the timeline, then the scroll amount is going to be get wheel move times get frame time times something. Let's do 10. And actually this should be called zoom amount. And then we can just say zoom plus equals zoom amount. And if zoom is less than, I don't know, 0.01, then zoom is 0.01. And of course this is going to be self.zoom. Okay, so now if we run it, and we put the mouse over here, and we scroll, then it is going to zoom. That's pretty cool. Now we kind of have to zoom it in a specific location, because right now it just kind of zooms in the middle or something like that. But I want to be able to point to one of these lines, and then if I zoom, it should go to that line, but now it doesn't go there. So how can we even do that? We can save the old zoom, which is self.zoom. We can save, well, we don't have to save the scroll position because it doesn't change, I guess. And I'm not sure if we even have to save the old zoom because we can just calculate it. But basically, we need to check what time our mouse is pointing at before we zoom. And how do we do that? So mouse time is going to be get mouse position x. Can we just do that? Get mouse x. And we have to take this thing, we have to subtract from it the x, which is 0 right now, but just in case we want to move it somewhere else. So this is how much the mouse has been offset from the beginning of the timeline in pixels. And if we then just times it by this thing, right, we can do times that, then that is the mouse time. Can we print mouse time? Is that correct? So if we hover here, it's going to say mouse time is that. So here it's 60 seconds. Yeah, because that's a minute, right? Okay, that's good. So we can do that. And we can then say, after we have zoomed in, that the new mouse time is that. So then we just say self.scroll x plus equals, or in fact minus equals, the new mouse time minus mouse time. Right, so then scroll is going to be in seconds. Does it make sense? I think it makes sense. And it starts at 0, and then the time is going to be time plus self.scroll x. And if self.scroll x is less than 0, no, if it's greater than 0, then self.scroll x is 0, because we cannot scroll past the beginning. Does it make sense? Let's see if it makes sense. If you run it, and I'm going to point to this thing over here, and I zoom, this is 1022 here. If I zoom in, it's not 1022 anymore. Okay, it didn't work. Let's print new scroll is going to be self.scroll x. And let's run it. Oops. Scroll x. Start again. And we zoom in here. It's always 0. Oh, now it's negative. Okay. Hey, now it's working. Look at this. Is it working? This is 600. No, it's not working. Why is it not working? Because we don't change the scroll, we recalculate it. But how do we recalculate it? The mouse time needs to stay the same. So if we set the scroll x to the original mouse time, then technically it should then start from that time. Let's see if that is correct. So if I say that here we have now 6140 and I zoom in, then is 6140 here? It is not. New scroll is 0. Wait a minute. If I scroll in here, it's 2579. New scroll is 0 again. Yeah, because this has to be negative. So I kind of want to make it the other way. If it is less than 0, then it's 0. And time is going to be 0 plus scroll x. Right. So now, if we run it again, if I can work this thing, then now it's already moving. What? It is moving right away. Not only when we scroll, right? Because I have to say, well, I have to say, if zoom amount is not 0, then we do this thing. Let's try it again. So now, if I am here at 7480 and I zoom in, then it did not work. Why did it not work? If I zoom in at 2909, then what is the new scroll? 2909. So it said it correctly. But why is 2909 not over there? Here, it is 0. Do I calculate this properly? I don't calculate it properly. So mouse time is going to be the self scroll x plus this thing. So we have to do this here. But we might not need the new mouse time. So now, if I zoom in at 6980, pop, then 6980 should be in the beginning. That's correct. But we need to make it so that it's in the same position. So how much do we scroll more? Or actually less. So now we're scrolling too much. We have to do minus this much. Right. So we move the timestamp that we were pointing at to the beginning of the timeline, and then we calculate how many seconds are there from the beginning of the timeline to the current mouse position, and we subtract that from the scroll, so it should scroll back there. Right. So we don't need the new mouse time anymore. So now, if I'm here and it's 7340 and I zoom in, I'm still at 7340. Let's try again. 7317, boop, 7317. It's working. Look at this. I can zoom into this thing. It works. What if I zoom into this thing? 7559. It still works. Look at this thing. I implemented zooming on a timeline. Okay, that's pretty cool. Nice. And hopefully you could actually see something if you're watching this on a phone or something, because these lines are pretty small. Anyway, let's show a line that shows the current position that we are pointing at, and also the current position of the playhead. So we draw all these things, and we probably should draw like every second or something, I don't know. Let's do something like last line x is none, or let's do last line x is minus 100 or something. And then if last line x is less than x plus I minus 1, then we are going to draw it. So this means that we are not going to make it all white, but we still make it all white. Oh, because we have to save the last line x, we say last line x is going to be I plus x plus I. So now if we zoom out, then it's not going to zoom any more than this. And then we can also say something like this. We can say that the second is time divided by 60 divided by 60. And we have to do this like that. And let's define second line height. I'm not actually sure what kind of lines normally timelines have. I'm guessing seconds and minutes. So second line height is going to be less. So this is going to be like 5. And we need to define prev second. Prev second is none. So now if you run it, it's going to look like this. But if we zoom in, we don't see any second lines for some reason. And that's because I'm an idiot. We are counting seconds. So it's just the integer of the time. Okay. So now if we zoom in, then, okay, that's a bit stupid. Yeah. So I want to actually, what should I do? Because now the second is going like, it's overpowering the minute. Maybe I just put them the other way. So now, if I do this again, then we should see, or not. Yeah, do we need to have this last line x for each of them separately? So let's call this last minute x, and this is going to be last second x. And let's do last second x. So now we can always see the minutes. Okay, that's pretty cool. But it looks kind of stupid. So I'm going to do this. Let's say that this is min gap. And let's say that the min gap is going to be 3 pixels. So now it's going to look like this, which still is kind of terrible. But now if I zoom in, yeah, it's not good. Let's put even 10. Oh my god. Yeah, it's still not that amazing. But at least it's a little bit better. But that's not quite what I want. Let's just put it to 2. And yeah, I shouldn't draw the seconds until we're at like this zoom level. And I kind of want to have like a 5-second thing as well. Let's add another one. 5-second line height. And we can have variables starting with 5. So let's do second 5 line height. And this is going to be 10. Let's do like that. And let's add another one here. So this is going to be second 5. Bad name, but whatever. So we have second 5 and we have second 5 here. So now every 5 seconds we have a little bit of a longer line, or not, because this should be the time modulo 5, right? So now it is going to not work at all, because this is not how modulo works. How do I do this? So every 5 seconds I have to do a time divided by 5. It's just that. Time divided by 5. So now every 5 seconds we have a little bit longer of a thing, and then for each second we have a tiny thing. Okay, that looks pretty good. But when I zoom, it kind of looks nasty. So we probably should only show the lines once we can draw all the lines in there. Okay. And I'll make them a little bit bigger. So let's make the minute 25, and the second 5 is going to be 15, and the second I think it can still be 5. So now it will look like this, which is pretty cool. But like I said, I want to only draw the lines when we can draw all of the lines. So I guess we can just do something like if self.zoom is greater than, what should this be? Can I like calculate it, or should I just guess? So zoom is basically pixels per second, or seconds per pixel. It's seconds per pixel, I think. So when it is greater than 11 seconds per pixel, or greater than 10. No, sorry. This would be 10 pixels, damn it. When it is more than 1 divided by 10. What am I trying to do here? I don't fucking know.
Let's just see. That's my intuition. It's something like that. And this would be more than 1 then. And does that make any sense? So now we only have these minute lines, and now we have the 5-second lines, and yeah, so it wasn't quite correct. So can we print the zoom? Let's do new zoom is self.zoom. What is the zoom? If I now zoom, it's still printing the position of the mouse or this thing. Let's remove that. And now if I zoom, it's 0.2, 0.6, and I really want to just show it at, 1. So let's just use that. When zoom is more than 1, then we are going to show the 5-second thing, and I guess this thing is then when it's more than 5. Does that make sense? So now we show these, and then when we get to 5, which is over here, then we show it. That kind of makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. So, yeah. But I think it's a bit too much. Let's do 0.5, and let's make this 4. I guess guessing is the better way to go here. So now that looks fine. Then we zoom in here. That is too early. Let's put 0.7, and then we zoom. Yeah, but now I want to change the gap. Let's put it at 4 pixels. So now it is going to look like this, which is terrible. So let's put 3 pixels, and let's zoom in, and it's still horrible. So I'm going to go back to 1 now, and maybe 5 here. Well, let's try the 4. So now if I zoom in, it is going to look like that, and then it is going to look like this. I think it's fine. That's enough messing around with this timeline. Let's draw where we are currently pointing at and where the playhead is. We want to draw a line which will be from the x position of self.playhead, which is in seconds, times self.zoom. Is that correct? So self.zoom is now, what is it now? I'm gonna save it now. It's seconds per pixel. I think it is seconds per pixel. Okay, and then start pos y is going to be y, and end pos x is going to be the same thing, but we have to make this an integer. And end pos y is y plus height, so it's the whole height of the thing. And the color, I don't know what it should be. Let's just make it white. So this is the playhead line, and then we are going to draw the mouse time line. So we draw a line, and the start position x is going to be just get mouse x, and y is going to be the y of the timeline, and the end position x is going to be get mouse x again, and the end position y is going to be y plus height, and the color is white again. So if we do this, then we should get a line where we are pointing. That's pretty cool. And of course, we don't really see the other line because we are at 0. But what if we put the playhead to like 3 seconds? Then now we still don't see it. Why don't we see it? Because I didn't change this thing. Let's try again. But still we don't see it. Because 3 seconds is too little. Let's put 60 seconds. So now we see it over there at the first second line. And it actually moves when we zoom. And is it at the 60 second? It's not quite... why does it keep moving? It's not correct. Do I need to do 1 over self zoom? 1 over self zoom. That's not correct. That's definitely not the right place. So why didn't it work? Oh, because of the scrolling. We changed the scroll when we zoom. So this has to be 60 seconds minus self dot scroll x, which is seconds. Is that correct? Is it minus or plus? Let's see. Now it is there, which is not correct. Because these lines are minutes, right? Yeah, that's not correct.
And of course we have to put this in parentheses like this and that. And then now it's at the minute, okay? And then the thing is we can't we can't scroll back to it now because it is so early in the timeline. We have to fix this because we literally cannot. If I go over there and I zoom, then maybe it works. Yeah, now it works. And it's at the minute line all the time. But if I zoom here, I can't go there anymore, which I guess means we have to have a manual scroll bar. I guess that's all it means. But yeah, it works. If I zoom over here, then I can in fact zoom and this stays at the 1 minute mark, which is great. Okay, so let's replace 60 with self.playhead. Okay, what else do we need? I think we should show the current timestamp we are pointing at somewhere, and probably also the time where we are playing at. And in Kdenlive, it's somewhere around here. So I'm gonna put it there. And by the way, we shouldn't move the place when we are outside of the timeline. So we always draw the playhead line, but the mouse timeline is going to be drawn in here, like that. So now, if we are here, nothing happens, but if we go here, then we see this thing here. Great. And I think I want to show the timestamp. If my mouse is here, I will show the timestamp where the playhead is. And if I move the mouse over, then I will show the timestamp I'm pointing at. I think that makes sense. So, we need a function to convert a second's timestamp into like a real timestamp. So let's do that. Let's define it somewhere. Let's say, let's just call it timestamp. And we give it the seconds, which is a float. And we probably want to give it an FPS as well, because the timestamp usually is shown in like hours, minutes, seconds, and then frames. So let's have this as an int. And maybe it can be none. Maybe we have some points where we don't want to care about the FPS. So let's just default it to none. And this will return a string. So we have to say that the hours, and let's actually call this like time secs. And the hours is going to be time secs divided by 3600. And then we have to say time secs minus equals hours times 3600. Okay, then minutes is going to be time secs divided by 60, and time secs minus equals minutes times 60. And seconds is going to be time secs divided by, well, it's just time secs. It's just the integer of this thing. And then time secs minus equals seconds, just seconds. And then we have some fraction here. And we can say, if we have FPS, then let's say that the frames is going to be time secs times FPS. And let's make this an integer, like that. And else, if we don't have the FPS, then, I don't know, let's say frames is, or I shouldn't call it frames then. Let's just call it like a fraction. And the fraction is like the integer of time secs times 100. So it's like milliseconds. And then we just return an f string with hours and minutes and seconds and dot fraction. But I need to do like padding here, but I do not remember how to do it. You can do it somehow in the f string, I think, like something, put 0, I don't know. So let's ask Google. Python left pad f string. Let's see. Okay, here is the way to do it. So we just do the number and then colon 03. Okay, but we want to do 02 and minutes 02 and seconds 02 and fraction is going to be 03. Or is it? I think it should be. Yeah. So now we can get the timestamp. So we can print the timestamp somewhere. When we render the timeline, we are going to here, if we are hovering over it with the mouse, we are going to draw mouse time, and else we are going to draw playhead time. So the stamp is going to be time stamp from the mouse time, which we need to, well, we don't have to get it separately. It's going to stay the same, so we can just use this mouse time. And we are going to draw text, which is the stamp. And we are going to draw it in the X position of the timeline plus the width of the timeline minus something, I don't know, like 100. And Y position is the Y position of the timeline minus, I don't know, 20. And font size is like 16. And color is white. Not sure if I want to put it outside of the timeline. Where should I put it? I don't know. Let's just slap it there right now. Or maybe it should be in the bottom of the screen. Anyway, we put the stamp there. But in this case, we are going to say self.playhead. And yeah, we should have the FPS. Okay, let's not care about the FPS right now. Let's see how this works. Okay, we have the timestamp there, which is very small. And is that even correct? I don't feel like it's correct. Let's make it a little bit bigger. Let's put minus 200 here, and let's put 25, and this should be like 30. And now it is 0.0. What? Wait a minute. What did I do? Timestamp, hours, 02, fraction 03. Isn't that exactly what I'm supposed to do? What? Yeah, that is not correct. Is it because these are not integers? Do I need to actually make it an int? Does that change it? Let's do that. Int. But this is already an int. And that's an int. So now if I run it. Okay, now it works. So it just has to be an integer. Okay. And the funny thing is that I don't have to actually specify a length for the timeline, because we can just zoom basically infinitely. Yeah, but now it works. But this is now 15 hours. Yes, something. Yeah, maybe we should have the length of the timeline, and then we should limit that we cannot scroll any further. Because right now we're like at 50 hours already. And I think I have to change the font, because this font doesn't really look that nice. And if I move out of here, it's at 0. Okay. So let's move it a little bit. So let's do 180. Maybe that is then going to be at the right position. Not quite. I still want it to be closer. Let's do 60. And a little bit more. It's annoying because it's not the same length every time. Okay, let's actually move this a little bit higher. Okay, and let's also do 55 here. So now it looks pretty good. Okay. So let's make it scrollable like horizontally. Let's say if we are pressing Control and then we scroll, then it's going to scroll the other way. Actually, it should be the other way. So we should zoom with Control and scroll. And the other scroll should just scroll horizontally. Or should it? Not quite sure what was the best, most intuitive thing. I think I want to zoom in like this, and then I want to scroll with the Control. Let's do like that. So we render it. If we are hovering over the thing, and if we are zooming, so I guess I will call this actually scroll amount. And we can probably move this times 10 in here, because we are going to have a different factor for the scrolling. Then if is key down, keyboard key, key control, left control. Then we're going to say self dot scroll x is going to plus equal scroll amount times, I don't know how much. Let's put the same 10, but I think I have to change it. Otherwise we're going to do this. And then we can say here, new scroll is self.scroll. And we have to say if self.scroll x is less than 0, then self.scroll x is 0. So now, So now, if I zoom over here, it's zooming, but then if I press Control and I scroll, it crashes, because this should be scroll X. Let's try again. So I zoom, now I'm actually scrolling, but nothing's happening. If I zoom in here and then I scroll, I think something is happening, but is it scrolling exact? Oh, it's very slow. Okay, it's scrolling very slow. So let's say that this is 100. So now, by the way, if I scroll here, something is moving. It's just a bit weird. So if I zoom in like this, then I can scroll, then now I can scroll. That's pretty cool. And it's definitely scrolling. Not sure if that is fast enough. Maybe it can be even 200. Let's try one more time. So I zoom in and then I scroll. Yeah, I guess it's fine. And I kind of feel like it should be the other way. So if we hit Control, then we zoom in. I'm not quite sure how it is in Kdenlive. Let's see. So now if I scroll, it just scrolls. Then if I hit Control, then it zooms in. I think that's better. I think that is in fact better. So then I can just scroll around and I can zoom in. That's pretty good. I am going to put 150 as this thing. And I think I will make the zoom also a little bit faster. Okay, we can now zoom in. We can scroll. And is it scrolling the wrong way? I think it's scrolling the wrong way because it's going that way if I scroll down. I think that's wrong. So I have to say minus equals. So now if I scroll, if I zoom in and I scroll down the wheel, it goes further. I think that makes sense. Okay, and now if I hit Control and I scroll back, then now I should be able to like zoom over here and I can even scroll up there to the beginning. So now I can move anywhere I want, which is pretty cool. So now we need to make it so that we can drag a file from the clip bin and put it on the timeline. But first I will take a short break. Okay, let's do this. So we have this clip bin now here and it has a list of clips and we render all of them here as these rectangles. And we need to detect when we are dragging one of the clips. Now we have this clip object, but I feel like we shouldn't attach any dragging to this thing because this is not really like an UI object. This is just, you know, the clip that has the like file associated with it. So should we have some sort of thing like a clip bin item? And in the render, we could just do something like for clip in self clips, we should do a clip, let's just call it an item. And this would be a clip bin item. And perhaps we give it the clip. And then we would say item.render. And we need to give it the X and the pos Y and I guess the width and the item height. And maybe we can even save them. Well, what is the width? The width is literally set here as the clip bin width. And then the item height is just here hard-coded. So I'm wondering if we should pass them into the constructor here or just to this render function. Let's just put it in the render function right now. And we are going to take all this stuff from here and move it into this render function. So clip bin item should have an init where we give it the clip and we just say self.clip is clip. And then we should have a render function that does all this stuff. So it has to get the X, is to self, X int, pos Y int, width int, and item height int. Now, do we use the item height here? We do, but I feel like this should be defined in the actual thing. Maybe. Well, at least these two should be there. So let's copy these and let's just define them here. So now this should work just the same way. If we run it and we drag some file in here, it is here. And if we drag another file, it is also here. And we can resize and it still works just fine. So now what we have to do is we have to detect, and what is this? Self. This is self. How did it still work? Can I just call the self whatever? I guess I can. Okay, so here we should make the rectangle of the item. Let's say that the rec is going to be a rectangle and we give it all these things. So X, Y, width and height. So these. And then we can use draw rectangle rec. Like that. So then we can detect from this rectangle when we are hovering over this thing. So if get mouse position. Actually, we have to say if check collision point rec. So if the mouse position collides with the rec, then we are hovering. And we could even change the color. So let's say this is BG color. Let's say BG color is that. And if we are hovering, then BG color is going to be something else. Let's put like 90 here. And then we can say if is mouse button down or pressed. I think down, because when we press it down, we should detect that. And we need to give it the button. So is there a mouse button? Mouse button left. We press the left button. Then we should say that self dragging is true. And we should also check if not is mouse button down. So maybe we can move this into its own thing. Mouse down. So let's say mouse down is that. So if it is not down in whatever case, then self-dragging is false. We're not dragging anymore if the mouse is not down. And let's define here self.dragging is false. And let's say self.drag x is 0. I guess it's 0. Self-drag y is 0. So these are the offsets from its actual position. How much should we move based on where the mouse is now when it's dragging? So if self-dragging, we are going to say that self.drag x equals, we should save when we started to drag. So we should say if the mouse is down and not dragging, self-dragging, then dragging is true, and we should say self.drag start x is going to be, can you just say drag start is going to be get mouse position. Maybe we can even move this into mouse pos. So mouse pos is that, and we save when we started to move the mouse. So then if we are dragging, then the drag x is going to be drag start, self drag start x minus mouse pos x, and drag start or drag y is going to be drag start y minus mouse pos y. Okay, so we need to have self.drag start, and it's none by default. And then we have to move. Well, first of all, if we're not dragging, then self.drag x is 0 and self.drag y is 0. And then when we draw the actual thing, we need to change the rec. Okay, so we need to calculate the rec again down here, and it is going to be x plus self-drag x and pos y plus self.drag y. So we offset the rectangle by the amount that we have dragged from this point where it started to drag. And then we just draw the thing here. We get the thumbnail. We draw the texture as from x plus padding pos y plus padding. So we have to offset this as well with the drag x, and we have to also use drag y. And the same thing with the text. So this is drag y, and x needs to be drag x. So now, if we run it again and we slap something in here, and first of all we hover, we have a hover effect. So now if we press down, it crashes. Because again, we need an integer. So over here, this needs to be an integer. So let's call this x with pad. So x with pad is that, and this needs to be an integer. And this one is going to be y with pad. And this y with pad is an integer of this thing. Oops. And image width, and let's make this an integer as well, like that. Is that enough? If we now put this in here and we press it and we move it, nothing happens. Great. Let's do something. When we start to drag, let's print started drag at. And let's put the mouse pause in here. And if we now put this here and we start drag. Okay, we started the drag many times. Okay, maybe that's the issue. If mouse down at not self-dragging, then we start it. If not mouse down, dragging is false. But how come we print this many times? Dragging is false. That's very interesting. Does this thing stay true when we hold it down? Wait a minute, that doesn't make any sense. We put this thing here. If I just click it, we started drag many times. And if I hold it, it keeps starting drag. Okay, that is the issue here. But why? Because we set the dragging to true. So if I remove this thing, and again I put this thing here, and then I click, it's still dragging. What? If mouse down and not self-dragging, then self-dragging is true. So it shouldn't happen again. Why is it we create the clip bin item every time. Okay, so let's do it like this. For item in self clips, should we just do like that? So this is going to be clip bin item. And when we initialize the clip bin, where do we actually add the thing? We do clip bin clips append, and we do here clip bin item, like that. So we only create the items once. So now if we run it and we drop this in here, and I start to drag, it works, but it goes the opposite way. Okay, so let's go back, and I will just move these around. So it's mouse position Y minus this, sorry, X, and then Y, like that. And if we run it now, and we slap this in here, we start to drag, we can drag it. But, okay, we're now in scissor mode again, so we can't draw outside of this thing. Okay. So should we say, if we are dragging, we are going to stop scissor mode or end scissor mode, but then we have to start the scissor mode again. So where do we start it? And if we start the scissor mode, we need to know the X width and height, which we don't get here. So what if we begin the scissor mode every time? I'm not sure if that's a slow operation. I don't think it is. Can I then end it here? And what if I end it twice? Does it matter if I end it twice? So if I just say here that we end it before we start drawing anything, if we are dragging. Let's see if it works. If we put this in here, we start to drag, then we can actually move it. But now the Z index is wrong. So we need to draw the lines first. Okay, let's do this. Let's draw the white lines first, and then we need to render the project clip bin after the timeline. So now, if we put this in here, it goes over the line now, which is a bit annoying, but we can now move it around. That's pretty cool. So let's fix this issue that it's over the line. So what we're gonna do is we are going to just subtract 1 from the width. Or should we subtract 2 and do x plus 1? So now, if we run it and we put it here, it still doesn't work. Because we calculated here again. How about we just, when we render the clip bin, let's draw this one a little bit bigger. So width is width plus 1 and height is height plus 1. So now it looks like this. And if we slap this in here, we still have the line there. And it works just fine. That's good. And we can take one and we can, okay, it grabs all of them. That's kind of funny. Okay, so we have to check if any of them are dragging, we can't drag anymore. So how do we do that? Can we just have a global variable that is dragging? I'll just solve it that way right now. So I will just set here dragging is false. And then we need to say here global dragging, and if mouse down and not self-dragging and not dragging, then we have to do this, and we have to say dragging is true as well. That's a little bit of a stupid solution. And here also dragging is false. And let's try now. If we take a bunch of files, we slap them in here, and then we take one, then okay, it works, but this should be the topmost item now. That's kind of annoying. Yeah. Interesting. Can we do something like this? When we loop through all the clips, so these are the items, clip bin items, we do something like render order is a list, and if item dot dragging, we are going to do render order dot prepend. There's no prepend. I think it's what is it? It's pop, remove and return item. That's not it. It is going to be shift. What is it called? I forgot. Pop, append, copy, count, extend, insert. So if we put insert 0 and we put item, then it's going to go in the beginning, which is the exact opposite. So we have to do it this way. If item is dragging, then we do render order dot append item. Otherwise we insert it. And then we loop through them again. But it doesn't quite work because we have to change it post y every time. So technically we could do it. We could then do for item in render order, and then we do this stuff. But it will now change the position or the ordering of the items. I guess it will remove the item that we are dragging. So if I take this thing, whoop, what? Wait a minute. It put the same thing many times. Why did that happen? Let's try again. Let's take a bunch of files, put them here. Yeah, what's going on here? I have no idea what's happening here. Wait a minute. Let's go back. Let's go back to the original. So, if we are back to the original and we run it, and I put in a bunch of clips. Oh, we still have this issue. Okay. Since when did we have this issue? I didn't realize it before. So let me go back to this thing. And I'm probably using some, clip dot something again. So if we go to the render here, we have padding, font size, we have the rectangle, item height. Again, we use this clip dot file path, clip get thumbnail. Okay, so this should be self. And if we now run it, and then we slap all these files in here, then we crash. Because the get thumbnail is in fact self.clip get thumbnail and self.clip file path. So now, if we put them here, now we have different files. And if you now take this one out, it works, but it moves it to the bottom and then starts dragging it. So that's not really what we want. But at least it's on the top. But yeah, that is very annoying. So what we need to do is add to the pos y in here, and then we can say item.pos y is pos y. So we change the position here, and then render doesn't take the pos y, it takes just the x and the width and the item height. And I guess we don't even have to pass in the x, and probably not even the width, just the height. Do we even need the height? I guess we don't, we just render the thing. So then we can get rid of this thing. We still keep the margin here. Let's call this item.height. And when we initialize these clip bin items, then we are going to set self pos y to pos y. So we actually start it here. Let's just call it y. Let's say x is an int and y is an int. And we say pos y and pos x, or just x. So I guess we can just call it y, not pos y. Okay, we have x and we have y. And render doesn't take anything. And the width, does the clip have a width? What has a width? Yeah, we do have to pass in the width. Width like this. I'm still not sure if this is the right approach here. Anyway, this is self.x, self.y, and self.height. And we just set self.height to 100. And then do we have pos y somewhere else? Down here. So this is just going to be self.y, and item height is self.height, and x is self.x, like this. And now when we render, we just say y is going to be pos y. So we save it to the object in this first loop. So we save what is the position of each of them, and then we, put the dragging ones to the end, that should be just one, and then the other ones we put them to the top, and then we just render all of them. So now, if I take a bunch of things from here, we are missing x and y, so we have to take them from the clip bin. Can we just say something like clip bin add clip, and we give it the clip? So then, when we have the clip bin, when we call add clip, and we take the clip, which is a clip, we are going to do self.clips append clip bin item, and we give it the clip, and we say self.x and self.y. So we don't even pass it in here, we pass them in the constructor. So we say self.x is x, self.y is y. And then this is again self.y, and this is self.x, and this is self.y. And here also self.x, self.y. And this one also self.y, and self.x, and self.y. Is there anything else? I think that's all. So now, when we create the clip bin, we have to set x and y, and we put 0, 0 in here at the moment. And do we call the render of the clip bin? Yes, so we don't pass in x and y here. We only pass in the width and height. So now we can get those. Did we already set those? So now in the clip bin, when we add a clip, we use self-x and self-y, and we pass them into this thing. So now I believe that it should work. Let's see if it works. We are going to drag some stuff over here, and it crashes. Width is required. Render. Okay, so I still want to pass in the width and the height here. Oh, not the height, just the width, because the item has a particular height. So now if we put these in here, they are loaded, and I take this one and I drag it, and it works. Look at this. And if I let go, it goes back. If I take this one, it works. This one works. That one works. They all work. Amazing. So now we need to be able to put them in the timeline in a particular position. So let's try to do that. So let's do this. When the mouse is not down anymore and we stop dragging, we should actually check if self.dragging, then we stop. And then we have to do something with the thing that we're dragging. So if we are over the timeline, then we should put the clip into the timeline in the position that we are hovering over. So we need some knowledge of the timeline here. Now technically we can just use it as a global variable, I guess, but not my favorite idea. I guess we have to do it like that, at least right now. So I think we will have timeline here. And can we just call something like add clip? And this would add it to the current position. So we just give it the clip, and we have self.clip here. Right. So in our class of timeline, we need to define add clip, and this takes the clip. So we need to get the position that we are hovering over. How can we get that? It is the mouse time. So can we make this a function? Maybe we can. So if we call this self get mouse time, and then we can define it here, get mouse time, and it will just return this thing. And we need the x. So I guess we have to pass in here also like the x and the y. And then we can say self.x is x and self.y is y. And this is self.x. And down here we render only with the width and height, which again maybe these don't even make sense. But let's put here. Now, yeah, this doesn't really make sense. So, because we need to actively change the position of the timeline when we resize the window. So we can't really do that. But I guess we can use self-x here. We just have to do it in the render as well. So let's say self.x is x, self.y is y. So we just update that when we render it. And do we even have to pass it in here? What if we just set it to 0? Just put 0 in here, and then we can get the mouse time from this. So we can say mouse time is get mouse time. And this, of course, is self get mouse time. And we can say self.clips append. And this is a timeline clip now. So let's make a timeline clip. And it takes the clip, which is the clip we passed in, and start time, which is going to be mouse time. And end time is nothing. It's going to be, well, how did we do that? Let's go to timeline clip. End time is self resource duration. But that's actually not correct. We have to subtract from this the... No. That's correct. Because, yeah, we just put the clip starting at mouse time and it will end whenever it ends. Right. That's good. So let's just print here something like added clip at mouse time. So if we do this and we open a bunch of things here and we slap this in 3550. So it went to 2150. So I guess that is correct. If we take another one and we put it over here, then we added that. But now we have to, of course, like draw the clips on the timeline. So let's do that. When we render the timeline, now here is where it gets a little bit tricky. We loop through each pixel on the timeline. We draw these lines, but then we need to draw the clips. So we have to say that the clips are self get clips at, and we give it the time. And then for clip in clips, we loop through all the clips that are playing at this time, and we should draw a 1 pixel slice of that clip. So right now, let's just draw it in a single color. So I guess since it's 1 pixel, we can draw a line. Let's do draw line, and it starts at x plus I, just like the other lines here. But the y is going to be something like y plus, I don't know, 40. And end position is going to be y plus 40 plus what is the height, like the track height. We don't have tracks right now, but let's say track height. And let's say that the track height is going to be 70 pixels. And we also need end position y, which I thought that was, wait a minute. We have x, start position x, start position y, end position x. So this is x plus I, it's still the same, but then y is going to be this thing. And color is going to be, I don't know, let's make it blue, like that. Let's see if that does anything. If I open this, I take a bunch of files here, I take this thing, and I want it to start from here, and I let go, it worked. Look at that, it's there. And I can zoom in, and there it is. If I take another one, I want it to start from here, boop. Well, we don't have tracks, so we can't see it. What if I want this to start from this thing? Aha, it doesn't work. Interesting, that worked. But why doesn't this thing work? That worked too. So what went wrong in the beginning? And by the way, this is a very slow scroll, but we can zoom out. Oh, the zooming is very fast. Okay, but scrolling is very slow. Okay, we're getting close. So we are going to make the zooming slower and scrolling like a lot faster, like 500. So now I slap this in here and I take this, put it there. Oh, maybe the videos were too short. I think that's the problem. That's why we didn't see anything, because some of these are like just a few seconds. Okay, so that works. And I can zoom in. Maybe still a bit too fast to zoom. How about the scrolling? It's super slow to scroll. This is crazy. Okay, I will take some larger files from here. And let's make the scroll even like 2000. And scroll amount like 3. So now, if we slap these things in here, and I want this to start from here, it works. I want this to start from here. I mean, I always forget that we don't have tracks now, but that's fine. If I put this here, it didn't work. That's so weird. Wait a minute. Why doesn't it work? What if I take the first one, put it here? Ooh, something is wrong here. I'm not quite sure what. Okay, the scrolling is pretty good. I mean the zooming, but then scrolling, yeah, the scrolling should still be faster. Okay, I'm going to make the zooming maybe even just 1, and scrolling should be 4,000. But something is wrong now, because we don't draw all of them. Can I say over here that this is a timestamp? So we can actually see what is the timestamp we put it in. So we open these things in here, we drag this one, let's put that in here. Boop, aha. So we can't just put it there. That's the problem. It's not gonna draw it. Ooh, interesting. Is it just that it has to be in a particular location for it to work? Or what is that? What's the problem here? If I zoom in and I slap it here, yeah, that's interesting. Why does it not work? How does this get clips at work? We loop through the clips. If the clip end time is greater than time and start time is less than time. I think here is the problem, because when we create it, we set the end time to the duration, but it should be the start time plus the duration, because this is the start time in the timeline and the end time in the timeline. That's the problem. So now if we slap these in here and we take this and put it there, it works. If we put this in here, it works. If we put this over there, it works. And we can scroll, and we can zoom in and out. Where did they go now? Where did my things go? I cannot find them anymore. Yeah, the scroll needs to be a lot faster. And maybe we need to make it change with the zoom, because this is scrolling the time. But yeah, it is now working pretty nicely. So if I put this in here and I scroll, it's a little bit slow. If I zoom in and then I scroll, I mean, it's not horrible. And I zoom out. Yeah, something happens when I zoom out too much. Where did everything go? Yeah, we're now at 3 hours. And then it's very slow. Okay, there it is finally. Yeah, the scrolling should be faster when we have zoomed out a lot. Right. Okay. So scrolling. How does the zoom work? Let's try again. If we zoom in, the number gets bigger. If we zoom out, it gets smaller. Okay. So we have to divide this by self.zoom. So now, if we put some file in here and we scroll, it moves this way. If we scroll back, it moves still fast. If we zoom all the way in, then it moves a bit slower. Okay, that's pretty good. Okay, I am quite happy with that, kind of. But something is... okay. I thought something weird's going on here, but actually we just scroll to the beginning of the thing. Okay, and we can add these things in the timeline wherever we want, and it works. Okay, before we go any further with the timeline, let's try to play what is on the timeline, because technically we should have that ability already. Actually, if we just slap this thing in the beginning and we play, shouldn't it work? Technically, it's not working. Is it in the beginning? It is. Let's take a look. So first of all, I want to be able to like skip to a specific location in the timeline. So if we are hovering over it, and if is mouse button pressed, mouse button left. If we press on the left button on the timeline, then self.playhead should be mouse time. Right. So now, if we click here, the playhead goes there. If we click here, the playhead goes there. So now we can move around with the playhead. But then, we should be able to play. So where is our key space? Let's print here playing and here stopped. So does this actually work? If I click over here and I hit space, it's playing, but nothing's moving. Stopped playing, stopped playing. Okay. Why is it not moving? Because we move the playhead if we have a video and if we have a frame in the video buffer. But we don't have a video now because we get the current clips in the timeline and then we get the video from there. But there's nothing in there right now, which is a bit funny. So what we should do is we should move this outside here. But the reason it's here is that when we jump ahead with the keyboard shortcuts, or now when we click on the timeline, it will keep advancing the playhead while it's still trying to buffer the next frames. So that's why this is here. So maybe we could move this out and we could say something like move playhead is false. And if we have a video and we have a thing in the video buffer, then we're going to say move playhead is true. And if we don't have a video, then we still say move playhead is true. And then we move the playhead here if we are playing and move playhead is true. Let's see if that does anything. So now, even though we don't have anything there, if we hit play, it breaks because we are trying to move it with the video FPS. And do we even use this current frame number anymore? Where do we use this? We literally don't. We use it in the video buffer. Okay, but we can't do this last frame detection really here. We should detect it based on like the timeline. So let's leave this here commented out for now. And we need to use here like a project FPS because we should have some project-wide FPS. So let's define that here. Let's say, maybe we can even save it here. Put FPS like this. And then here we can take FPS as an int and we can say self.fps is FPS. And we can just put here 30. And then we can say project.fps. So let's try now. If we play it, we should start seeing the playhead moving here. But it's not moving for some reason. Let's print here play. Is it actually constantly playing now? It is playing, but why can't we see it moving here? That's a bit weird. Let's also print timeline playhead like this, and then if we now move it, it seems to work. But why don't we see it here? Or is it? Oh, this is a minute, of course. I just need to zoom in very close here. Okay, it is moving now. Okay, let's make the zoom not 0.4, or what did I call it? 0.1. Let's. What if I put it to 1? How much is that? Now it looks like this. Okay, I think that's fine, because that's like 24 minutes here. And if I now play it, then we can see that this thing starts to move there slowly. We can probably even make it 2. So then it's just 10 minutes here. Okay, that looks nice. So now if we play it, it is going to move a little bit faster. Okay, so it definitely works now. What if we put some files in here and we slap something in here and we click here? Now we should start playing from that position. It actually loaded our video here. The FPS is very slow for some reason. I'm not sure what it is doing there right now. But can I try to play this thing? It actually works. But there's no audio. So let's make the video a bit smaller. So I think we're using 1920. But we should use something else. We should calculate it based on something. So let's put it actually in the loop, I guess. Oh, but yeah, we have to like create it. Yeah, it doesn't really matter what the size is. We just made it full screen at first, but then we need to say here that we don't actually constrain it to the screen width. We constrain it to what? We don't even have to have this check. So we should update. let's just create a blank texture with whatever width and height. It doesn't matter because we're going to create a new one anyway. So we just do this here, which is kind of an unnecessary step. And then here we set the video canvas width to screen width divided by 2. So half the screen is going to be the video, and then the height, well, we have to maintain an aspect ratio. So damn it, how do I do this? Let's just set it like this, like it was. But then we are not going to constrain it to the screen width. Let's put something like video constrain width. And this is going to be an integer of the screen width divided by 2. So then we're going to constrain it to this thing. So now if we run it and we take some files from here, we put this thing in here, and we move this thing in here, then it's this size. But then we want to move it over to this side. So let's try and do that. Let's say that when we draw the texture, it is not 0, 0. Y is still 0, but X is going to be int screen width divided by 2. Right. So now if we slap a video here and we move over there, then the video appears here. Look at this. We have a preview. But for some reason, the FPS goes very low at this point. What if we move this back here? It goes up. So rendering the video is now super slow for some reason. Why is that? Let's add some print statements again. So we don't have to have this thing, and we don't need this thing. I guess we don't need this either. Or this, or that, or this. But I want to see the audio frames and the video frames. So this actually, this video, and this is, no, this is video, that's audio. So I have the wrong print here. Anyway, I want to see like if it's like loading the videos or something. What is it doing? So now if I put this here and I move the playhead there, it is getting the video frames. Okay. And then it slowed down after it got the frames. Okay. How much am I buffering? Buff size. Now this is the audio buff size. Buffer around. What did I call it? I think I call it buff sex. Am I buffering too much here now? What if I just put 2 seconds here, and in the audio I put 2 seconds as well, just so we don't like go over like my memory usage. So now I slap these things in here, and I slap this thing in here, and I go here, and then it loads it there. It loads some stuff into memory, and now it's still 30 FPS. I think we were running out of memory. Let me actually check. Okay, so I have used 12.3 gigs and I have 15.3 gigs. And this application uses, VS Code already uses 2.1 gigs right now. Then if I open this thing and I move these files in here, now it's 2.3 gigs. Okay, not too bad. I put this here and I move this here, then it's going to go up to 2.6 gigs. Okay, so not too bad, but that's 2 seconds of buffer. So maybe 10 seconds is too much. But now, can we play this thing? If I play it, I don't have an audio chunk. But the video is playing, although at 28 FPS, which is not that amazing. Okay, pretty good. So where's our audio? No audio chunk 2335. Am I loading the audio? Audio build buffer. I am building it. What if I get rid of this thing and I slap some files in here, I put this here, I put that there. It is not building the audio buffer for some reason. Why is that? So ph is timeline, not playhead. That's fine. Buffer start is ph minus buff sex times project FPS divided by buff size. So that is the chunk that we're going to start from. Current chunk is the ph times project FPS divided by audio buff size. That's fine. Last chunk is ph plus buff sex times project FPS divided by buff size. That's fine. Wait a moment. we have a problem here. We are supposed to run audio build buffer and video build buffer like back to back or alternate between these and get just one frame. But since I added this get clips at and I added another for loop here, then this break is not gonna work. It's gonna break just from this thing, which means we're gonna build the whole video buffer first and then the whole audio buffer, not just one frame at a time. So why is there no break 2 in Python? Do I really have to put some flag like frame found and then here we set frame found and then here if frame is found then break? I guess we can just move this deletion of the extra frames up here. Well, not really, because we are still using the frame here. Okay, so let's just do this. Frame found is false. And here, frame found is true. And then here, if frame found, then break. And we can keep this print in here. And let's go here too. Frame found is false. Here, frame found is true. And then down here, if frame found, then we're gonna break. And let's try again. Now we move the files in here. We put one in here. We move over here. Then it's still not doing the audio frames. What? It is not doing, it's not buffering the audio frames. Let's print here. Range current chunk to last chunk. And let's run it. 0 to 11, but we can't find anything. Wait a minute. Time is frame divided by project FPS. And frame is chunk number times audio buff size. Let's print found len clips at time. 0 clips. What if we put this in here and we go there? Okay, we find a clip, but we don't buffer it? What? Clip is timeline clip. Does it have a type? I think it has a type. Let's print found audio clip. And then let's run it again. Put something in here, slap it there, and go there. And ooh, we can't find an audio clip. That is because we don't add an audio clip. I'm an idiot. We have to add the audio separately. So when we do add clip, we need to add both audio and video. So let's do like this. We still need this to do because we need to determine like what kind of file it is. Maybe it's just an MP3 file. So then we can't play it. So let's say here detect file type. And we are going to do an audio and we add an audio here. So this is clip as well. Fine. So then when we render our timeline, let's actually automatically put the different clips on different tracks. By the way, can we just leave it like that? I find it annoying that I have to add separate tracks in Kdenlive. I'm not sure if it makes even any sense in my use case. I mean, I guess if I want to overlay something on top of something else, then yeah, it makes sense in that case. But let's say that we have track number is 0, and then we do track number plus equals 1, and we are going to say that the y is going to be y plus 40 plus track number plus track height plus track padding. So let's put track padding here, which is 5. And can we even get the color? Let's say color is going to be something like this. 0 blue, 1 green, 2 orange. And then we do like this, and we take the track number and we modulo it with 2. So then we alternate between those numbers. So now if I slap this thing in here, we're trying to get the thumbnail texture. Where are we doing that? Get thumbnail. Wait a minute. Why do we even try to... What? Where did this happen? We render the clip in. What? I take this thing, I put it here. Why did it crash? I didn't change this part. Thumbnail texture. Thumbnail texture. Ah. So do we call... Sorry, we shouldn't add it to the clip bin. Add clip. It's here, not the other add clip. I was using the wrong add clip. So here, we only add the video, but the other add clip is when we add a clip to the timeline. So here we have to do this. We add the clip, but we have to make the audio clip now separately. So I'm not sure how to do this properly. Let's say to do, figure out how to add audio track properly. So we only add the regular clip, which is the video clip, to the timeline. And then we take the audio clip, which is going to be a clip of the self-clip file path. So we open it again in audio format. And then we add the audio clip as well to the timeline. So now, if I open this thing in here and I slap it over there, what? I did something wrong now. We draw the line. Yeah, so y plus 40 plus track number, track height, track padding, and we have to add this thing in here to the end y. So now if we take this thing in here, we put it in here, why do we still have just one thing? What? Track number. This should be track number times track height. Let's try again, and let's put it here. Move it here. Now we have two, but where's my padding? I don't have padding. That's because the end should not have the padding like this. So now I put this in here and I put this in here. Now we have two tracks. So now if I move here, we are also getting the audio. It was really quick, but we did get the audio here as well. But something is now a bit sus because it's such a low FPS. Let's try to play it. If I would say something in this video, can I jump here? Maybe. Maybe. But at least these two should be there. So let's copy these and let's just define them here. It works. Look at this. I can jump around in the timeline, which is a bit annoyingly slow. I'm not quite happy with that. But what is the width? I can play it. And if I go over here and I start playing it, is it going to start playing the actual video when it comes to that point? And is it fast? I'm not sure if it was fast. I should zoom in a lot to see when it actually starts playing it. And now the zooming is very slow. Anyway, if I put it here, it got some... Yeah, so I think it did buffer those frames from the beginning of the video, even though we're not quite yet at the video. So then when it gets to it, it should start playing right away, which is cool. Okay, let's do this. So we have this clip bin now here, and it has a list of clips. And can we jump with K? I think we can, as these rectangles. How about L? Okay, can I just say, here's the thing. We're not following the playhead in the timeline now. We should automatically jump to the playhead. But yeah, it is actually working. All right, so I added these keys here so that I can disable rendering of the clip bin and the video and the timeline separately. So if I now run this thing, then I can take a file from here and I slap it in here and I go in the video. Then I can press Y to hide the timeline. I can press T to hide the video, and I can press R to hide the clip bin. And right now we're at 60 FPS. So if I get the clip bin back, we're still at 60 FPS. If I get the video back, we're still almost at 60 FPS. But when we put the timeline, then it gets very slow. So our timeline is slow. And I did some digging already. And what I found is that the draw line function is the one that is the slow thing. So it's not even the get clips at time, it is just the draw line. So if I comment this out and I run it again, and then I put a video here and I put it on the timeline, of course we can't see anything, but now we're at 60 FPS. And even if we go here where we have a video, it's almost at 60 FPS. And we can even play it and it's still pretty good. So we have to do something about this. And I think what we should do is we should instead call something like clip.render. So we should have a render function also for the timeline clip. And it would render the whole thing, and then we could keep track of what clips we have already rendered, so then we don't render them again. Because previously we were just drawing a line for each pixel separately, which apparently is slow. So let's create this render function. Let's go to our timeline clip and let's add a render here. And what should this take? It should take the time, which is a float, and it should take the track, which is an int. Let's call it track number. So at what point should it be drawn in the timeline, and what track number should it be drawn on? And what do we do here? We should draw a rectangle. Now we need to convert the time into a pixel position. So should we just calculate it in the timeline, since we have everything in here? Actually, we have the x already, which is the I, or the x plus I is the actual position where we should draw it. So maybe we could say render x plus I, and we can give it the track number. And I guess we can do this stuff in the render function. So we can say that the color is going to be that, and this is now going to be the x, which is an int. So we say draw a rectangle from x and y. Okay, perhaps we don't give the track number then. Let's just give it a y. So let's do x and y. Let's move this one back into here. And x is that, and then y is going to be the y, which is the top of the timeline, plus 40, just to make it like lower than the lines we have up there. And then plus, I guess it actually could be just the, what was it called? Minute line height. So maybe we can draw it right after the minute line. So let's say that this is y plus minute line height plus track height plus track padding, and we take this thing and we times it by track number, like this. That's the y. And then we pass in the color. So let's add the color in here. X, Y, and color, which is a color. Do we have to import this, or do we have it already? I think it comes directly from PyRay. And then we can draw the rectangle at X, Y, and the width. Now here's the tricky part. How do we know what is the width? Does it even make any sense to have this render function? Because all the information we need is in the actual timeline. So maybe we can just draw the rectangle directly. Let's just go down here and just draw the rectangle. And the X is going to be this, Y is going to be that, and width, what is the width? We need to take the clip dot end time, and actually we have to take the duration, which might not be the duration of the actual resource. So we have to calculate the duration is going to be end time minus clip dot start time. That's the duration in seconds, but then we have to convert this from seconds to pixels somehow, which I think we just do like this. So we just times it by self.zoom. So we take the duration times self.zoom and we make it an integer like this. And the height is going to be the track height. And then we get the color. But now, of course, we're still drawing the rectangle multiple times. So we should keep track which clip we have already drawn. So let's say here, drawn tracks is going to be, we have to drawn tracks append clip. And can I just say if clip not in drawn tracks, or clips, drawn clips actually. Drawn clips. Can I just detect them like this? Maybe I can. So then we can say up here that drawn, what's it called? Clips is an empty list. And then we are going to just check if it is not in the drawn clips, then we draw it. Otherwise, we don't do anything, and then we append it there. And actually, this has to be in here as well. Let's see if that works. If we now run it, and we take this thing, and we slap it in here, then look at this. We're still at 60 FPS, but we drew the thing. And we can zoom out, zoom out, zoom out, zoom out, zoom out, and there it is. Can we somehow scroll to it? It's a little bit difficult to use this thing. Anyway, there it is. We can take another thing, put it here, And it works. And it's still 60 FPS. Can we go here and then play this thing? But how come we print this many times? It works. So that was the solution. Now it works. If we click here, we can go to the other video and we can play that one too. This is amazing. So the next thing we have to do is we have to actually draw the kind of a sound wave here so we can see where I'm speaking in the video. But I am starting to lose my voice, so I have to continue this another day. So see you another day. All right, so I found a couple of issues with this thing. So let's run this again. The first issue is that if I take a clip from here and I put it on the timeline, it's drawn nicely and I can scroll it. But if I scroll it so that it goes out of the view over here, then it never ends until I get to all the way in the end and then it just disappears. So we're not taking into account how much of it should be visible. So it's always visible, the whole thing. So right now I'm scrolling and we can just see the whole thing until it disappears. So we need to make it shorter if there's only a little bit visible on the timeline. So we can do it here. When we calculate the duration from the clip end time minus clip start time, then let's say that it is the maximum between the self.scroll x and the clip start time. So whichever is bigger, either the scroll is bigger or the start time of the clip is bigger. So we're going to use that one. So now if we run it again and we take a file and we drop it in here and then we scroll, then we should see it start to scroll from over there like this. So now it works properly. Now there's another issue that, let me zoom out a little bit. By the way, zooming out is a little bit problematic. I can't always scroll to the right place. But anyway, if I put another clip at the same position, it didn't actually move it down to the next track. And the reason for this is that we are increasing the track number only if we haven't drawn this particular clip before. But we should actually always increase the track number. So over here, like this. Now this is still not perfect. I think we still want to have like the separate tracks. But let's try this now. Let me take a shorter video from here and I slap it here. And that's a bit too short. Let's take a longer one. Put it here. And if I take the shorter one and I put it here, then it's going to be drawn down there. And if I put it here, it's going to be drawn down here. Now there's an issue here too. If I scroll this a little bit and I go all the way to the end of this thing and I drop a video here, then once I scroll past this first one, then it jumps up here. So I think we still want to have actual track numbers, and then when you place a clip on a track, then it stays on that track. Anyway, what I want to do next is I want to draw the audio here, like the audio graph, the waveform of the audio. So I can easily jump into places that like have speech in them and cut out pieces that don't have speech. So let's try to do that. Let's go to our clip. Where is our class clip? So this is the class of the thing that we drop into the clip in. Now when we drop the clip in, we always use the video type, which is kind of weird because I would like to make it so that when I drop in a file, it will start creating the audio graph in the background, because it is going to be a little bit of a slow operation to build the whole graph. So perhaps we have to refactor this somehow. Let's see, how did we use this thing? So where do we call clip? So here, when we drag a clip bin item into the timeline, then we add the actual clip and then we create another clip with the audio. But that doesn't quite seem right to me. Perhaps we should do something like self.clip, and in there we could have the video and then we could have also the audio. Now we should detect, what is the type of the clip. But right now we're going to have just videos that have audio, so I will not figure that out yet. So we're not going to create a new clip. We're just going to add a clip from the video and from the audio. So then in our actual clip, we are going to say that there's no resource. There is going to be audio and there's going to be video. So if it's an audio file, then audio is audio and self video is none. And if it's a video, then the self.audio is, well, it's going to be this. So if it's audio, there's only audio. But if it's video, there's video and audio. Now we should like check if we have an audio stream in the video. Can we even check that? Maybe we can say if self.video container streams audio. If the length of this thing is greater than 0, then we are going to get the audio. And else self.audio is none. Okay, and maybe we can even set video to none and audio to none, and then we can just do this like that and like this. So now a clip will have a type, whether it's audio or video, which we have to detect later, and then we said it's video and it's audio to these objects. Okay, and then of course the thumbnail is coming from the self.video. And let's find all the references to the resource. So the timeline clip, which represents the actual clip in the timeline, it has a resource. And this is kind of correct because the timeline clip can only have one resource. So maybe this should have a type. So let's give a type, which is a literal audio or video. So then we can say if if type equals audio, then the resource is clip.audio, and else the self resource is clip.video. Let's actually move this up here, so then we can just say self.type. So the timeline clip will have just one type of resource, and this is of course not clip.type, this is just going to be type. Okay, and where else do we use resource? When we build the video buffer, we of course have to use the video here, and when we build the audio buffer, we have to use the audio here, and here we are detecting from the current clips, and these are timeline clips, so that should work just fine. So if the type of the clip, the timeline clip is audio, then we set the audio to the resource, and otherwise the video is going to be the resource. That's fine. And this is a timeline clip, so I think this should work just fine. So let's see if this still works. Can we still run it? And I slap a thing in here, and I put it in here. Missing one required positional argument type. Okay, so we have to pass in the type of the timeline clip. So when we add a clip to the timeline, we need the clip and we need the type, which is going to be audio or video. And then we pass it in here. We say type is type, like that. And then when we actually call add clip, we have to say, this is in clip bin. We have two add clips. We have add clip in the clip bin, and that doesn't take the type, but timeline takes the type. So this is going to be video, and this is going to be audio. So now if we run it, and we slap this in here, and we put it here, video object has no attribute video. What did I do? Self resource is clip.video, but the error was video object has no attribute video. How come clip is a video? Yes, yeah, okay. So I passed in the resource here, but I think we do need the original clip too. So when we do timeline clip, we need to pass in the clip here. So add clip needs to take just a clip. Okay, so we don't specify which one we want to use here. We only specified with the type. So now if we add a thing, it works, and we can still scroll it, and it should work just fine. Okay, it works. So now what we can do is we can add the audio graph. I'm not sure what it's called. I will call it audio graph. So when we make a clip, we are going to say if self.audio is not none. So if we have audio, we are going to say self.generate audio graph. And let's actually do self.audio graph equals self-generate audio graph. And let's define that function here. Generate audio graph. And we have to loop through each of the frames of audio and save the volume. Now, I already researched this with ChatGPT, so this is how we do it. Basically, we loop through the frames, which really are samples, they're kind of chunks, and we have to convert them into this NumPy array. And then if there are multiple dimensions, so multiple channels, then we combine them together so that it's flat. And then in case it's an int16, we need to convert it into the float type. And then here is the magic formula for calculating volume. So let's do this. Let's copy all of this, put it here, and we need to say self.audio.container decode. And I guess we can do audio equals 0, but I already have the self.audio.stream in here, so I will use that. And I guess we don't need all of these comments. We understand what this line does, and we don't need this comment either, or, well, I will leave this comment here. And then we just calculate the RMS, so the volume. So let's say something like audio graph is a list, and then we just do audio graph append this thing. And then we return audio graph from here. So that's our audio graph. We just save an array of all the samples. And then what we can do is when we draw our rectangle over here on the timeline, then we should also draw the audio graph on top of the rectangle. But now I think we have too many nested loops here. And since we saw already before that drawing these lines with Raylib is kind of slow, so maybe it is not a good idea to just loop through all of the pixels on the screen and then draw based on that. So how about, instead of doing that and then getting clips at the specific time in that pixel, what if we create another method that is going to be get clips between? And then we will have a start time and we will have an end time. So then we can calculate, okay, what start time and end time is currently visible in the timeline on the screen. So get all the clips that are between those times. And basically what we want to do is, if we have here the timeline on the screen and we have a clip, when the start time, when the end time of the clip is over the start time of the timeline, then it is inside the timeline, until the beginning of the clip goes after the end of the timeline. So when the clip end time is greater than or equal to start time and clip start time is less than or equal to the end time, then the clip is in between those times. So then down here we can move this thing outside of this for loop and we can say get clips between. And what is the timeline start and timeline end? Well, the start is going to be self.scrollx. Right. So I guess we can just put it here like that. So this is the earliest time that we see on the timeline. And the timeline end is going to be the width of the timeline divided by self.zoom. Right. I always forget what this zoom is now. So here we use the zoom and we convert the seconds into pixels. So we use times. But here we want to convert pixels into seconds. So we divide. Okay, so these are the clips. And we don't need these drawn clips anymore because we just get all the clips that we want to draw. And we can remove it from here as well. And then we draw the rectangle at x plus I, but we don't have these numbers now. Well, x is the position of the timeline. So x plus what? Well, I think it should be this thing. So this is the start time. Start time is that. And we need to say start time times self.zoom. So that converts it into pixels. But no, that's not correct. Because this has to be relative to the beginning. So let's go back. The clip x is going to be clip.start time. This is the start time in the whole timeline. So we have to take this and subtract self.scroll x. So now it is relative to the beginning of the visible timeline. So we take this and we times by self.zoom. So that is in pixels now. And we make it an integer, right? So that is clip x. But we have to add x to it, because if we want to draw the timeline in a different position, then we have to take that into account. And then what is the y? Y is the position of the timeline when the timeline starts. We add to it the minute line length, or minute line height, and we add to it the track height plus track padding times track number. So that's still fine. And then we draw duration times self.zoom. So the duration is going to be the end time of the clip minus the start time of the clip, or the scroll if it's bigger. But isn't this going to now draw the rectangle of the whole width? It's not going to cut it from the end if it's not visible. So maybe we have to even do, what do we need to do? Let's do clip x2. So this is clip x1. Let's say x1. So what is x2? It is going to be the same as this, but from end time. So this is how much there is between the beginning of the timeline and the end of the clip. But that can go over the timeline. So then we have to do here the minimum of that. How do I format this thing? The minimum of this thing, or the end position of the timeline, which is going to be x plus width. So then this is going to be, well, duration in pixels is going to be clip x2 minus clip x1. So let's call it W. Let's do it like this. W. And we have track height and we have color. Okay, let's see if this works. Let's run it. And let's put something in there. And by the way, this is now going to take some time, because we are generating the audio graph in the background. And this is like a 1 hour, 2 hour video. So let's actually use a smaller video first. I will use my sample video. So that's pretty quick. And we put this here, and it seems to still work just fine. I kind of want to be able to zoom in faster. This zooming is too slow. So let's find our zoom. Where do we set the zoom? I'll put here like 50. So now if we try it again, put this here, and zoom in. Ooh, what happened there? That's interesting. Why did it disappear? That's pretty weird. At some point it disappears. If I zoom in, it disappears. If I zoom out, it comes back. Why is that? Interesting. Let's print something like clips, and let's put the length of clips, how many clips we have, and then let's print, I don't know, the width, which is W. And let's try again. I mean, it prints it now all the time. Okay, 0 clips. If we put this in here and we slap this in here, clips is 2 because we have the audio clip and the video clip. And width is 14. If I zoom in, width gets bigger. Ooh, so our clip detection doesn't work. That's interesting. Yeah, clips turns into 0. Okay. Scroll X and width divided by self zoom. So this should of course be scroll X plus width divided by self zoom, because this is the like absolute number, absolute time. So let's try again. If we now put this here and we put it on the timeline and we zoom in, then we can zoom as much as we like. Awesome. So now let's draw the audio graph. So what we're going to say is if clip.type equals audio, then we are going to get the clip.audio. It's clip.audio graph, and we need to loop through each of the visible pixels. So let's do for I. Can I use I? Did I use I here already? It's in this loop, but we're outside of that loop. So for I in range, W, and maybe we can even like do every 2 pixels or every 3 pixels even, so it's going to be faster. And let's actually call this like audio resolution is 3, and actually I have to say 0 and then W and then audio resolution. And we need to get the corresponding part of the audio graph to this position. So we can say something like index is going to be, we need to get the current position within the clip that we are at right now. So like car time, and we have to divide it with the duration of the clip, and we can get it. We can say clip dot, do we have the duration? No, we have to say clip.clip.duration. No, where is it? Wait, clip.clip.audio.duration. And what is the current time? Well, the current time is going to be clip.start time. This is the absolute time where it starts. So can we say like the current x is clip x1? Or we can say that we should start the current time at 0, but not really 0, because we also have clip.clipStart. Right, because we can clip, parts out of the beginning of the clip. So the current time is this, which right now it's going to be 0, but in the future it's going to be something else. So we plus equal to this audio resolution, which is how many pixels we have moved forward, divided by self.zoom. So was it that way? Yes. So we convert pixels into seconds by dividing by the zoom. So that's the current time. So that means the index is going to be the current time out of the whole duration of the clip. So this is like the percentage times the length of clip.clip.audio graph. And we make this an integer like this. So then we can just grab from here the index. So that should correspond to the current time. And what is the volume of the current time? And we can say that the volume is this. And then we can draw the volume. So let's draw a rectangle which starts from x plus clip x1 plus I. And the y position is going to be the same y position as this. Well, yeah, let's call this clip y. So clip y is that, and this one is also clip y. But we want to draw the bar from the bottom. So we say clip y plus track height, so that's the bottom, minus the volume. And then we need the width, which is going to be the audio resolution, and the height is going to be the volume. But actually, it's not, because the RMS is from 0 to 1. So we need to say this one times track height. And let's make this an integer. And then we just need the color. So let's, I don't know, let's do white, I guess. So I think that should work. Let's see if it works. Let's run it, and let's slap the sample in here, put it here, and list index out of range. Okay, so we could not find the index in the audio graph. We have current time out of clip audio duration. So we take this and then we times it by the length of the audio graph. Okay, and let's print here the index. It might be that it's not accurate, so in the end there might be like it might try to go too far. So let's do the index here, and let's see at what index it stopped. And let's also do the length of the clip audio graph. And let's drop this in here, and let's put it in here. And yeah, okay, so it went a little bit too far. What if we just say try to do this and accept index error, and volume is just going to be 0. And then if we do this again and we put this in here, then look at this. We got some audio. That's an audio graph. It's kind of small though. So I'm not sure if my audio is actually that low, or do we just have to add something like volume is this times 3. So if we now do it again, we slap this in here, we put it in here, and we zoom in, then now it's a lot bigger. And that's pretty cool. Does it actually match up? So if we click on here and we play, we can't play it. Why can't we play it? What's happening? Why is it not playing? Perhaps we screwed something up with the resource refactor. Let me remove these prints from here. And I will actually change the zoom level a bit, the default zoom. So that's 2. Let me put it at, I don't know, 5. Wait, is it even, should it be bigger number or smaller number for the zoom? Let's do like this. Yeah, I still kind of want it to be bigger. Put 15. So now, if we slap this in here, it's going to be zoomed a bit more. Ooh. Timeline clip object has no attribute video. Aha. So when we build the video buffer, this is a timeline clip. Really? It is. So we have to say clip.clip.video. Or did we save the resource? I think we saved the resource here. Resource. Right. So we can still use resource here because in the actual timeline clip we save what kind of resource it is. So this also can be just resource. And let's try again. Put this in here and put it here, and then we're gonna click over here and then we're gonna play it.
Hi there, this is just a sample video for my video editor so we can see if it works.
It works. Now we got some error here. I think because we tried to get a frame that didn't exist. So we should detect like the last frame. Where did this happen? So wait a minute, we got end of file error, but it came from here, from the container. So how am I supposed to use this then? AV error, end of file error. Okay, do we just catch that then? Because this is supposed to like just read through the thing. Ah, okay, because we seek to a frame number. Okay, so it's funny. We can seek to a frame number that doesn't exist, but then when we try to decode it, then it breaks. So how do we fix this thing? Over here, when we build the buffer, we should check some boundaries. So we get the clip frame with clip time times clip.resource_fps. So should we just say that the clip time is going to be the minimum of that and clip.duration, or clip.clip.duration. No, where is it? Clip, timeline clip.clip. Video duration. Not sure if that's still going to be exact. Let's see. We're going to do the same thing here. So clip time is going to be the minimum of that and clip.clip.audio.duration. Now, I guess what this does now is if it goes over the end, it will just read the same frame many times. So I'm not sure if that's really what we want to do. Let's see if we can get rid of the error. So if we go here
for
and
my video editor,
play it,
so we can see if it works.
We still get the error. So it didn't work. So can we just, catch that exception? If we go back into this thing, video get frame at, we're just going to try this thing and we're going to accept EOF error. Sorry, like this. Accept EOF error and we're going to pass. And then it returns none. So I guess we should say that this might be none. And is this the right EOF error? I don't think it's the correct EOF error. We need to say from av.error error import EOF error. Like that. So now we can catch this thing, and I guess it's the same thing with the audio get chunk at. We're gonna do like this. We're gonna try this, and we're gonna catch EOF error. And maybe we can even just return none from this as well. Return none in that case. So these bytes or none. But then when we call this thing, now we're going to set the audio buffer chunk number to none. So let's actually say that this is the audio frame, or let's say chunk. So chunk is that, and if chunk is not none, then we're going to add it to the audio buffer. And we can do the same thing here we can say video frame, and video frame is that, and if video frame is not none, then we're going to add it in the buffer. So now if you run it and we put the sample here, we slap it here, and we play from the end, see if it works. Should work. Now we get the error, which is a bit annoying. And by the way, interesting that it now stopped here. Like the playhead stopped. It doesn't play. This is just a sample video after that because it can't find video editor, the frame. So we can see if it works. Ooh, what happened in the end? Okay, what if we just, stop the playback? That's not good either. I'm not sure how to, fix this properly at the moment. So let's make the audio graph work properly first. And I think it does already. So if we put this here, then here we have the audio graph. And we can play it. This is just a sample video for my video editor, so we can see if it works. Okay, we get the errors, I don't care. At least it doesn't crash, so we can still play it. This is just a sample video. But here's the thing. If I now take a huge video and I put it here, it just hangs here. We can't do anything. It hangs until it creates that audio graph. So let's put this in some sort of background worker. Let's go to generate audio graph. And how can we do this in the background? Do we need to make another thread? And then instead of saying self audio graph is generate audio graph, we're just going to modify some list that has all of the clips that needs their audio graphs to be generated. Or I guess we can just detect it from all the clips in the clip bin. So we don't even do anything here. What we do is in generate audio graph, we need to keep track of how much of the audio graph has been finished. So can we say that total samples is going to be self audio duration times self audio FPS. That is how many total samples we have. And we can say processed samples is 0, and here we can say that processed samples plus equals frame dot samples, and then we can say something like self dot audio graph progress is going to be an integer of processed samples divided by total samples. So we just save the progress here. So let's define it here. Let's do self.audioGraphProgress. Let's say it's none by default. And then we update it like that. And then we can add another thread. Is that a good idea? We have the buffer thread. We have the audio player thread. Let's add, what is this called? This is the grapher thread. And we already have the project which will have the clip bin. So we can use it in the grapher. So let's make our grapher. And again, I'm still using these global variables, but it works. So why change something that works? I guess we can pass it in here. We can give it the project here. So then we can say grapher, and we can say args is the project. I'm not sure if it what is the point if global variables work. So whatever. Let's try. Let's try to pass it in as args, and then the grapher will get the project, which is a project, and it's gonna say for. First of all, we say while true, and for clip in project dot clip bin, we are going to say if clip dot audio. What is that? This is a clip bin dot clips. So this is a clip. This is a clip bin item. If clip dot audio is not none, and clip dot audio graph progress is not none. Actually, if it is none, or it is less than 100. Well, actually, no. We only care about if it is none. If we haven't started to process it yet, then we are going to say clip.generate audio graph. And what we're going to do is we are actually going to say self.audiograph is nothing, which I guess we can just do it here. And then we can just do self audiograph. And we don't even return anything from this. So now we just create it in the background, and then we're going to have the progress as well. And we probably want to add some like time.sleep 01001 over here, so it's not like looping constantly. And then when we render our clip bin, we can check somewhere, maybe in the actual clip bin item. When we render the clip bin item, we can say we draw the thing and draw the text. So then if clip, is it clip? What is it? Self.clip, I guess. If self.clip.audiograph progress is not none. So if we are doing something to it, then if, I guess we can say or and self.clip audiograph progress is less than 100, then we're going to print the progress. So let's draw a rectangle that is positioned at X with pad plus image width plus padding. So the same position as the text, and Y with pad, but we're going to add to this the height of this thing. So self.height. I guess we can add actually the image height. Image height minus padding minus 5. So 5 is going to be the progress bar height. So progress bar height is 5. And we are going to say that the width is, let's call it progress bar width. And height is progress bar height. And the color is going to be something like a color with, I don't know, 30, 30, 30. And alpha is 255. And the width we need to calculate somehow. So progress bar width is going to be the width of the whole thing minus padding times 3, so on both sides and between the image, minus image width. Yeah, I think that's correct. And that's like the background rectangle. Then we have to make another one, which is in the same position, but the width is going to be progress bar width times self.clip.audiograph progress. Now, did I do like times 100 already with that? How did I do that? I made an int. So I will just make it a float like this. And I, in fact, shouldn't check it against 100, just against 1. And we're going to make this an int. That looks terrible. How does this actually look with a real size? It's still terrible. But whatever. This should be then another color. So this can be something like, I don't know, 90. So now we should draw a progress bar while it is processing it. Let's see if that will work. Let's run this thing. Ooh, I forgot a comma. So here I need a comma. And why is grapher not recognized? I have a grapher here. Oh, I've typed it wrong. Let's run it again. And let's put a big file in here. And look at this. We have a progress bar. The color is not that great, but we have a progress bar. And we should be able to drag this in here. But here's the thing. We're not really calculating this properly now, because we calculated based on how much data we have already loaded. So it's going to change over time. So that's not correct. But I really don't like how this looks. Maybe it should be even, white. Where's our 90? It is here. Let's call it something else, like 200. And then when we print, or when we draw the audio graph, then we shouldn't take it from the length of the audio graph. We should take it from the duration, which is that, times clip.clip.audio.fps. So let's call this the total samples. Total samples is that, and we calculate the index based on the total samples we have. And then we accept the index error. And if we don't have the volume yet, then it's going to be 0. So let's see if that works. Now we can slap this in here, and it's going to start doing it. And if I slap it in here, then We get nothing. And I think that's incorrect. We should get something. Why don't we get anything? Let's try something else. Oh, because this is not total samples, we have to divide this by how many samples there are in a frame. How do we know that? Can we just do something like, let's say total samples, and then divide by clip.clip.sample rate. And then we can update the sample rate. So down here, when we generate the thing, we can just say self.sample. Well, it's not really a sample rate. It's just, samples per frame. And we can just say that it is frame.samples. But I'm not sure if this will change over time. I guess we can update it. So we can say frame count is 0, and we can say here frame count plus equals 1, and we can say self samples per frame is going to be processed samples divided by frame count. And then we can initialize this here. It is going to be 0. So these are all related to the audio graph. And let's find the sample rate. It is actually going to be frames, samples per frame. Samples per frame. Okay, let's see if that works. If we now run it again, and let's slap this in here, and let's put it in here. Look at this. We are generating our audio graph. And it actually works. And can we now go over here, and there should be something. Oof. Oof, 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 oof. What happened? It crashed. Why did it crash? It got a video frame, it got an audio frame, and then it crashed. What? Let's try again. Put it in here, click here, and play. Ooh. Is it, I've had some issues with the threads previously. If I have too many threads and I'm doing some hard work in the threads, then it doesn't quite work. So if I go here, yeah. Why did it get them so slow? Do I need to add in the grapher? Where's the grapher? I have this sleep here, but do I have to add a sleep in the generate audio graph? Because I think these threads are they're not real threads. Or they change between each other. Like when there's a little bit of time that another thread is sleeping, then another thread will work. So what we have to do is we have to add here some small teeny tiny sleep between each of these frames. No, actually, I know what the problem is. This probably didn't do anything. Let's try anyway. But I don't think that helped. So if we go in here now, first of all, it's now slower to generate this. But still, if I try to play it, it crashes. And the reason is that we are now reading the audio file in two different places. So let me remove this sleep. We don't need to sleep here, I don't think. But here's the thing. We use audio container decode in two different places. So it's going to screw everything up. So what we have to do is, do we need to open another container? Can we still use the same file? Can we read from the same file but into two different places? So we are going to say container is going to be av.open. Or can we just do this? Can we just say audio is going to be audio from self audio.file, container.file. What is it? self.audio file path. Or did we even save the file path in there? File path. Yes. No, it's in the clip actually. Okay, so I can use that. Self.file path. So we open it again, and then we just use the audio, not self.audio. And I guess we can even do like this and just use the audio like that. And I think we should close it somehow, like the container. Is there something? Is there a self.container.close? Yeah, I think we need to close it. I guess we can just put it in the del again. So del, we are going to do self.container.close like that. And we do the same thing in the video as well. Okay, I think that should now work. So we use a separate audio container from the same file, but a different container. Let's try to run it. And let's put this here. It starts to do it. We put it in here. We click over here. And look at this. It works. We can play it. I think I did figure it out with the help of ChatGPT. It works. And we can go over here and we can play. There should be some voice here. So you have to convert it into that format. Amazing. It works. And where are we generating the audio? We're pretty far ahead. So here's nothing. But can we still play here? By the way, 8 FPS. So something, you know, so we have to do something about that. But can we play over here? I'm not sure if we should even allow you to pass it in here. We can still play here, even though it hasn't created the audio. But yeah, it works. But it's 11 FPS. Why is it 11? Let me hide the timeline. Yeah, the timeline is very slow to render now, because we're back to almost 60 FPS if we hide the timeline. If you put it back, then it goes back to 10 FPS. So something is up now. Yeah, here it is 30 FPS, but it's still kind of slow. And why does it get slower as I move farther in the timeline? That doesn't quite make sense to me. Maybe our calculations are not quite working properly. Yeah, maybe it's drawing the whole thing, you know, even though we don't see it, and then it's slow because of that. So maybe it's drawing it behind this thing. I think that's what's happening. Because if we hide it, it's super fast. Okay, let's try to fix that. So where is it? What do I want to search for? Index. We draw a rectangle. Okay, let me just print here. Print x plus clip x1 plus I. What is that x? Is it like negative at some point? Let's open this thing. Put it here. Okay. And if yeah, it goes negative. Yeah, that's the issue. So we're drawing behind the thing. So I guess it's an easy fix, but I want to know why is it negative. So x is right now always 0 because we draw it from 0. And clip x1 is going to be start time minus self scroll. So if start time is 0, then this is going to be negative. So I guess this is going to be the maximum of 0 and this thing. So then it's not going to be negative. If we now try to do this again, and we put it here, and we scroll, then it is never negative. Now it's still 15 FPS, which is not amazing, but I think it is consistent now. If I go here, although something is still wrong, because our audio graph is now stuck there. So we can move it until it gets to 0, and then it just stops there. So let's do this. It's drawing the right kind of rectangle now, but the index is from the current time, and current time is clip start, which is always like 0 right now. So do we need to say this is maximum of self.scroll x and clip start? So if we have scrolled past the clip start, then the current time is the scroll x. Right, I think that makes sense. Let's try again, put this here, snap it in here, and let's scroll, and it seems to work. Yeah, I think that works. It does work. And if I scroll all the way here, it's still 17 FPS. Now I'm printing this stuff. Maybe I should stop printing that. And let's try again. Put it in here. And now it's 52 FPS here, which is nice. But then if I go over here, it's still 50 FPS. That's very good, actually. Yeah, and it is drawing, I guess, something. Yeah, that's just a huge silent part there. So if I click over here, now it goes down a little bit because we have to render the video too, which is, it's a little bit too slow if it's 27 FPS. Yeah. So if I hide the video, it doesn't go up that much. But if I hide this, it's 60 FPS. If I put the video back, then it's still almost 60 FPS. But the timeline is the slow part. But does it now change if I go to the beginning? It seems to affect a little bit. If I go here, it's 27, 30. If I scroll all the way here, it's still 30. Okay. Yeah, there's something we can optimize here. I wonder about these lines now, because we are drawing those by looping through each of the pixels. So what if I just do if false here? Let's not do any of this. Is that going to be a lot faster? If we put a file in here like that, then is that faster? 30 FPS, 30 FPS, 27, 30. It's a bit faster. Yeah, I think it's a bit faster. But still, I would like it to be a little bit faster than this. So if I run this audio test, by the way, it's not quite correct. So if I run, there's no audio here. So if I run, so it's not synced. Oof, 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 oof. Is it only correct in the beginning? I think we screwed something up now. And by the way, it goes over some places, so I shouldn't use ×3 in there. Okay, I think we are not drawing it correctly now. So let's put here just ×2. Or I guess we can also like clip it, but whatever. Why is it not correct now? If I use the sample video, which definitely worked before. By the way, we're not quite correctly determining when it has been finished. Okay. Maybe it's the zoom. The zoom will change. Ooh, that is interesting. So current time is maximum of self-scroll or clip start. But this should be relative to the clip. So yeah, this is wrong. Current time is wrong now. Let's think about this. Clip x1 is the position of the start of the clip relative to the screen. Let's not even think about this. The current time in the clip that we are drawing, the absolute time in the timeline is clip dot start time. This is the absolute time. So if we subtract from this self dot scroll x, this is now the time from the beginning of the visible timeline to the start of the clip. But we want to know at this position that we start to draw this thing, what is that like absolute time? Well, it is the start time. That is where we start as the absolute time when we start to draw this clip. So if we do this the other way, if we say self scroll x minus start time, that means this one is going to be negative if it starts after the current scroll position. But if it starts before the current scroll position, it is going to be positive. So if we say it's the maximum of 0 and this thing, that means if we have already scrolled past the start time, this is going to be positive. If we haven't scrolled yet to it, it's going to be 0. Right. And then we have to add to this the clip start. That is the current time. And then we add to it audio resolution divided by self.zoom. I think that makes sense. Let's try to run this thing. And we put it in here. And now it seems to look the same all the time. And if we play it,
Hi there. This is just a sample video for my video editor, so we can see if it works.
okay, great. Now it works. But we didn't quite get to 100% for some reason. And let's actually try the longer video. So let's put this in here and slap it in here. And does this work? I think it works. This one still goes over, which is kind of funny. I think we just have to clip it. But now we can go here and what I learned was that audio does... Okay, and over here, if we go there, with Raylib, it works. I can zoom in, and let's scroll over here, and here's something. And then here is the important bit. Okay, now it is synced. Amazing. But I want to figure out how do we get to 100%. Can we just print this thing? Print. I mean, I guess, yeah, there's an easy solution here. But let's do this. So now print, it goes to 0.993. But the solution is not to put something like if it's less than 0.99. But we are just going to do this. We're going to go to the clip. Where's our clip? And when we generate the audio graph, once it is ready, we are just going to say self audio graph progress is 1. That's it. That's all we need to do. So then if we slap this in here, it's gonna do it very fast. And it's gonna go to 100%. And
Hi there.
Works.
This is just a sample video.
Yes. Now this has been bothering me quite some time, that our cursor is like drawn under the timeline. Let's fix that. So where is our playhead cursor? What did I call it? Line. Playhead line. Not playhead line, but the cursor line. Where's the cursor line? Mouse time line. We draw it up here. So can we just move this whole thing and make it lower down here? Maybe this can be under here as well. So now if we run it, we have this line here, and if we put something here and we slap it there, then now it's on top. Great. And
Video editor
still works. And we can take another clip and it's gonna start to load, and we can put it here, which now this tracking system is completely screwed up, because every time we add a new clip, it will make it lower and lower and lower. But at least we have now a timeline that shows the audio graph. Okay, I'm gonna take a small break and we can then optimize this a little bit further. Alright, so how are we going to optimize the rendering of this timeline? Let's start with these minute and second lines. How about instead of looping through each of the pixels and then checking should we draw a line here, we just check how many pixels is 1 minute and then draw a line for each of those pixels. So we don't need any of these previous minutes or previous seconds and this. What was I even thinking here? So this is the time that the timeline starts at. And why did I put 0.0 plus scroll X? Not sure. I'll remove this. And we need to say that a minute in pixels is how much? Well, we can again use the zoom here. So I guess it is 60 times self.zoom. I think this is correct, because division converts from pixels to time, and times converts from time to pixels. Right, and let's make this an integer. And then let's say a second in pixels is going to be just 1 times self.zoom. Right, I believe this is correct. So then we can just say for I in range, and we do from 0 to minute in pixels, or actually from 0 to width, and the step is minute in pixels. We are going to then draw the line of the minute. So we can take this thing, put it here, and we draw from x plus I and y, and then x plus I and y plus minute line length or height, and then in white. And we don't have to save this last minute here. And we can do the same thing with second in pixels, and we can say second line height, and we can do even one more, which is going to be a step of second in pixels times 5. Like this. So this is second 5 line height. So then we can get rid of all of this. So now we should have less looping. But this is not going to exactly be in the correct position. And we don't even need the time. And we do want the min gap. So what we want to actually do is we want to say if a minute in pixels is less or is greater than or equal to min gap, right, then we're gonna draw it. And the same for this, if minute in pixels, second in pixels is greater than min gap, and if second in pixels times 5 is greater than min gap, then we're gonna do this. Now the thing here, if we now run this thing, it looks correct, but if I scroll, nothing happens. If I zoom, it zooms, but it always starts at 0. So we need to offset this thing. Let's try to do that. So can we just set the start? Let's call this start, or let's call it timeline start. And what is the timeline start? Basically, we should like have a negative number that corresponds to the closest minute. So we do still need the time. So time is going to be scroll x, self.scroll x. And do we get the modulo of 60? So this is going to be the modulo. So how many seconds is left over from a minute? So then we can say timeline start is going to be negative, let's say modulo times self.zoom times -1. Is that correct? Let me print this thing. What is this? Timeline start. If you now run it, float cannot be interpreted as integer. This has to be an integer. And now it is 0, which is correct. But if we scroll, it's -66. Okay. What if we zoom in? Is it correct now? Now, it goes 1,000 pixels off screen, which is not that great. What if I zoom out? Then it's going to be smaller. Okay, so it depends. It depends how many pixels is 5 minutes. But something is wrong here. What is this line? Wait a minute. Something's not correct here. What is that line? That is the 5-second line. Why is it so close to that one? Yeah, something is now off. I think I can't turn it into an integer here. I need to use the actual thing, but then I can't do like a range. Wait a minute. I think it's still fine. So let's remove the 5-second line. What is that? So now here's a minute, another minute, and another minute. Okay. Ooh, it doesn't line up. That's interesting. It doesn't line up with the seconds. And that is because it's such a small number. Do I have to have an integer as the step? Let's see, what if I do this? And then I convert the I into an int, like this. Does that work? Like that. Okay, and now, if I zoom, oops, float object cannot be interpreted as an integer. Okay, so it has to be an integer. So I'll just use a regular for loop for I, or a while loop. So while I is less than or equal to the width, we're gonna say I is 0, and then I plus equals minute in pixels. Am I stupid, or doesn't Python have like regular for loops? Do I just have to use while loops? So I is 0, and while I is less than or equal to width, we are going to do this, and then I plus equals second in pixels. So now it looks like this, and if I zoom in, it always lines up nicely. But I can't scroll now, for some reason, because I has to be the timeline start, like this. So now it looks like that, and if I scroll, it scrolls, and if I zoom, it is always aligned there nicely. Okay, and then we have to add the 5-second thing. So let's take this again, and this is going to be second in pixels times 5, and here times 5, and second 5 line length, and now it should look as it is supposed to. And I can scroll it, and I can zoom it, and it works. And I think it's more performant now. I don't know. It's 60 FPS right now. So let's remove that print. Now, I think I'm doing like too much here, because I'm now always starting from 0. That's why I have to have such a negative number here. But it's fine. It's fine. Who cares? Is there something we can optimize here? Let's try to actually load something now. So let's load a huge file. Let's slap it in here. And if we scroll over here, it's 59 FPS. It's pretty good. What if I click here? It should show the video. Now it's 25 or 30. Okay, 30 FPS. 24. If I then play it,
to set audio stream buffer size default.
and then you have to start playing the audio stream. And then, okay, so it's 30. I'm not quite happy with that. Now it is processing this timeline here in the background too. But what if I stop rendering this thing? It goes almost to 60 FPS. So yeah, it slows down quite a lot. But what is actually slowing it down the most? If I don't draw this rectangle of the audio, and then I load this thing up again, and I go here, and I play, but you can't play. It's 40 FPS. If I scroll here, if I jump there, it's still like 40 FPS. Okay, 50 FPS. If I hide it, then it goes all the way to 60 FPS. So I think that is the slowest part. Now, one thing we can do is just change the audio resolution to like 5. So then we are going to draw less of these things. So if we put this here and we go here, it's a lot more blocky now, but at least we get a little bit more. Then you need to load an audio FPS. But I'm still not that happy with this. I wonder if just calling draw rectangle is slow. Like is the communication between Python and C, because Raylib is a C library. Is that like, is there some delay there or something? Because how many are we drawing? If we say, let's print here, drew, I don't know, rectangles. And then we say that rex is 0, and here we do rex plus equals 1, and then we run it, and we slap this in here, and we put it over here. 250 rectangles. Why is it so slow to draw, well, 308 rectangles? And by the way, that's interesting. So we are already drawing them, and it's 50 FPS. We're still at 50 FPS. Even if we full screen, we're still almost 50 FPS. So only after I click here, and it loads up the video, then it goes slow. Yeah, but what if I hide the video? It goes to 30. What's going on here? Why, after we clicked on the thing and it showed the video, it's slower, but when we hide the actual video, we don't render the video, it is still slow. What if I click over here on this area? It jumps to 50 FPS, even if I scroll here. So we're doing something now. I think that's fine. I'm almost happy with that. 40 FPS. What if I hide this thing? Not much effect. Okay. But once I click here, then it gets slow. Even though it didn't load the video frame now yet. If I play... Ooh. Or is this a black part? Wait. Oh, I hit the thing. I have to show it. Okay. That's interesting. So what are we doing differently when we have a frame of video loaded, or we are at a point in the video where we have something, but we don't even render. So where's my render video is here. So if we have a frame in the video buffer, then if we render video, then we update the texture. And it was slow even though we don't render the video. And we didn't even have to be playing. So what's going on here? Is it literally this thing? We are searching from the video buffer for the current frame number. Is that the slow part? Because we check if video, and video is none, and we go get current clips and we get the resource. So if we go on a timeline where there's no video, then we don't have a video. So I think it's literally this. Checking in the video buffer if we have the current frame, that is slow. Can it be? So can we do this if video and render video? So if we do this and we slap it in here and we slap it in there and then we go over here, then it is 25 FPS. And now if I hide the video, it's still 30 FPS. But now we are not getting it from the video buffer. So what are we doing? We're still printing these drew rectangles, but yeah, if I go over here, then it goes to 60 FPS. And I can even go here, and that is weird. What is it doing? Let's remove this drew rectangles printing from here. And can it be that the get current clips is slow? But how come it would be faster if we don't have any clips? And we have just one clip, so how can that be slow? Is it a problem that we are creating a list every time? What if we make this an iterator and then we just yield the clip? Is that any faster? And this is also iterator, and we need to import iterator from here. And then where do we call get clips at? That should work just fine. And that should work. And get current clips should work. Okay, let's see. Is that any different? We open this thing, we put it here, we play it, and no difference. Maybe a small difference, but not really enough to mention. But if we now hide this thing, that's the thing. It goes to 60 FPS when we hide it. So that like must be the slow part. But what does that have to do with being here? So now nothing happens. It's 60 FPS. By the way, it's 60 FPS even with this. So I guess iterator is faster than a list. But how come this affects the rendering of the timeline? Let's figure out. We do the rendering somewhere over here, and we do use get clips between. And this again returns a list. Can we make this an iterator as well? So let's do like that, and let's yield the clip. And we just use it in a for loop, so it should work just fine. And there's nothing else here that is like related to the timeline at all. We just draw rectangles and lines. Okay, let's see, does that help? We're gonna get a file, put it here, put our thing in here, and it's still the same. Maybe slightly faster, but still a bit annoying. It's especially annoying because if we are here, we can still render it 60 FPS. Although we're not rendering, of course, the video now. But rendering the video is, fast. If we hide the timeline, then it's still 60 FPS. But with the video and the timeline, it's not 60 FPS anymore. Not sure what is up with that. What if we hide this thing? Nothing happens. We hide the video, it's about 45, 30 FPS, and we show the video, then it is 30 FPS. Okay. Not sure what is up with that, but at least it's pretty good. Let me check once more this main loop. So when we have a video, we get the video frame from the video buffer, and then we update the texture with the frame. Okay, now here I think is one thing that we can do. We don't have to update the texture every time. Because if we are stopped on a specific frame, then we already have loaded that texture. We don't have to load it every time. So let's introduce something like loaded frame, which is none. And then when we get a frame, we are going to say that the loaded frame is the current frame number. And if render video and int current frame number is not loaded frame, then we update the thing. So now if we run it again and we slap this in here and we click here, then it is it's faster. It's definitely faster now. It's 60 FPS. Look at this. Sometimes it's 60 FPS. It's at least over 40 all the time. So that's pretty good. Now, of course, when we play it, it should go lower. From an audio file clip off. Then you need to load an audio stream with the sample rate and the channels that you want to use. And this is like the bit something to do with bits. It works. I'm pretty happy with that. It's 30 FPS and my video is 30 FPS, so who cares if it's any faster than that? But now what we need to do is we need to add some more features to this timeline. By the way, I've lost my current time from here. I'm not sure where that went. Where did that disappear? Timestamp. So we are drawing it here, but why can't we see it? Let's try to put it at 0, 0. I wonder if I'm changing these coordinates at some point. So this is, that's the text. This is X, and this is Y. And this is X, and this is Y. Sorry, there's the size too. This one is Y, this is X, and this is Y. Yeah, we are not drawing that thing for some reason. Why not? I did move this block of code down, but I don't think it should matter. Oh, was it? It was before the scissor mode. Okay, so I guess we can end the scissor mode before we do this. Let's try that. Okay, here is our timer again. Okay, but now what I want to do is I want to be able to move and cut and delete the clips in the timeline. So let's try to do that. I think I will do this in the timeline clip, or where do we render the timeline clip? We actually render it in the timeline class. Now I'm kind of mixing up now a bunch of things. I'm mixing up the like detection of buttons and the rendering of these things. Maybe I should separate those. But we are rendering the timeline clips basically here in this area. So we get the clip and then we render it. So should we just do something like this? We copy this and we say clip.render, and then we can define in the timeline clip a render function. And we need something. We need these track height and track padding and stuff. So let's get them from here. And track number, I'm not going to care about that at the moment. We're just going to draw everything on the same track. So let's remove this and I'll put these in here. And we need the scroll X. And I'm going to get rid of this track number thing here. I will just make the color green. And I'll just hard code the track number at 0 right now. And we need the scroll X. So let's just pass it in as scroll X. So scroll X is a float. And let's take the zoom as well. This is the zoom. And we need the width and the X. Could we just pass in the timeline here? What if we say, let's go back here. And we just pass in the timeline, which is a timeline. And then all the selves turn into timeline. And why don't I get scroll X from there? Because I have to define timeline now before timeline clip. But I also define the type here. So isn't there something like I can put it in quotes or something? I think I can do something like this. And now I have the zoom in here. Okay. And we need X and Y and width, which kind of should come from the timeline. I in fact have X and Y here. So when I render, I already saved it in here. So I can do timeline.x. And do I save the width as well? I do not. Let me do self.width is width and self.height is height. And let's define them here too. Self.width is 0, self.height is 0. And then I can just say timeline.x, timeline.width, timeline x, and sorry, that's y, and this is x, and this is x. And then we just need this minute line height. So I will just call it padding top, and I will pass it here. Padding top is a float, or actually an int. So then when we render the thing here somewhere, we are going to say self, and we are going to say padding top is a minute line height. So does this now still work? If I put this in here and I put it here, it crashes because we don't have a start time. And that is because this is not clip anymore. This is going to be self. So clip dot is going to be self dot self and 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 self, and this is self as well. And let's try again. Put this here, and it now works. Okay, now that took a little bit longer to investigate than I expected, but I think I did figure it. Yeah, something's wrong here. It is again not quite synced with this timeline. Here there should be nothing. So first you have to, wait, maybe it works. Then you need to load an audio stream with the sample rate and the channels that you want to use. And this is like the bit something to do with bits. And then you have to start playing the audio. Okay, maybe it works. The more quieter parts are just very low here. I guess that's the issue. Okay, so if I zoom in, maybe then it will make more sense. Okay, now that took a little bit longer to investigate than I expected. But I think, okay, it works. That's fine. But we are now we're drawing both of the tracks on top of each other. So we kind of still have to think about the track number. So how about the timeline clip gets the track number? Let's say track number is an int, and we're going to say self track number is track number. So then when we create a timeline clip, we give it the track number. So let's say track number is track number, and again we give it here track number is an int, and when we call add clip somewhere, here we add it to the clip bin, but here we add it to the timeline. So we put the video on track 0 and the audio on track 1. And then when we render this thing, if we go to the timeline clip, then when we render, the track number is just self.track number. So then we can put them in the track that we want. So now if I put this here and I put it here, then now we have two things here, which I guess I can use the color down then. Let's do the color thing again. So color, and color is going to be 0 blue, 1 green, 2 orange, and we take the self.track number and modulo. I think I have to have modulo 3 actually here because I have 3 items. I think that's how it works. Anyway, now if I put this here and I put it here, then we have blue and green. Great. But now I want to be able to cut the clip. So the first thing we need is we need to draw borders on this rectangle. I think it makes more sense than like which clip has been cut. So let's say draw rectangle lines. Is there another one? Can we have an X? So then we can put the thickness in there. So the rectangle is going to be this thing. I can probably copy it and I can say that this is rec, and we have the rec. And we can say that the rec is this, and then we draw the rec, and the thickness is going to be 2 pixels, and the color is going to be, can I just make it a color that's like 0, 0, 0, and 100 alpha. And is that everything that this takes? Yeah. So now, if we run it again, and we put this here, and put this here, then, oops, function requires 2 arguments. But you supplied 1. Oh, sorry. Rectangle rec needs the color as well. So this is color. And this one doesn't take the color. Okay. So now we load this, and it does have a border. It's a bit hard to see, but it is there. And now we need to be able to cut the thing. So let's check here again. Again, we're in the render function, what we are checking. Clicks, whatever. We need to say if check collision point rec, and we take the point, which is get mouse position, and the rec, which is here. So if we are over this timeline clip, then if we click is mouse pressed and mouse button left. If we click the mouse while we are on this thing, we need to get the time at which we are clicking. Don't we have in timeline a get mouse time? We do, but this is the absolute time. I think it is. So we need to subtract from this self.clip.start self.start time. Start time. So that is the relative time at which we have clicked, but we have to also add to this self.clip start. So if we have clipped already from the beginning of this. So that is the mouse time. So what we need to do is we need to say self.end time is going to be, actually this is going to be the end time is absolute. So we have to do something like this. Abs time, let's say this is abs time, and mouse time is this, so let's call it rel time, and end time is going to be abs time. So we end this clip there, and then we have to add a new clip. So timeline dot add clip, and this takes in the track number. We are going to use self dot track number and the clip. So this is self dot clip, and type is going to be self dot type. But we need a way to add the clip start here. So let's add clip start is clip start. Right, don't we have that kind of thing? Clip, oh, we don't have it. Wait, clip start. We don't have it in the constructor, but we have clip start here. So let's add clip start is a float and it defaults to 0.0. So then we can say this is clip start. So now we can use clip start in here and we pass in here clip start float is 0.0. And when we use add clip in here, we say that the clip start is going to be the rel time. Right. That should work. I might want to add here like a comment cut clip. Now we need to check like what mode are we in, because we need to have different modes, but whatever. Let's see if it works. I open this thing, I put it in here, and I click. And what happened? Nothing happened. It seems like it's hanging now. Oops. What happened there? Did we run into some infinite loop or something? Let's do cut clip. Let's even print at, and let's make timestamp from apps time, and let's make a timestamp of rel time as well. And what happens now? Put this here, we put it here, and we click. Ooh, it's cutting. It's cutting forever. Okay. Why is mouse button? Check if a mouse button has been pressed once. Excuse me? Let's put in the ID of self. Do we somehow like do this on the new clip as well? And then it cuts forever. So we put this in here, like that, and we cut it. Ooh, it's a different clip every time. So if we don't add the clip, what happens then? If we just detect this thing, yeah, I should cut it. Oh yeah, so we can cut these things, but it doesn't make the other clip. So I can still cut this and cut this and cut this and cut that. And it works. But I want to draw the outline last, because here it goes a bit over. So let's take the lines and do it after this thing. But why does it do it on the next one as well? I think it is because, in fact, we are doing the rendering and the click detection in the same place. And we have multiple clips. So we are looping through all of the timeline clips. We go to the first one. We check if we clicked on that one. And then we add a new click. And then we check again, did we click on that one? Well, we clicked on that one too. So let's move this to a different place. Let's do... What should we call this? Let's just call it handle events. And then we're going to do this stuff. And we need self and we need the rec. Now I don't want to define the rec many times, but I think I need it because I need the timeline too. Okay. And I need all these stuff. Okay. What I'm going to do instead now is when we render, where are we doing it? Here. And by the way, this is because we have the iterator. That's the problem. If we had a list, we wouldn't have this problem. So let's go back to the regular one. So let's just put a list here and let's say that clips is an empty list. And then we are going to say clips, append clip, and return clips. I think that's going to fix it because we get the stuff first, and then we're going to render and do all the stuff after that. But then on the next iteration, we're going to do the new clips. So it shouldn't be pressed anymore because the mouse is pressed for the full duration of the frame that we are rendering. So if we render both of them, if we render new ones in the same frame, that's going to fail. It should be append. Okay, let's do it again and put this in here and put it in here and click it. And it did it. Look at this. It actually did it. I can cut it from here too. Ooh, wait a minute. Did it lose the first cut? What happened there? I can kind of cut these. Oh, but it loses the first cut. Because it always adds the rest of the clip as the second clip. So that's not how it works. I can cut this way, but if I cut the other way, it's going to replace all these. So what I need to do is I have to cut it, which is fine. We set the end time to the absolute time. Then we add the next one, and we set the clip start to the relative time, but we have to add the end time as well. So we need to add here end time, which we need to save. It has to be the end time that was originally with this one. So end time is self end time. Then we change the end time, but we put the other end time here. So this add clip now has to take end time as a float or none. And did I actually pass it in here, end time, float or none? I did. So end time is end time. So now it should work. If I take this thing again, I put it here, and I cut it here, and I cut it here, and then I cut it here, it still works. We have multiple clips. And I can cut this thing too, and that thing too. And funnily, there was something that happened here to the timeline. Not sure why. That's a bit sus. But yeah, it seems to work. What if I like cut around this thing? I cut there, and I cut there. I think it's pretty accurate. Although I feel like it kind of hangs for a while after I cut. Or does it? Not sure. If I scroll, I cut here and I scroll. I think it's fine. Let's try to play it too. Now, and if I cut
works,
from here.
but video for my video editor.
Ooh. Okay, so the problem is of course now that while I play, if I cut, it goes to that point, so I can't really test it that way. And in fact, in Kdenlive, if you play and then you cut, I think it stops. And every time you change the position in the timeline, it cuts. Or it stops the video. Anyway, I can now do that. Now, another thing I need is I need to tie these clips together. I need to be able to group the clips. Because if I cut the audio here, I wanted to cut the video too, because these are like together. So let's try to implement grouping the clips. So I think we can just add some sort of group here. Now, this constructor is getting huge, but I think I can add one more thing here. So let's add a group, which is an int or none. And then we're going to say self.group is group. And then when we do add clip, I don't really like that I have to now repeat these things twice. So what does add clip do? It gets the mouse time and then it adds the clip there. Do I even need to do that? What if I just do this? And then when we do add clip here, we actually just say timeline dot clips append. So basically this. We just do this. So timeline append timeline clip, and track number is 0, end time is gonna be none, clip start is none, just like this. And this is we have to add video, and it is self.clip, and this is going to be audio, and this is track number 1. Not sure if that's any better. I just don't want to repeat myself all the time. And what we also are going to do is we are going to say group is, I don't know, group. Let's define the group somehow. We can just say group is int time.time. That's what we can do right now. And this is of course timeline get mouse time, like this. Not the best thing, but whatever, it's fine for now. And did we use that somewhere else? Add clip over here. So we have to say timeline clips append, and we do timeline clip, and track number is track number, clip is clip, type is type, and then we want to say that the clip start is that and end time is that. But what is the start time? It should be the abs time. We didn't even pass it here. So start time is the abs time. It starts where we clicked, and we cut the relative time from the beginning, and we set the end time to the end time of the previous clip. And we need to set the group to self.group. So the group stays the same when we cut it. And we need to also cut all the clips that have the same group. So if self.group is not none, we need to say for clip in timeline.clips. Yeah, we need to do this thing. This thing for each of these. So if clip.group equals self.group, then we are going to cut that. So we don't do self start time, we do clip start time like this, and we don't use self, we use clip. But what if group is none? What if we do this? If self.group is none, then affected clips is going to be just self, else affected clips is going to be clip for clip for clip in. How do we do this? Let me do it the regular way. It's empty list for, let's take this thing out, and we do this. For clip in timeline clips, if clip group is self group, then we are going to say affected clips append clip. And then we can just do this. For clip in affected clips, we're going to do this. Okay, I think it's going to work. Let's run it and put this thing in here, put it on timeline, and we cut this. Look at this, it cut both of them. That's awesome. Well, what happened there? Why did it change color? Oof. It doesn't quite... What is that? That is weird. Why did it change? What? 10 FPS. I think I did something horrible now. So if self group is none, then affected clips is just this clip. But it's never none. Let's print cutting just one clip. And here we are going to say cutting length of affected clips. So relative time is the absolute time minus clip start time plus clip start. End time is clip end time. And then clip end time is going to be apps time. And we cut this thing. And then we do timeline clips append. And we add on the same track the same clip with the same type at the start time of the absolute time where we click. And clip start is the relative time. So this is how much we cut from the beginning. End time is going to be the end time, which is the end time of the clip that we cut. So the previous end time. And the group is still the same group. Why does that not work? Let's try again. Put it here. And I will cut it. And what did we do? Cutting 2 clips. Okay, we cut 2 clips. What's wrong with that? It worked. I will cut here too. What is this? What is going on? I think that's the border. What did it do? Oh, we have to change the group now. Okay, it cut the original ones. Okay. So let's call this group. And if it is just one group, or group is none, then we say group is none. Otherwise, group is going to be again time.time, which is not quite accurate. So maybe we can just use, well, is there like microseconds? What if we do times 100? Can we do that? So it's going to be a little bit more accurate. So if we cut something on the same second, it's not going to get screwed up. Okay, so now if we run it again and we put a thing in there, put it here, we cut here, it cut it. We cut here, it cut that one. And if we cut here, it cut that one. Now we can cut these clips and they're grouped. That's great. Next, I want to be able to delete clips and extract clips. So basically we need to be able to select a clip and then delete or extract. So let's try to do that. We need to introduce some sort of mode that we are in. So let's put it somewhere in here. Let's say mode, and this is a literal that can be cut or select. And there's another one in Kdenlive which is like move. It like moves the whole. Normally if you're in select mode you can move one clip around, but then in the move mode, I'm not sure what it's called, you can like drag on a clip, and even if it's in the middle of other clips it will move all of the other ones like farther away. So let's have these modes. And let's start with a select, I guess would make sense. And let's print the mode somewhere. So let's draw text and let's say mode is mode. I think we can just, well, yeah, let's do mode. And this is going to be in the bottom right. So screen height -50. Sorry, that is the Y position. And the X position is screen width. Yeah, I want to kind of have it aligned to the right. I guess we have to like calculate the length of the text or something. But let's say screen width -150. Something like that. So now, oops, we need a bunch more things here. Draw text. Text, position X, position Y, font size and color. So font size is going to be 10 and color is going to be, I don't know, orange. Let's make it colorful. Okay, mode is there. I can barely see anything. I thought FPS was 10. Oh no, it doesn't take the size. Okay, so this should be like 30. And I will make it uppercase. Mode. And can I say upper? Like this. And now, that's a bit too big. Let's make it just 20. And let's do 250. Okay. Mode is select now. Let's do screen height. Sorry, this should be 20. This is still 50. Okay, now we can see the mode here. But can we make it, aligned to the right? I think we can do like measure text. And we can give it the text. So let's say mode text. Mode text is this. And we give it mode text. And mode font size. Mode font size is 20. And this is also mode font size. So then we can say that the X position is screen width minus this mode width. So then we can say mode width here. And if we then run it, then it is exactly there now. And I think it should change when the text changes. But I also want to have some sort of padding. So let's do 20. So now it will look like this. Great. So then we need to be able to change the modes. Should I put it here where all these keys are checked? They should probably be else ifs. Not sure if that affects performance even. Let's do this. And let's add, if we are pressing C, key C, then mode is going to be select. And if we press X, then mode is going to be cut. And I don't even know what the key in Kdenlive is for the move tool. But I'm going to say M. That makes sense. These don't really make sense. I mean, cut makes kind of sense for being X, but I don't know what C means. Wait, is it like that? I think S does something too. Or is S for select? Maybe S is for select and C is for cut. And X is nothing. Yeah, I think that's correct. So S is select. C is going to be cut. And M is going to be the move. But then I want to have X for destroying, like extracting. And I don't have that in Kdenlive. In Kdenlive I have to like right click and then extract, which is very annoying. Okay, let's see if we can now change. If I press C, I'm in cut mode. If I press S, I'm in select mode. And M is move mode. Amazing. That's cool. Okay, so now if we are in the timeline clip and we click something, so let's do this like that. If mode equals cut, then we are going to do this like that. So now if we are here and we have a video here and we're in select mode and we click, nothing happens. It just jumps to that location. But if we select C and we click here, then it cuts it. If we go back to this thing, then it does nothing. But I want to cut here, and I want to move here, and cut, and move over there. It works. Okay, when we are in select mode and I click somewhere, it should highlight that thing. So let's do here, else if mode is select, then we have to do something like self.selected is true. And we have to make the others unselected. So for clip in timeline.clips, clip.selected is false. And I guess we can even do something like if is key down, keyboard key, shift, left shift, if it is not down. So if not is key down, left shift. So now we can select multiple things if we hold shift. It should be control. Actually, it should be control. Key left control. And then when we render the thing, then we need to change the color based on whether it's selected or not. Should we change the line color actually? So let's say line color, and if self.selected, then line color is something, and else line color is this. So it is going to be, I don't know, let's like put 200, and what is this? I don't know, I'll just make it orange. Let's make orange. So now, if we're in select mode, and we need to drop in something here, oops, has no attribute selected. We need to add a default here. Self.selected is false. And then if we put this here and we use C to cut, then we do S and we select this, we select that, we select this. And we can select all these. Now we have to do the same thing for this. So all the grouped items should be selected. And if I hit Control, I can select multiple. Look at this. I'm selecting multiple items. That's pretty cool. I can't unselect. I think I should be able to unselect. So we have to say select as is not selected. And we have to do the same thing here. We probably want to move this affected clips over here. So then we can reuse it. So now we have affected clips, and we will just do for clip in affected clips, we are going to do clip selected is not clip selected. But now this is an issue. If we make all of them false, then this we can't unselect. But should you be able to, let's see how this works. So if I have a thing here again, and I do C for cut, then I do S for select, then now it selects both of those clips. But what if I click again? Yeah, I can't unselect this, which kind of makes sense. But if I hit Control and I select multiple, can I then unselect all of them? Okay, that makes sense. I don't think you have to unselect a thing you selected already. Like if you just hit, you know, if you just press on it. But if you hit Control, then you can unselect it. That's cool. Okay. Now I want to implement deletion and extraction. I think I will use D and X. I don't think I have used D and X for anything else in Kdenlive. So let's detect it here. And this is completely outside of this collision detection. So we just say if is key pressed, keyboard key, key D. Then if self selected, then we have to delete self. How do we delete this thing from the timeline? Well, we probably shouldn't do it in here actually. We should do it in the timeline. So let's put it somewhere in here. So if we press D, then we say for clip in self.clips. If clip selected, then we delete clip. But this is not going to work because we are looping through the thing. So we have to say for clip, for I in self clips, but it's a list. So just do range or enumerate. But no, we don't want to do that either. We just want the range. So I'm going to just do range len self clips. I feel like this is stupid. I think this is like what you see in YouTube videos that show like, this is how junior Python developers do things. But I don't remember what is the correct way. I know enumerate is the correct way to get the index, but we can't enumerate because we can't loop through the things. We can't refer to the thing while we are deleting the thing. So we can say clip is self clips index I. Because this just makes a range of the... but we have to go backwards. So we have to say start from this thing, end at 0, and step is -1. But this is exclusive. Start is inclusive, so this should be -1, and this should be -1 as well. So that we also use 0, right? Am I stupid? I think I'm stupid, but whatever. I think it's gonna work. Let's try. We are going to put a file in here, load it up, and we're going to cut. We are going to D, which does nothing because we don't have anything selected. We select this and we hit D, and absolutely nothing happens. Okay. Let's print deleting clip. And we open this thing, put this here, and select and delete. Did it actually do something?
Combine frames into
Oops.
chunks.
Did we delete something? We deleted 2 clips, but we didn't actually delete them. Interesting. Do I have to do it like this? Maybe Del just deletes that local variable. Let's try again. Or do I need to use like pop? I think I have to use pop. Okay, let's cut. Let's select and D. Oops. It deleted everything. Oops, because, I need to do it like this. Let's try again. Put this here, and cut. D, S, and then select D. Yes, I deleted it. Select this, D. It works. I can cut these up. I can select D. Amazing. But then I want X. And X is the same as D, but it should remove the empty space as well. How do we do that? Let's add another thing. If is key pressed, key X. Okay, we find the thing that we want to delete. We delete it. But the start time of each clip after that needs to be moved back. So we get the index and we get the duration, which is self clips index I dot duration. There's no duration. It is dot clip dot duration. No, actually it is the start time, the end time minus the start time. So end time minus start time. That's the duration. So then we have to say for X in range. Well, actually, we can just do for X clip in enumerate self.clips. If X is greater than I, then clip.startTime minus equals duration. I think that's it. So now, if you run it and we put this thing in here and we cut, then we select, we D, we select and we X. It didn't work. It didn't work. Why did it not work? Clip.startTime minus equals duration. Well, this actually doesn't make any sense. Why am I using the index? Yeah, it's I shouldn't use the index. I just say for clip in self clips. If clip start time is greater than or equal to self clips index I start time. If it starts at or after this, I mean, it shouldn't start after. It shouldn't start at it, but whatever. If it starts after this thing, then we move the start time by the duration of this clip. I think that should work. Let's try and do it. Select, click, then do this and delete, do this and X. Something happened, but I don't think it worked. It did not quite work. So if I cut, and I select this, I delete it. Ooh, what happened? I think something went on top of each other. So if I select this, I delete it. If I select this and I extract it, that kind of worked. I select this and I extract it. Ooh, why did it do like that? That's a bit funny. I think it is because I do it to myself. So let's take the duration, then delete ourselves, and then loop through the rest of the clips. Because it changed its own time, and then it changed which time it compares. So that's why it did like that. So let's put this here, and let's cut, select, click this, extract. I don't think it worked properly. Delete. Yeah, what? Delete. So this thing I want to extract. List index out of range. What? Ah, sorry. Let's do this. Clip to delete or extract. Extract is self clips index I. Okay. If this thing is selected, then we get its end time and start time and we delete it like this. But then we have to refer to it with this thing. Okay. So now, boop, boop, cut. Wait a minute. Did it cut? It did cut. Okay. Select this. Extract. Why did it move everything? And then we're at 9 FPS for some reason. What? Sorry. What am I doing? I think I'm in need of a break. So let's go back to this. So if this thing is selected, then clip to extract is that. I was doing this too early. So this thing we want to extract and we refer to it like this everywhere except here because we have to delete the actual thing. So now if we go here and we go here and we cut, then we select and we select this and we X. I don't think it worked. X. I don't understand what is going on here. So I select this and I delete. There's like stuff on top of each other now. Cut. Select this, extract. What? Oh, I have to move the end time too. So start time and end time both need to go down. Start time and end time, of course. But it doesn't really explain what happened there, I don't think. Now, if I select multiple things, is it gonna screw something up? Because we're gonna move that thing as well. Aha. So we need to say if not clip selected. We are not going to move the selected clips, otherwise it's gonna screw everything up because they're gonna be deleted anyway. Okay, let's see. And by the way, I think it should also be if the clip start time is greater or equal to the clip to extract end time. Right, I think that makes sense. So now, let's see, can we do it? Cut, select, extract. It worked. Look at this. Select, extract. Cut, select, delete, select, extract. It works. It actually works. Did it maintain the same size here though? If I select and I extract. I think it works. That's pretty cool. That's very cool. I can cut these things. I can select an X. I can select an X. Select an X. Something weird was there, I think. Let's try again. Cut. For some reason, it doesn't recognize every cut. Maybe I did it too fast. So I select this X. Why is this? It's a little bit sus here. Did I even make this cut? I select this. Yeah, I think this is like under that. That's a bit weird. So if I extract this, yeah, there's something wrong with this thing still. What is going on? We press X, we get a range of all the clips in backwards order. Then if we find a clip that is selected, we save that clip. Well, it doesn't copy it, I think. So then that screws everything up. So where do we refer to this thing? Let's just say end time is this end time. And this one is going to be end time. And start time is self clips index I start time. These are now saved. It is safe to delete the thing. Start time, end time. And duration is end time minus start time. This is just a number. This will be saved. Then we delete this thing. Then we loop through all of the clips. And if we find a clip that is not selected and it starts after or at the end time of this particular clip that we already saved, then we subtract from its start time the duration of the clip we cut and also from the end time, which effectively moves it back. I don't see an issue here. Let's try one more time. Maybe it was because I was referring to like a deleted thing, or it referred to another thing now because it moved in memory or something like that. Cut. And select extract. I think something went wrong again. What went wrong? If I select this, yeah, it's not, or is it just not that accurate because it's with the duration? Let's extract this thing. Let's extract this thing. It can't be this difficult. What is so difficult about this? Do I still need to say start time here? Is there like some overlap there? So then it doesn't move the one that's closest to it or something. Let's try again. What on earth is going on here? Copy, copy, or cut, and then select, extract. Yeah, it went too far. This was the one that was after that, but it went too far. Yeah, I think that was what's going on. So this is now under. These are all fine, but it moved this, and by the way, every one of them too far back. But why? I know why. Because we have two clips selected. We need to calculate the duration of all the clips. So yeah, okay. We delete all the things we want to delete separately. We delete them all, then we move them. So we calculate the duration that we cut out. Yeah, what if we select in two different positions? This is a bit more difficult than I expected. How about we save the cut times as a list, and we save into cut times. We append their start time and end time. So we cut out all the things and we cut the start times and the end times. Sorry, this is still here. We cut them out. Then we have the cut times here. Then we do for cut time in cut times. I guess we can do like start end in cut times dot. Can I do items? I can just do this, right? Because it's a list of tuples, so I can do this, I think. And then once we have deleted all the clips, then we need to check all of these start and end times and remove empty space from there. So what if we say for clip in self clips, let's say something like clip found is false. If, I mean, we have a function for this. We can say timeline, which is self dot get clips between start and end. So we can say if len get clips between is greater than 0, or actually if it is 0, then we are going to cut every clip from there. So if there's no clips during this time, we can then just do this thing. So for clip in self clips, we don't need to check if they're selected because we delete the selected already. So we just do this. And if the clip start time is greater than or equal to start, I guess it should be greater than start, then clip start time minus equals duration. And duration is going to be end minus start. I think that's going to work. But I have thought that this thing is going to work since the beginning. So it's probably not going to work. Let's slap this in here and slap it in there and cut, and select this and extract. It didn't work. Select, extract. So we delete, but we don't extract. Okay. We loop through the cut times and let's print them. Cut time, start, end. And if there are no clips in between, then duration is end minus start, and then we go through all the clips, and if the clip starts after the start, then we are gonna subtract from that the duration. Okay, so it should work, but what is going on? Cut, and then we're gonna select and extract. Okay, we got two cut times, 29, which is here, to 42, which is here. So then why did we not find any clips? Let me check this again. We check if end time is greater or equal to start time. Perhaps we need to do just greater and lesser than, because otherwise maybe the previous clip ended at the same exact point, so then it doesn't take that into account. But it should extract from the others. I don't understand what is going on here. Select, extract. I think it worked now. Select, extract. Select, extract. It works now. Select, extract. Select, extract. It works. It definitely works now. So now I can cut. If I select the cutter, I cut here, and it's kind of funny that it changes the timeline. Something is wrong somewhere. Oops, I deleted the wrong thing. I wasn't supposed to cut that one. I was supposed to be in select mode. Anyway, select mode and X. Cut, 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 cut. Yeah, something is up with this audio timeline. Select this and cut it. Select and cut, select and cut, select and cut. I think it works. Let me try one more time to actually cut something. I also want to know if our buffering works now. So can we cut out some, parts where I don't speak? If I zoom in here, and here I say something, just to make sure that it works with mono and stereo. And then there's a lot of empty stuff. And then I say, just to make sure that it works with like mono and stereo. I said the same thing. Okay, so if I click here, I want to cut and cut and cut and cut. And I hate that it changes the waveform when I cut. But if I cut out these things and then I select and I extract, 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 extract. And then I play this whole thing. What will it sound like? Just to make sure that it works with like mono and stereo. And then here is the important bit. The chunks from MoviePy are from -1 to +1. But for Raylib, it wants them to be int16. It's pretty good. Something weird happened somewhere in here. I'm not sure if it was because of my cutting or what. MoviePy are from... I think we are not buffering fast enough. Or actually, I changed the buffering to just 2 seconds. Maybe I have to buffer more. But I think it shouldn't matter. If I click here and I play MoviePy, yeah, it stops there. Damn it. It's just like Kdenlive. The point was to make a faster editor than Kdenlive, because Kdenlive did exactly this kind of stuff. But now my own editor does the exact same thing. So I guess we learned something. Anyway, let me try to play it again. The chunks from MoviePy are from -1 to +1. But for Raylib, it wants them to be... Yeah, it works if it just has enough time to buffer the thing. So we just need to do something about the buffering. But yeah, it works pretty well. So if I make sure that it works with like mono and stereo. And then here is the important bit. The chunks from MoviePy are... MoviePy. Yeah, the cutting doesn't like work exactly. We have to figure something out there. From MoviePy are from... Sometimes it works, but sometimes it doesn't, which is very interesting. The chunks from MoviePy are from -1 to +1. But for Raylib, it wants them to be int16. Okay, but hey, we can cut these things now, and it works pretty nicely. So I think I'm going to take a break for at least a day, and then I will continue this and try to get this video finished in less than, 10 hours of video. Oh boy. Okay, so the first thing we have to address is the timeline jumping around, the waveform jumping when I cut it. And I think it is related to our audio resolution, because we are just drawing every 5 pixels. And then when I cut a clip, we cut based on the timestamps. So then that new clip might kind of start... The 0th pixel of the second clip might now be a little bit different, so then it takes the audio sample from a different position, and then that screws everything up. So we should have just audio resolution of 1, maybe even 2. But if we now try to load it up, and we take a file and we put it in here, then now if I zoom in here, it looks pretty nice. And if I use the the C to cut, if I cut here and I cut here and I cut here, it doesn't change the waveform at all when I cut it. So that's what we're going to do. But the problem is we're at 15 FPS now. So we can't really do this. You have to figure out something else here. And I have one more trick up my sleeve that we can try. So instead of just drawing these rectangles, because that is the slow part, if I just comment this out and I run it and I slap this in here, then of course we can't see anything, but now we're at 60 FPS, and even if I go here and I do whatever, let's do select and actually cut, it's still at 60 FPS. Well, now it's like 40 or 50, but whatever. But of course we want to have the waveform of the audio. So what if we use textures instead of drawing the rectangles? I'm not sure if it's just like a slow operation to draw a rectangle, like to just call a Raylib function from Python, if there's some overhead just in that communication, or what is the problem? So what if we just create an image here, pixel by pixel on the Python side, and then we just load that as a texture to Raylib. So then we can have just one call to Raylib. Let's try to do that. So we need to do something like this. We need to create the graph as a byte array. And the size is going to be the width of the canvas that we're going to create times 4, because again we are going to have the RGB and A in there, and times the track height. So this is our image, and by default it's an empty thing, so that means it's transparent. And then we have to loop through each of the lines in the image. So for Y in range, track height, we are going to then loop through the whole width, again in chunks of the audio resolution, which is going to be 1 probably, ultimately. But I guess it's good to have it as an option. But we should do here times 4, because this is basically looping through each of the pixels in the row of pixels, and each pixel has 4 bytes of information. So we loop through each of the things, we calculate the current time, we get the volume, and then we are going to draw something on this line. Now, I think we have to do it the other way. So let's actually go through the audio resolution, and then for each, column of pixels, we are then going to loop through the height of the image, like this. Because now we know what is the volume at this X position, which is now called I, so maybe I will call it X. And do I use I somewhere else? I use it here. So let's put X, but of course we're not going to draw a rectangle. What we are going to do is we are going to draw a white pixel for each of the spots that, represent the volume. So we're going to start from track height minus volume, and we are going to go until track height, and we're going to step by 1. I guess it's 1 by default. And then we have to get the actual pixels. So we need to say that in the graph, in index W times 4 times Y. This is the beginning of the current line, and we add to it X, which is the position of the current, pixel, and we set it to 255. And we need to do it for, all of the 4 pixels, or the 4 bytes. So 1, 2, 3, and they're all 255. So then, in the end, we are going to have this graph, which is the raw pixel data for the graph. And we can do something like texture is, I believe we had a function for create blank texture. And the width is the W and the height is the track height. And then we can say update texture, and we give it the texture and the pixels, which is the graph. And this is now bytes, or it's a byte array. So we need to do that ffi.new char, and we have to convert it into bytes as well, like this. And then we are just going to do draw texture. We give it the texture and the position X, which is going to be this. Although, I can't use X here because I have X Wait a minute. Yeah. Okay. So we don't use X here at all. It's just a clip X because we have the whole row of pixels in the texture. So we just draw the texture X at the timeline X plus clip X1. And the Y is going to be clip Y. So basically same as this rectangle, right? So this is clip Y. And we have a tint, so we just put white here as the tint. Now, of course, we can't just, create new textures all the time. That's going to be slow. So let's save it to the timeline clip. Let's say self.texture is none. And then if self.texture is none, then we are going to do all this stuff. And this is going to be self.texture. And we're going to update self.texture. And every time we draw the texture, but we don't like update and create it every single time. But another problem here is that we are generating the audio graph in the background. So on the first iteration, we're not going to have anything in there, or we're just going to have a little part of it. So then we're going to just create the texture of the blank thing, and then we're never going to update it. So maybe we need to like update it every second or something. So what if we save here, like texture updated is 0, and then we can say if self-texture updated is less than time.time minus 1. So if it has been updated more than 1 second ago, then we update it. And we need to check if self.texture is not is not none, then we need to unload the texture, self.texture. And then once we have created the texture and updated, we need to say self.texture updated is time.time. Now there's another spot when we have to update the texture, and that is when the size of the texture changes, which is basically when we scroll or when we zoom, because the width of the texture will change. So I guess we have to say the size, isn't the size in the texture already? So we can say if self.texture updated is less than time minus 1, or self.texture.width is not W. Now what is this? It is an integer, and this one is an integer. Okay, we can compare it, I think. Or self.texture height is not track height. Now the problem is that we are not going to have the texture in there, so this is going to fail. But I guess this test is going to fail first, so we already have the texture always, I think. And by the way, we have to unload the texture when we delete this thing. So let's add another delete in here. And we are going to say if self.texture is not none, then we are going to unload texture self.texture. Like that. Let's see if this thing will work. Let's run it, and let's take a file from here and slap it in here, and look at this. We're getting something. Something's not quite correct because we have weird artifacts in here. But, byte array index out of range. Okay, but it was close. So for x in range 0 until width times 4, and step is audio resolution, we get the time, we get the volume, and then for y in track height minus volume until track height, we are going to draw 1, 2, 3, 4 things at width times 4 times y, which is the beginning of that row, plus x. And x it is at first 0, plus 0, and then plus 1, plus 2, plus 3. Okay, that seems correct to me. I wonder if the volume sometimes goes over the track height. I think we had that issue previously. So let's say that it is the minimum between track height and this thing. And let's try to run it again. And let's put this thing in here. And yeah, there's colors in there, which tells me that we're like kind of offset somewhere. So byte array index out of range. Why does it go out of range? First of all, I think since we're using the X here. Wait a minute. Yeah, this is wrong. The calculation of the volume time is going to be wrong. So we have to do for X in the width. And step is audio resolution. So now we get the current time correctly. But then we have to say X times 4 here. But I think this still is going to do the same thing. It's still going to overflow somewhere, but I'm not sure why. But at least we should get the correct audio graph. Actually, maybe that fixed it. So, yeah, look at this. We can zoom in, we can scroll, but it scrolls very slow. So it doesn't actually... it's not enough to check the width of the thing, because when we scroll, the width is the same, so it doesn't update it. So we need to also check the scroll. So we need to say or self.texture scroll x is not timeline.scroll x. And then we can save that here. Self.texture scroll x is timeline.scroll x. Maybe there's a better way of doing this, but I think it's going to work. Texture scroll x is, I don't know, 0. So now it's going to update it there too. But I realized that it's always, like every second it's loading the texture. And we actually don't need to load the texture unless the width and height changes. So we have to copy this check over here, and we need to do it here. So if not self, or it's if self.texture is none, or self-texture width is not W, or self-texture height is not track height, then we are going to create a blank texture. Otherwise, we just update the texture. And now if we run it, and we take this in here, and we slap it in there, then, ooh, unloaded texture. Okay. Yeah, so unload texture only should happen when we create a blank texture. So if we create a new texture, then if the old texture is not none, then we unload it. So now, if we slap this in here and we slap it in there, then that works. And it only loads the new texture if it changes. So never. Only if we resize the window. If we resize, then it's going to load it again. But now it works. And look at our FPS. Our FPS is 60. Look at this. It's 60. Look at this. Can we even play this thing? I'm going to play it. So first you have to set this up. So you have to do init audio device. Then you have to set audio stream buffer size default. It works. Look at this. We can scroll around. We can zoom in, zoom out. Now the zoom is a bit too slow. But yeah, we're at 60 FPS. So that's pretty damn good. And by the way, 60 is our limit. We set it to 60. Maybe we could even squeeze more out of this, but I don't know if we need to, because the video is 30 FPS. But let's see how much we get. If we put here like 200 target FPS, what do we get? Well, we get 190. If we drop in a file, 160, 130, something like that, we slap this in here, and we still get, 100 and something. That's pretty cool. And even with the video, we are at 100 FPS. And the channels that you want to use. And this is like, it goes down to 70 when we play. That's pretty good. And then what you can do is you can do iter chunks. What if we... Oops. I think I need a Control Z as well. What if I now select, cut here, and here, and here, and here, and here, and here, here, and here, and here, and here. We are still at like 50, 60 FPS. But it's annoying that it doesn't always... does it not cut if I cut in between this thing? I wondered why it doesn't always register my cut. But if I cut in between these clips, it doesn't cut, because I have to actually click on the track. Okay. But it's still high FPS. Then we can select cut and select cut. Or extract, extract, and extract, and extract. And it works. Amazing. And we are super high FPS. So the next thing we have to do is, first of all, we have to make the zoom faster. And another thing we have to do is figure out the buffering. Because if we try to play this thing now, it gets stuck. But I think I did figure it out with the help of ChatGPT. And what I learned, it gets stuck on these spots where it has to like seek to a different place. So let's try to figure out how we can do that. And I think I'm gonna put the FPS back to 60. So the first thing I want to do is I want to change the zoom. Where is our zooming? So what if we make it like a percentage? So self.zoom times equals, I wonder what the scroll amount even is. Like what kind of number is the scroll amount? Can I just do something like this? It times equals 1.1 if scroll amount is greater than 0, and else it is going to be 0.9. So we zoom like 10%, because it does, when it's already zoomed out, it will zoom in nicely, but when we get closer, it's going to slow down. So I think now it might be a bit better. So if I zoom in, then now it zooms nicely. That's very good. Yeah, that's nice. How about the scrolling? Scrolling, I think, is still fine, I guess. All right, so I worked on this for a couple of days off camera, and then I took like a couple of weeks off. But I got it to work pretty well now. So here's how it works now. If I run this thing and I take a sample video from here, I can slap it in here, and I can zoom in here just like before, and then I can cut a piece out of here and I can extract it. And what I can also do now is I can move these around. So I can move these pieces around, and I can even, if I take a clip from here, I can move it in between if there was enough space. So if I move this a little bit and I move this in here, I can move them around. So I can even change the order of these clips. And another thing that I implemented is this thing, which I'm not quite happy that I had to implement it, but I implemented this buffering thing. So if I click over here and I play,
Hi there, this is just a sample video for my video editor.
it will buffer for a while before it starts playing. And the reason for this is that if I have many of these cuts in here, it's just for some reason so slow to seek to a particular point in the video that it would then easily get stuck in one of those spots because it didn't seek far enough ahead and buffer it already. So I had to add that thing. If I go somewhere and I play...
Yeah, this is just a sample video.
Well, it doesn't buffer every time because now it's already in the buffer. But if I had a longer video, or if I jump in the end here and then I play, then it buffers for a while. Which, by the way, now it's stuck here because I haven't implemented the end of the video yet. Anyway, it works quite nicely now. So if I go here, it buffers for a while and then
Hi
it
there,
starts.
this is just a sample video for my video editor, so we can see if it works.
I also implemented this thing, so when I click somewhere, it will play, if it has it in the buffer, it will play the like one frame of audio from there, which is kind of helpful sometimes, and Kdenlive has this feature as well. I also added arrow keys, so I can move around one frame with the arrow keys. And it always plays the sound that is at that frame. And if I take another clip and I try to put it here, it will automatically put it on the next track here. Although I still can't like scroll the tracks or anything like that, or I can't place the video on a specific track, it will automatically like select the next available track. Although it doesn't quite work perfectly yet because it only checks this point in the video. So if I take the clip and I put it in the beginning here, it thinks that you can put it on the first track, so then it just puts it on top of this thing. So there's still some bugs to figure out. And by the way, I also got rid of all the global variables. So if I search for global, nothing is global anymore. And I did that by moving the main into an actual function. So then I can't use any variables, even for reading, like globally. And I just attached all the previously global variables to this project or parts of it. So I have the project here, and if I go to the definition, then I have this like audio buff size here, and I have this dragging flag, and all this stuff is here. And I think also in the timeline, I have the audio buffer and video buffer in here, and all kinds of other flags. Now, I'm not sure if this is the best place to put these things, but at least they're not global, because global variables, bad. Anyway, since this video is getting so long, I want to move on, because nobody's going to want to watch a 10-hour video
which this might already be. So what I want to do is I want to implement saving a project file and loading a project file and then rendering the project. Because I don't think it makes any sense to post this video unless you have all those things. So we have to have the timeline, and we have to have the saving and loading of the project, and we need to have the rendering. So let's try to implement those. But I do want to fix this thing, that when I put a new clip on the timeline where there is a video already, it shouldn't overlap. And currently, the way I do this is if I search for track number, we just get the track number based on how many clips are in the timeline at the time of the mouse. So we use the get clips at and we give it the time. But we also have get clips between, which takes a start time and an end time. So I think it would be better to use this. We could do something like clips equals self clip project timeline, which, by the way, this is a little bit cursed because the timeline is a part of the project, but the clip is also part of the timeline, but the render function is in the clip bin item. So in the clip, I had to pass in the project, which is kind of a stupid way to do this. I should probably maybe have the render function inside the project or inside the timeline or something, but whatever. This is how we now get access to the timeline from the clip bin item. So from the timeline, we are going to get clips between, and we have to say mouse time is the start time, and the end time needs to be mouse time plus self clip dot duration. Is there duration? There's no duration. What is it? It is in video dot duration. Okay. Did I still have the resource in here? I did not have the resource. Okay, so this is kind of a weird thing again, because I have the video in this clip and I have audio in this clip. So which duration should I use? Technically they should be the same, but I guess they can be different in some cases. Maybe I can do like the maximum of these things. So let's say clip duration, and let's say that the clip duration is the maximum of the video duration and the audio duration. Now the audio can also be none, and the video can be none, because this might be just a video or just an audio. So how do we do this? Clip duration is 0 if self-clip video, if we have self-clip video, then clip duration is self-clip video duration, and if self-clip audio and self-clip audio duration is greater than clip duration, then clip duration is self-clip audio duration. Does that make any sense? I think it makes sense. So now we have the duration, and it is whatever is the longest duration in there, which I might be able to move inside the clip. So then I could say self-clip duration. So when I do a new clip, where's my clip? It is here. So we can just do this thing in here. And I guess we can say that it is self.duration. And if we have self video, then the duration is that. And if we have audio and the audio duration is greater than the current duration, then we set that duration. So now we have the longest duration in there as well. So then we have all the clips. I might call this something like timeline. So let's just say timeline is that. And here are all the clips from mouse time to mouse time plus self clip duration. And we need to loop through all of these clips. And should we, I think we should get the first available track. So we can say that the track number is 0. I believe I started them from 0. And then I can say for I in range, I don't know, 100, what is the maximum number of clips we want to have? Because I guess we should have a maximum, just to avoid like a situation where there's an infinite loop. And then for each of the track numbers we want to check, we are going to say for clip in clips, if clip.track number equals I, then we need to say something like track
track used is true, and here say track used is false, and then we are going to say if track used, in fact if not track used, then track number is going to be I, and we're going to break, and here we can break too. So if we find one clip that has that track number, then we can just break from there. And we should also check if we got to 100 because then there's too many tracks. So I guess we can just say if track used, I guess we need to then set it here as well. If track is used, then we are going to raise runtime error. Too many tracks. I guess better would be like to show a modal or something, but we don't have those implemented right now. So let's just do like that. And let's see if it works. If we now take a sample video over there and then we slap this in here, it works. If we slap it in here, it presumably went down there, but I can't scroll there, unfortunately. Yeah, we can see it here if I put it to full screen. So if I put this thing here, and if I try to put this thing over here, it still goes there. And if I try to put this one here, we can put it there. But if I try to put this here, it goes there. So now it works. Now ultimately we do want to be able to like add new tracks and then place it on whichever track we want. But I'm not going to get into that right now. Right now, I want to be able to save the project and then load the project. So let's try to do that. Let's go to our project and let's just implement like a save or something. Let's add it somewhere in here. By the way, I also refactored this get audio chunk so that it uses a byte array which it fills up from the audio stream. And in fact, I have an audio frame size, which is the size of the frame that we read from the file. But then I have also the audio buff size, which is the size of Raylib's audio buffer. Because I need to pass a big enough buffer for Raylib, otherwise there's going to be like crackling sounds. I guess because we don't have enough time to fetch the next, chunk of audio and update the audio stream. So then there's going to be crackling when we don't have anything lined up in the buffer. But I want to be able to cut more precisely than that time, because that time is like multiple frames. But we need to be able to cut based on the audio frame, based on the video frames. So we can't have the shortest chunk of audio be longer than one frame of video. So that's why I had to implement this. It's probably not the correct way of doing this, but I don't know how to do this properly. Anyway, let's go back to what we were doing. So we need to implement save. And I think I'm going to just use some sort of JSON format. So let's say project JSON is an object, and we need to have the clips. Should I call it clips or clip bin? So if we go down to our main, we start a project, and the first thing that we do that changes the project is we add a file into the clip bin. So I do think we should have the clip bin. I'll just call it clips, and it is an empty list. Then we need the timeline, which is also a list. And we then need to populate these. So we need to say for clip in self dot clip bin, we are going to say project JSON clips append, and let's append something. What does the clip have? Clip dot, we have to say, how can I say what is in there? Clip dot what is in the clip? There's no types in this thing. We have to say clip bin dot clips. So then we're going to have the clip. We are going to have, I have to say clip dot clip. So clips is a clip bin item, and then the item has the actual clip. And the clip has file path. Okay, so we need at least this one. So let's say file path is that, and do we need any more information? We don't really need any more information. What else do we have in here? Clip dot, we have the audio graph, but all of these
can be loaded from the file name, right? We have the type, but don't we recognize that also at the moment? Maybe I'll just add it there anyway. Well, no, let's just add the file path. Okay, we have clips and they have file paths in there. And then for, let's also call this clip in self.timeline.clips. And these are timeline clips. So then we have to save all of these. We need to say that project JSON timeline append, and what do we have here? We have clip.clip. So this now should reference the item in the clip bin, which is interesting. Now we could just use the file path again from the clip, but that's kind of redundant. So do I need to create some map between the file path and the index in the clip bin? Maybe that's what I want to do. So let's call this like clip files, and let's make it a dictionary. And let's take the index and let's enumerate these things. And then we are going to say that clip files, clip.clip.file path is going to be index. And then we can say here that the clip is going to be clip files. And we take from there clip.clip.file path. Because again, in the timeline clip, we have a reference to the actual clip. And then we can say start time. So basically all of these things we have to save. Start time. And here we do need the type. So let's say that the type is going to be clip.type. Start time is clip.start time. And end time is clip.end time. And clip start is going to be clip.clip start. So this is actually like an offset. So this is where the clip starts in the timeline. This is where it ends in the timeline. And then this is how much we cut from the beginning of the clip. And we need to save the group and the track number, of course. So let's say track number is going to be clip.track number and group is going to be clip.group. Now we might be able to use, some pedantic stuff here, but let's just do it manually for now, because we still might have some attributes here that we don't want to save in the file. Anyway, we have clip and the type and the start time, end time, clip time, or clip start and track number and group. I guess we can move this up here like this. Okay, now this might be it. Do we need anything else? We just need what clips we have and then the timeline, where are all the clips. So let's do save and let's give it the file path, and we can just save the file in there. Let's do with open file path in write mode as f dot we have to do json dot dump. Into f we are going to dump the project JSON, and we have to import JSON. Import JSON. So then that should work. Let's just print here. Saved project to file path. Like that. And I will actually add here indent is 4, just so it looks nice in the file. And of course we need a way of loading the project from the file. So let's implement that too. So we are just going to say load. And we have self and file path str. So we need to do with open file path in read mode as f. We will do project JSON is JSON.load, and we load the f. Now there can be a bunch of errors here. So let's try this and let's accept OS error as E. And for now, let's just print. Let's print error loading file. And let's put just the E in here. And let's say file path. And just return. And let's accept JSON decode error, which I guess comes from JSON dot... Is it just this? Yeah. As well, we don't have to know more details. Just print. Should we say here error and then could not load file, and here we say error invalid project file,
and let's put the file path in here, and we just return. Otherwise, if we have the project JSON, then this probably should return a project or none. So none if there's an error. So we can say that the project is a new project, and we have to put the FPS in here and the audio FPS, because I'm not sure if I added these while I was working off camera, but basically we have to have like an FPS for the project. And did I just hard code these in here? I did, but I probably want to save those in the file as well. So let's save. FPS is going to be self.fps, and audio FPS is going to be self.audio FPS, which I guess it should be like video FPS and audio FPS, but since I've named them like this now, let's just call them FPS and audio FPS, and we can say here that this is going to be project JSON. I guess we have to use get, and we get from here FPS, and let's default it to 30. And then let's do project JSON get audio FPS, and we default it to, what was it, 38,000? I think that's what it was. No, wait a minute. Project 48,000, of course. 48,000, right? And I'll do this. FPS is like that, and audio FPS is like this. And then for clip in project JSON.clips, sorry, not dot, we have to say clips. And I guess we have to say that the clips are project JSON get clips. And if not clips, then we're gonna print error. Project file does not contain any clips, and return. So then we can say for clip in clips, we need to say project.add. I don't have add clip. I have project.clip bin add clip, and this takes a clip. So we need to create. How should I call these things? Let's call this clip object. Is going to be a clip, and I need to give it the project. Which again, this is so stupid. So this is the project. Okay. File path is going to be clip, let's just call it file, sorry, let's call it clip file path, and the clip file path is going to be project JSON, clip.get file path, and if not clip file path, then we're going to print error clip, and let's put the index here. So let's again do enumerate, so index here, and then enumerate these things. Clip index this does not have a file path. So then we get the file path, and the type is going to be the clip type. And I guess we can do the same thing here. So this is going to be clip type, and this clip does not have a type. Now, I guess we need to check, like, if maybe it's a number or something, but I don't really care about that at the moment. And that should be all. Project, file path, and type, and then we add this clip in the clip bin. And I guess we have to do the same kind of thing now with this dictionary of the clip files, so that we can then, reference them again. But this time from the index to the actual, clip. So let's call it like clip index, and let's say that clip index is going to be clip object. And then when we do for clip in, sorry, what is clips? Clip is this, but then we have to get the timeline. So let's say that this is timeline. Project does not contain a timeline. For clip in timeline, we need to say project.timeline add timeline.clips append. Do I just do it like this? I feel like I actually do it like this or not. How do I do it? Yes. So here we are rendering the timeline clip, and when we cut it, when we cut a clip, But actually I want to go to the place where we drop it in there, which is here. We just add the timeline clips like this. So let's do that. Let's literally do this thing. And the clip is now going to be from clip index. We get the clip index. I guess we have to do again. Clip index is clip.get in. Sorry, it's not index, it's just clip. And if not, I guess we have to say if clip index is none, then we print an error. And I guess we want to get the index from here again, which is now the index of the timeline clip, so that we can say timeline clip index does not have a clip return. And let's take the type. By the way, we didn't save the type in here in the clip. Oh, we have to save the type. I mean, when we save, we don't save the type, but I think we have to do that. So let's say that type is clip.clip.type. So now with the type in there, or wait, is it, this is a clip bin item, this is a clip, and then the type of the clip. Okay, I think this is redundant information now, because we are referencing the same thing here. Let's just add like a to do, duplicate, reference. Anyway, we get the type down here. So this is going to be the type, is the type, does not have a type, and here we put in the type. And let's say start time, and let's say track number and group, and let's do all of these things in here. So start time, there's no start time, and track number, there is no track number. And let's do, well, I don't really care about the group, to be honest, but I guess we do save it. Let's just do group is, can this be none? It can be none. So let's just do clip get group. And then we are just going to return the project. So now we can save and load projects. And what is it complaining? Project is not defined because we are in the class project. So I guess we have to do this kind of stuff again. What is the point of this? I don't understand. I know it works, but how come you just put in quotes and then it works? Like, why can't it just work automatically? Who knows? Anyway, it returns a project or nothing. So let's add like a Control S to save, and let's figure out how we are going to open a file. I'm just going to go in the main right now, here where we check all these things. So let's say if is key pressed, actually is key down, and we say keyboard key control, key left control, then if is key pressed, keyboard key S, then we are going to say project.save. And of course we should like prompt for the file where to save it, but for now, just to test it, let's just say project file.json. And it should work. Let's see if it works. Let's run it. Okay. Unsupported operand types for pipe. str and none type. What are you talking about? So I need to do something like this. What are you talking about? Okay. I guess that's what I have to do. Let's take a file, boom, boom, and let's cut a piece from here, extract it, cut this thing, delete this, and let's cut this end out, and Control S. Object of type text IO wrapper is not JSON serializable. Okay, I did it wrong. So JSON dump gets the object first, and then the file. Great. And how about load? It takes the file. Okay, let's try again. Slap this in here, slap it in here, Control S. It saved it. Do we have something in here? I have my checkpoint files here. Let's go to project_file.json. Look at this. FPS 30, audio FPS is this. We have our clips, we have the sample here, it's a video, and we have video and audio. Okay, let's try to open it. Let's close this thing and let's just hard code this thing. So if we press, I think we have to actually do this, you know, up here. So if control is down, then we do that stuff, and this is else if, so it doesn't confuse it. And then this is else if we press O, then we are going to do project open. No, it was load. And we just open the same thing. So now, if I start it and I hit Control O, we got core dumped. So, and what I actually was going to do, which is very weird that this happened. Anyway, what I was going to do is I was going to say that the project is project load. So we have to get a new project. But why did that happen? So we open the file, we check for the errors, we make a new project, we get the clips, and you know, what is wrong here? Let's try again. Control O, segmentation fault. So this must have something to do with Raylib, because I shouldn't get like a segmentation fault from Python, I don't think, very easily. So what's going on? We load a file path. Let's just print here. Print loaded file. And here print initialized project. And let's say here added clip index. And let's add here added timeline clip index. Wait a minute, what is clip index here? Yeah, it's this. I just get it from there. Okay. What am I doing here? Clip index. Okay, so this is a different type of index. Let's call this clip by file path. And then we can say clip by file path index is that. And this is now clip index. And here we say clip, sorry, this is clip by index. Clip by index. That must have been the issue. So now if we run it and we hit Control O, assertion failed. Okay, we loaded the file, but then src pulse stream. Maybe I'm trying to, you know, modify something that is in like the audio player, because this is in pulse, and that seems to relate to pulse audio. Let's see, what if we do like this? What if we say project is project.load and we do project file.json. Maybe this should be like a static method, so we can just say project.load. But let's try to do that. Does it? Yeah, it breaks right away. Interesting. Can I just do something like static method? Is it just this easy? Can I just add this thing? And then we don't take the self. So then we can say project.load just this way. So we don't have to do that. And let's try again. Division by 0. So it's a different error now. In 560, how did we get into this? Main render timeline. Interesting. Okay, so we initialized the project. Sorry, we up here, loaded the file, initialized the project, added clip 0, added timeline clip 0, timeline clip 1, and then it failed because we did not have self-clip audio duration or self-clip samples per frame. Okay, what is samples per frame? Aha, it starts as 0. So this is related to the audio graph, and this is related to, yeah, okay, so we get it from there. So I guess if we don't have any of the audio graph generated, then it gets this error. Can I just check this thing? If this is 0, return. And now if I open it, it works. Look at this. We opened it. Here it is. We can open from files. But what if I hit Control O again? Then it fails. Okay, I think this is now. Am I starting the thread in the project. Oh, I passed the project in there. Yeah, I passed the project into these threads. Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. So should I make project.load, just update the project in place, so then it can use the same threads, or should loading a new project restart the threads? Let's see, if I say, yeah, I don't know how to do this. What if I just say project.load like this, which is stupid because now I pass in these things in here. But if I go here now, and I don't return anything, this is just none, we are just going to say self.fps is going to be this. So we have to now not make this static and say self. So we just change our FPS like this, and then we get the clips, and this is just going to be self, and this is self, but we have to also remove everything from the clip bin. So let's do something like this. Let's say self.clipbin.clips is nothing. And then down here, we again do self, and we don't return anything. Self timeline clips append, and we have to reset this as well. Maybe we want to do it the other way, in fact. So first we reset the timeline clips, because they are referencing these things. So let's remove them, then remove the clip bin stuff, and then we add new ones in there. So now, what happened? I don't set this to anything. Where is it? I am not going to set it. I am just going to say project.load, and here as well project.load, and then now it works. If I hit Control O, it still works. That's pretty cool. So can I now edit this thing? If I cut some parts from here, I delete this thing, I extract this thing, I delete that thing, and I save, and then I close it, and ooh, segmentation failed when I closed it, which is interesting. If I now open it, it opens the thing. I think something went wrong there. It opened it, but the clips are on top of each other. It didn't save them properly. Ooh, it didn't save the... what didn't save? It didn't save the clip start property, I think. What does it look like? Clip start is this. Clip start is that. It did do something. Or did I not set that when I load it? Maybe that's the problem. So when I do load, I get the clips. Aha, I didn't set the clip start. Sorry, yeah, here, clip start. Clip start is going to be clip get clip start, and it defaults to 0. That's why I didn't set it here, because I copied this code, and when I add a new clip, it's always starting at 0. So now if I open it, it opens. Is that how I did it? No, it's still overlapping. Clip start. It is here. Oh, I don't have the end time either. So here we have to have end time. And this I am going to check. So let's call this end time. Now I open it, and now it looks as it should. Look at this. I can cut something from here. I can cut something from here if I select the right tool, and I can save it, and I can move this around, and then I can open it and open it back up. We can save and load a project. That's great. I should have done this about 10 hours ago, because then I didn't have to drag this stuff in here all the time. Anyway, that works. We can move these things around. We can open it again, and it just opens it. That's pretty cool. Now, do I want to integrate a file browser in this? And do I want to use just some Python library? I guess I could just use, there probably is something like that can easily let me pick a file. Or should I manually make the UI for picking a file? I guess since we're using Python, we can just use some kind of file browser. Let's try to do that. So let's go to the AI overlords, and let's ask, what Python library can I use to open, to select files from my file system for a UI application. I mean, for a GUI application. TK-inter, no thank you. PyQt, okay. Kiwi, custom file dialog. Well, I don't like any of these ideas. Wait, what? TK-inter. Oh, it's built into Python. Do I really want to do this? File dialog. Do I need to have the root window in TK-inter? Yes. Okay. If I want to just get the file dialog, should I keep a global root or just make a temporary root? GUI is in Raylib. If your GUI is in Raylib, you should not keep a global TK-inter root around. Make a temporary root, show the dialog, then destroy it. Okay, so let's do that. Let's copy this code and let's slap it somewhere in here. I should probably start making multiple files at this point. Okay, pick file. That is the title. Select the file. File types, all files. Okay. Okay, and then return this thing. That makes sense. An initial directory, I kind of want it to be the current directory of the thing. Or I don't know, whatever. Let's see what it is by default. So now when we do load, we can do this. We start a project by default, but here we are going to say, well, I guess we have to say file is pick file. And if file, then we load that file. And we do the same thing in here, but we save. And I guess I do kind of want to save, I guess in the project, let's say self.file name is none, but then I can set the file name. So when I load, or when I save and I give a file path, then we're going to say self.file file name. I guess we should call it file path. Is file path. Let's say it is file path. So we save it there, and when we load it, we also do down here self.file path is going to be file path. So then when we do key S, we are going to say if project.file path, then we are going to say project.save project.file path, else we're going to ask to pick a file. And we're going to also say if we have a file path and not is key down, keyboard key shift, left shift. So if we press Control Shift S, then it's going to always ask for a file. But if we say Control S, then if we have a file name already, then it is going to just save it to that file. Let's see if it works. Let's run it. Let's hit Control O. And I got a very ugly file. Oh no, why is it so ugly? I don't want it to look like this. Anyway, I can take this thing and I can open it and it works. Okay, why is this not scrolling? Okay, it works. Very ugly. I want to use like the built into the operating system file browser. But I think in Linux that's a bit difficult. I guess you need to use the, what was it called? There was some tool that you can use in Linux to open a nice modal. Anyway, it works. And now if I move this around and I save, it's just going to save it there. If I hit Control O, and why does it open here in the side? Very annoying. Then I take my project file, it loads it, that's great. I mean, I couldn't tell if it did anything, I think it did. If I move this around and I open it again, and it's very slow to open. No, it just didn't register at all. Okay, there it is. And project file, open. Okay, it opens. If I now do Control Shift S, nothing happens. I think it loses focus. Control Shift S, okay. Then it says select a file and I can say project file2.json. Oops. Does not exist. Great. Okay. Pick file does not exist. Ask us. There's probably something like ask save as file. Save as file name. Okay. So do I really need to have two different functions? I guess it's a different thing. Let's call this open file, and then let's also add what should this be called? Open file to save. And let's call this save as, and then this is going to be ask save as file name, I believe. And default extension, let's add a default extension is .json. Or should we get it from here? Should we say file types 0, 1, right? Because this is a tuple, and then inside there's another tuple. So this it doesn't quite work. Whatever. I don't have to have default anything. Open file to save. Okay, and then pick file will be replaced with open file, and I guess we can change the title. So this is S. So this open file to save. That's fine. If we press O, we say open file, and the title is going to be open a project file, and this is going to be the title save project as. Okay, and did we use pick file anywhere else? No. Let's run it again, and if I Control O now, it's gonna open here, and we are going to pick project file, and it says open a project file. Open. Great, it opened it. And if I do Control Shift S, it's going to say save project as. And now I can say project file2.json, and it saved it there. And if I now delete some of these things from here, and I can open whichever file. I can open this thing, it works. I can move these things around, I can save it, and then I can open, it's very annoying that it opens there, project file 2, and it's this one. And I can also, I wonder why it doesn't work right after opening it. It doesn't like focus the right thing. If I do, which one was this? If I do project file, no, it was that one. And then if I open project file 2, ooh, did I do something wrong now? Because when I save as, it still saves the, when I save as, it will save that path as the current file. So if I now do this, I'm not sure which file I have open now. If I save, it's saved to project file 2. So now if I open just project file, it has this thing in it. And then if I open, if this thing works, if I open project file 2 now, it opens this thing. So now it works. That's pretty cool. Now I kind of want to be able to drag and drop project file as well. So let's do that as well. I have somewhere is a file dropped. Okay, we dropped in a file, and we can say if dropped file ends with .json, then we are going to say project.load dropped file. Else we're going to do this. And it's as simple as that. And somewhere there's an error. Sorry, what's this? Remove that from there. And now if I open, I can open something here. It works just fine. But if I find this project file and I slap it in here, it opens that one. And something is very annoying that I can't scroll now for some reason. Oh, this is because, yeah, so Raylib doesn't, scroll unless I focus this window. And when I drag the file there, it doesn't focus the window, which is very annoying. But now it works. I can put this in here. I can do project file 2, and it's this one. Although something is wrong here. Does it like just add the things? No. Ooh. Oops. I put it in the wrong place. Yeah. What's going on here? Oh, wait. There is... It has separate clips here, but for some reason we don't have a border here. That's interesting. Why does that happen? Ooh. Is it like in the wrong... Wait, that's weird. That's very weird. Does it mean it's drawing the border behind? How is that even possible? Wait, because now we can see that there's a border. There's definitely borders here. And if I focus over here, now it works. It hadn't loaded the... No, wait. What happened there? Now it works just fine. Why didn't it work before? Not sure what's up with that. If I open this, then I open this. Who knows? It works now. Anyway, the next thing we have to do is we need to be able to render the video. And after that, we have a fully functional video editor. I mean, very limited functionality, but I should be able to edit this video with this editor, which is pretty cool. So let's try to render this thing. What we need to render it is we need to know when the video starts and when the video ends. Now, I guess it starts at 0 all the time, so we don't really have to care about that. But we have to know when it ends, which is the end time of the last clip in the timeline. Or, well, yes. So the greatest end time of all the clips that are in the timeline. That is the length of the video. And then we have to go frame by frame from 0 until that end time and check what frame should be there, and then we have to render that into a file. So let's do that. I'm going to go to my project and I am going to add down here just a render method. And it takes the self, and I guess it again takes a file path, and it just writes it in the file. So it returns nothing. So the end time is going to be something. I think I want to create like a method. So self.timeline.getEndTime. So then in our timeline, we are going to add such a thing. Let's just define here getEndTime, and this will return a float. And what we're going to do is we're going to say for clip in self.clips. And of course we need self here. We need to say if clip.endTime is greater than endTime, which we can define here. EndTime is 0. Then endTime is going to be clip.endTime, and then we return endTime. Okay, I think that should work. So then, back here in our render function of the project, we need to calculate how many frames are in the video. So frame count is going to be the end time times self.fps. So then what we can do is we can say for frame in range frame count. We're going to loop through all the frames. And I'll actually call this frame index, because I then want to have the frame, which is the actual frame, be something. Now, how do we get the frame? I think we have a thing for that already. In our build video buffer, which by the way now is part of the project. So if we go here, when we build the video buffer, we again loop through frames, and then we get the time, and then we get the clips at that time. And by the way, we support only one clip right now, so we take the kind of topmost clip from the video at that time. Which I guess it doesn't matter if all the videos are the same size, then you can see just the topmost clip. Although we're not necessarily checking which one is the topmost one, we just get the first one in the list, so the first added one. So at some point we have to like check which video is on top, and especially with audio, because we can't now have overlapping audio. But anyway, basically we need to get the clips at this time, and then we find the video clip, and then we get the video frame at the time in the actual clip that corresponds to the time in the whole timeline. So I feel like we should factor this out at some point into a function that gets at a specific point a video, or the frame of the video at that time. I guess we can do that right now. So we basically want to do this. we want to say that the video frame is going to be self.timeline get frame at, and we give it the time. And then we do this thing. Wait a minute, how does this work? Frame found. So we try to look for a frame, and if we found a frame, then we break from this loop, right? Because we only want to add one frame every time we call build video buffer. So we get the video frame, and we can say if video frame, then we break. And I guess we can say here frame found is true, because this is also what I use to check whether we have buffered everything we need to buffer. So this build video buffer returns a boolean of whether we have built the whole buffer. And the way I check it is if we didn't find a frame, then we have buffered everything we need. Because we loop through the range of the time that we need to buffer. So we should, like, if we haven't buffered the whole thing, then we should get a new frame every time. So if we don't get a frame, it says the buffer is filled now. So we can do that. So then we can remove this step, and we can put this thing here. And I guess we have to do this is not none, because weird things happen sometimes when you just do if video frame. So if it is not none, then we add it to the buffer, and we set frame found to true, and then we break. So then we can here return this, and this is our function for getting a frame at. So let's do that, and let's go to the timeline again, and let's add here get frame at, and it takes the time, which is a float, and it returns a video frame or something. So video frame or none, and this is just self now, get clips at, and then loop through all the clips, and if the type is video, then take that thing. And this check needs to be somewhere else. Right. So this this doesn't really work now, because we're checking if the frame is already in there, we are not going to get it. But it doesn't work in this context now. So how should we do this? So we loop through all the times, we get the time, we get the frame at that time. Well, yeah, we can just do it here. So we already have the frame here. We can say if frame not in self.timeline.video buffer, then we get the thing. Right. So then it still works. Okay. And then in here, we don't even care about this. We are just going to get the frame, but we don't know the actual frame here. But it's just for this print, so I don't really care. Getting video frame at. And I will add here the time, like this. And do I need to return none, or does it just automatically return none? I guess it does. So we just do that. But this is, of course, now a video frame. What about an audio frame? Should we have two different functions, or should we add here the type, which will be video or audio, perhaps? So then we can just say if the clip type is the type, then does it actually work the same way? Let's do audio get frame at, or get chunk at. Yeah, it doesn't work the same way because we use the chunks here. So let's make a different function. We are just going to say that this is going to be get video frame at. Okay, and then get frame at is going to be here get video frame at. And let's do the same thing with the audio. So here's build audio buffer. We are going to say that the audio frame, it's a chunk. So this is chunk is self.timeline get audio frame or audio chunk at. And then we do this stuff in here. Sorry, we don't do this. We just put the time in here. And then we can also do this. If the chunk number, which is here, is not in there, then we get it. Sorry, this should be down here still. And if it is not none, then we do this thing.
If we haven't buffered it yet, then we get it, and then if it's not none, we add it to the audio buffer and we say frame found is true, and we should break here, I guess. Why do we break here? Is that a bug? Well, not really. It just means that it stops at the first, audio clip that it finds. Okay, so let's do like that. And then we can copy this thing, and we can remove this thing, and we can get the audio frame. Let's say here, get audio frame at time float, and this returns, I think it returns bytes or none. And we are going to just do this. Get the clips, find the audio clip, and we don't need to do this anymore. And we just print here the time, and we don't need to do any of this. We just return the audio chunk. I think that should work. And this is not self timeline because we are the timeline. This is going to be just self. And what is audio get chunk at? It's in the project. Aha. Okay, why didn't I move the video get frame at into the project? I forgot to do that. But the problem is that I don't have the project in the timeline, do I? So I'm just going to say here self.getVideoFrameAt, and this is self.getAudioChunk at, and I'm going to move those in there. So this one is defined here. I mean, can it just be a separate function? It doesn't really matter where it's. So let's just put it in the timeline. So here we are going to add this thing like that. So now we can use get frame at, and then audio get chunk at is going to be moved from the project to the timeline, which doesn't really make sense, but it is what it is. Timeline, let's slap it in here, and then I have the audio frame size in there. Okay, that's not a problem. I can move audio frame size from the timeline, or from the project to the timeline. So we can just slap it in here. So then I have to go through all of the references to this, which is here, which is fine, and here is fine, and here is fine, and here it is also fine, and here it should be project.timeline audio frame size, and here it has to be self.timeline audio frame size, which I now need to move after I initialize the timeline. Okay, so maybe buff size should be there as well, but let's see if we need to do that. And here again, this should be self.timeline audio frame size, and that is it. Okay, and where do we use audio get chunk at? We use it here, and that's all. And video get frame at we use in here. Oh, we use it for the thumbnail. And do we have the project? I think we have a reference to the project here, so we can say project.timeline get frame at, which doesn't really make sense, honestly. That like this should be a separate function, but whatever. It's part of the timeline now. Let's then see if this works. Does it work? There's some error somewhere down here. Our render function is not done yet, but let me just comment this thing out, and let's see if it works like normal. Project has no audio buff size. Okay, because I set it here, so I need to initialize it down here. Let's do it again, and we did get some warning here. So here we are using self audio frame size. I missed this one. So this is self.timeline audio frame size, and this I call it audio get chunk at. Okay, let's try again. And missing one required positional argument. Sorry. No, this is a different thing. Get audio chunk at. I think I call it get audio frame at. Get audio frame at. So this should be get audio chunk at. And what was the other function? Yeah, so these are two different things that kind of do the same thing. So audio get chunk at takes an audio clip and gets, you know, the chunk at a given chunk number, but get audio chunk at takes a time and then gets the frame or the chunk of the audio from the timeline. So these are very bad naming now. Let's try to make it work. Okay, no errors now. If I open something and I can take my project file, it crashed right away because clip object has no attribute thumbnail texture. Ooh. Timeline get, video get frame at. Yeah, I named it very badly now. Video get frame at. Wait, it takes 2 positional arguments, but 3 were given. What are you talking about? Video get frame at. Because I need to take self in here now, which doesn't make any sense. But let's try to make it work. Okay? And then we're going to open a project file, and it works. And I can zoom in here, maybe. I can zoom, and I can move things around, and I can open another one. Let's open project file 2, and it works. Okay, can I play this thing? I can, but I don't get any sound. So what's up with that? Let's open the project file and let's zoom in here, and yeah, it gets the audio frame, but it doesn't play it. I think there must have been some error in the audio player thread. Can I see it somewhere in here? Ah, warning, audio failed to create data conversion pipeline. Failed to load audio buffer, stream could not be created. Okay. Audio stream. Where is the audio stream? What is it called? Called init audio device set audio stream buffer. Do we initialize something in the timeline? Yeah, we load audio stream. Okay. So let's move all of these things in the timeline now, because we are initializing this stuff in here. So here we just say self audio frame size, and we initialize the audio device, and then we load the audio. So that was the problem. We were loading it before we initialized the device. So now the buff size is in the timeline. So this has to be project timeline audio buff size, and this is project timeline audio buff size, and that's all. So now if we open it and we open a project file and we zoom in here and we play it. This is just a sample video for my video editor, so we can see if it works. Amazing, it works. So now let's continue with our renderer. Let's go to our render, which we have many render functions, but this is what we want. So we get the end time, we get the frame count, and then we can say self.timeline get so get video frame at. I think this is the thing that we want now. But this takes a time. But we have now the frame index. So let's convert it into a time. Frame time, which maybe we can just like loop the timestamps instead of the indexes, but let's see. The frame time is going to be the frame index times, well, what is it? Times 1 over self FPS. Is that how it works? So if we are at frame 30 and we have 30 FPS, then if we do math on this thing, it's 1. Okay, so that's how we do it. So it's at 1 second. Okay, so we put the frame time in here. So now we get the video frame. Amazing. Then we just write it to a file. How do we write it to a file? Well, I think we can use the PyAV now, but I have no idea how it works. So where did we use that? PyAV. Is this AV? Let's go and ask the AI overlords again. How do I write a video file frame by frame with PyAV? Here's the basic pattern. Open an output container, add a video stream, then for each frame you create a video frame. We have a video frame already. Encode it and mux the resulting packets. At the end, flush the encoder. Aha. Ooh. Okay. So we open output path in write mode as container.
We add a stream with the codec and the FPS. We set the width and the height and the pixel format. Okay. We set the time base to AV rational 1 FPS. And then PTS is 0, which is like the frame index in this case. And in frames. What is frames? For RGB in frames. What are the frames? Iterable of height, width times 3 U in 8 RGB arrays. But I have the video frame. It builds the... Okay. It builds the video frame, but we have the video frame already. Okay, and then we flush the packet. Okay, so let's copy some of this code. Just this thing. And let's go back to our render. And let's slap it in here. And we are going to say that this is the file path. And let's use a codec. I'm just going to hard code the codec. Let's use this codec like that. And let's use this pixel format. And FPS is going to be self.fps. And here as well, self.fps. And by the way, we need to do this the other way. So we need to open it. Well, we have to open it before we start the loop. We open that thing. And then we loop inside here. And the width is going to be what? That is interesting. We don't have a width of the project. So for now, I will just say something like self.clips, clip bin clips 0. And do we have width in here? We don't have width. We have height. Interesting. Oh, this is, sorry, clips. It's a clip bin item, and then from there we get the clip, and then we can get the, how do we get it? It's the video, and then here we have a width, or not. We have the container. Do we have a width? We don't have a width. How do we get the width of the actual video? We have a size, int. That's not helpful. Video dot... do we have a width? Let's find all the widths. Where do we have a width? Okay, so we have frame to pixels, and it takes a width and a video frame, and it makes it a certain width. Okay. So the frame, I guess, will have a width. If I do frame dot width, okay, so it has a width. So what we can do is we can say self.timeline.get video frame at 0. And then we can say width. So this is the first frame. First frame height. And let's add here to do set frame of set size of project. And let's just say here that the first frame is that, and if not first frame, then we are going to, well, it's gonna crash anyway. So let's figure this out at some point. We get the width and the height based on the first frame, and does it actually have the format? Can I just use the same? Can I say first frame dot pix? It doesn't have. I think format is the thing that we want. Video format dot name. I think this is gonna be it. Hopefully, let's see if it is. Let's print it. Let's say print rendering in this format. Okay. Then we take the rational. Does this even exist? What is ChatGPT doing here? We don't have rational. Let's go here. Rational. We don't have this kind of thing. Can we find rational in here? We cannot. Rational. We have a rational in NumPy, but how about in PyAV? AV rational. Can we find AV rational? Nope. To AV rational. Where is that rational? Okay. Let's ask, what is AV.rational? I can't find it.
Good catch. That's because AV Rational doesn't exist in modern PyAV. Well, thank you so much for this. Older examples floating around the internet used it, but current versions of PyAV expect fractions fraction. From fractions import fraction. Okay. Great. Fraction. So we are going to say from fractions import fraction. For a fraction. Just fraction. Okay. So now we have a time base here and we get the frame and we need to set the PTS, but PTS is already the frame index. So we can just do this. Frame.pts is frame index. Time base is going to be stream time base. And we don't need to do any of this stuff. Then we are just going to do the encoding and muxing. Wait a minute. Let's see. So this loops through frames and encodes those, and then it does the exact. No, it says packet. No, it's just the thing that passed in here. The frame is none. Okay. So this we do this for every frame, and then we do this in the end. Okay. So it means this has to be here. So we get the frame, we set the PTS and the time base, then we encode the frame and mux it, whatever that means. And then we flush the thing. And is that done then? I think it's done. So then we can just print rendering finished. But there's one important thing, which is that we might not have a frame at that particular point, in which case we need to make it black. Now, does it make it black automatically if I just skip the frame index? If I want to write a black frame, do I need to write the frame or just skip the PTS? You must write a frame. Okay. Skipping PTS does not create a black frame, it just creates a timestamp gap and usually breaks CFR timing. Okay. So we can do this in that case. So if frame is none, we are going to make a black frame. And we need to use the stream height, stream.height, and stream.width, and we just make the frame. Now this format is RGB24. I'm not sure if it matters. Maybe it will, when we encode, it will take whatever the frame is and then encode it in the, the codec or the pixel format of the stream. Okay, so we do that, and then we are going to set the PTS. Well, we're going to do exactly the same thing. So we just make a new frame instead of using this frame and then encode it. And yeah, I mean, that should be it. We don't have audio yet, but it should work. Obviously, it's not going to work the first try, but we have to add some sort of keyboard shortcut for that. Let's make it like R or Control R. So if we go here, if Control is down, then else if is key pressed, keyboard key R, then we're going to render it. Let's just say project.render, and should we just do this? Render project, and then we pick a file, and then we're going to do project.render into that file. Let's see what happens. If we run it and we open a thing from here, this project, which by the way, it has a bunch of empty stuff in the beginning, so maybe I should move these around a bit. Let's move everything in the beginning. But I kind of do want to add a gap here so we can see if the blackening works. And then I hit Control, well, actually I will save this, Control S, we saved it, and Control R, and then it asks for render project, and I'm going to say test.mp4. It's an MKV file, but I'm making an MP4. Does it encode it automatically? I think it does. And enter. Float cannot be interpreted as an integer. Great. And yes, it got this thing correctly. YUV 420p. Where is that? Frame count. Frame count. This has to be an int. Okay, let's try again. And we're going to open this thing. We're going to render it. And it's doing something. or not. It didn't register my Control R. Render project, test.mp4, save. Look at this, it's doing something. It's doing something. It's rendering the thing. And then it crashed. Okay, but it actually got the frames. Invalid argument. What? Mux packet. Invalid argument. This was an invalid argument. The path to the file was invalid. Let me check. Look at this. We have a test file. 100 kilobytes. Let's open it. We have a second of video. Look at this. But why is there just 1 second? What's happened? Let's open it again. And let's open. I'll just drag it from here. Boop. Did it just do the first, you know? Why can't I scroll in the beginning? Anyway, I think it did just the first clip. Could that be true? Or did it stop here? This is kind of like 1 second. Maybe it stopped here. Is my calculation not correct? So here, get end time, frame count, and then get video frame at frame time. Okay, let's say rendering in this, rendering frame count frames, and let's put in here end time seconds in this format. And let's check our end time. For clip in self clips. So these are timeline clips. Those are all the clips that are on the timeline. If the end time of the clip is greater than this end time, then that end time is the clip end. So that is the maximum. Okay. Let's also put here something like print rendering frame index. And let's say here print flushing encoder. And let's try again. I'm going to take this thing and I am going to Control R. If I'm focused here and then I hit Control R and then I say test2.mp4. Okay, it's rendering. 42 frames, 43, 44. Okay, that should be, oh, it rendered 80 frames and then it got invalid arguments. That's weird. And, ooh. Oh, so this was the point where we had the black part, right? So it was fast to render these because it didn't have to read the actual file. But then at frame 80, it broke. And do we actually see how many frames? 146 frames, 4.8 seconds. Okay, so I think it did that correctly, but for some reason it just broke. But why? Let's ask ChatGPT. What does this error mean? Rendering works for a while, but then it crashes with this. That exception is PyAV surfacing an FFmpeg muxer error. The MP4 muxer returned invalid argument when you tried to write a packet. Aha. The file name in the message is just the container's URL. It usually doesn't mean the path is bad. Okay. In practice, this almost always means one of the packets you're trying to mux is invalid for the MP4 stream. Most commonly because of timestamps. Okay. MP4 is pretty strict. Packet DTS must be increasing and usually non-negative. If you manually set frame PTS and accidentally reset it, that's one problem. You skip frames, you change FPS or time base midstream. Aha. What is DTS? So what do we do wrong here? We get the frame. If it's none, we make a new frame. Is it because the format is RGB24? Then we set the PTS to the frame index, time base to that, and what else do we have in here? Frame dot color range, color space, DTS. Maybe that's the problem. Do I need to set the DTS on the frame as well? No. Okay. Decoding timestamp. Okay. When would you ever set DTS? You are writing already encoded packets. Okay.
So let's try to do what it suggests. So where is the try catch? Oh, by the way, if you don't need custom timing, don't set PTS at all. Aha. Wait, did I set the... Yeah, I set the time base every time to the stream time base. Okay, let's try to do this thing. So when we mux it, we are going to try to mux it, and then we are going to get the exception. Let's try again. Open our project like this, and then Control R. Wait, oh, R hides this thing. Control R, and then we are going to say test3.mp4, and we are rendering, and then we got an error. Mux failed. Stream video PTS 0 DTS duration time base. That's a bit sus. Frame index. Let's paste it in here. That's a bit sus. Yeah, that is sus. And it points to a very specific timing bug. The encoder muxer is working in ticks of this many seconds, very common. Your next packet is being stamped to play at time 0 or got rescaled to 0. DTS is this, but decode time is that. That mismatch usually happens when you're setting frame PTS in the wrong units. Aha! In frame count. So, okay. So, how did it set it? So, PTS, we need to get ticks per frame. Ooh. Okay, that's interesting. So, what we're gonna do is we are going to get the ticks per frame. Well, where do we get it from? Time base is stream time base. Okay. So this thing, TB, which is going to be stream.timebase denominator divided by self FPS ticks per frame. So then PTS is going to be frame index times ticks per frame. Does that make any sense? And does it matter how we set these things? Is there like some sort of setter in here? Not sure. I think it doesn't matter. Let's try again with ticks per frame. And let's open the thing again. And let's make sure it's focused on this thing. And then Control R. Control R, I said. And then we are going to say test. What is it already? Test5.mp4. Ooh. Non-type object has no attribute denominator. Stream time. Because I said it here. Damn it. Let's do it like that. And let's try again. Take it from here, and I am going to Control R this thing. And we are going to say test5.mp4. And now we're writing. We're already at 50, 60. Ah, it didn't work. It's 0 again, which is weird. Frame 80. So it's 2.6 seconds. What do we have? 2.6 seconds. 2.6. It's like somewhere in here. I think my timestamp doesn't really work properly. Where's 2 points? What? No, I have. It's frame count. Okay. Wait, how does that work? That doesn't make any sense. What is this timestamp over here? Yeah, that's not correct. 2, and then, yeah, so I guess 2.6 is 2.06 in this case. Yeah, but why is PTS 0? That's interesting. What if I just say here, if true, then we're going to write a black frame. I feel like because I'm reading it from the file, then there's some information in there that screws it up. So if I just write black frames, test5.mp4, yes, I want to overwrite. I hope I can overwrite. So now it's just going to write black frames there. Is that going to work? It's not going to work. So why is that? Is it because of the format? But it doesn't break there. That's the interesting thing. Even simpler, don't set PTS at all.
I'm reading some of the frames from another file, so I already have a video frame that has, but I don't have it in this test. I don't use this frame. Okay, so what if I don't set these? How about the time base? No, I don't even set the time base. So I don't set anything, I just encode them. Okay, let's try to do that. So I'll open this thing and I'm going to render it, test6.mp4, and we're rendering, and it seems to work. How about when we go to 80? Now it works. But of course we're making a black file now, and it finished it. I have test6 over here, and it's a black file of 4 seconds. So now, if I change it back to this thing, and how do I even like reset it? What is this thing? Int or none? So I'll set it to none. None. And time base, can this be none? It can be none. So I'll just set it to none. And I don't need this ticks per frame here. And let's see if that works. Let's run it. Let's open our project. Let's do Control R and let's do test7.mp4. And we don't have numerator. What is numerator? Okay, so when we set the time base, it tries to do something. Okay. So what if I set the time base to stream time base? Or do I even have to? Should I not, change it? What if I leave it as it is? The time base of the frame we read is whatever the time base is in that video. But then we're writing it with a different time base. Does that make sense? If we just set the PTS to none, does it work then? Let's try to run it. And open this thing and Control R and test 8.mp4. Now it's writing it. Okay. And again it failed. Okay. PTS is 512, DTS is 512. Duration is 0. That's pretty interesting. What does that mean? Does the packet have a PTS? It has PTS and DTS. Yeah, I don't know. Let's say this. I'm reading some of the frames from another file, so I already have a video frame that has a PTS and a time base. Now I tried to set PTS to, PTS to none. Well, where did this fail? It failed around the same time, I guess. Let's just do this. Maybe it will tell me what I have to do. In that case, the rule is you can't just carry over PTS time base from the source into a new. Yeah, okay. Option A, usually best. Ignore input timestamps. Generate your own output timeline. Okay. Okay, so we reformat it, or whatever. Do I need to do the reformatting? But didn't I do exactly this already? But it didn't work. Do I need to reformat? No, you don't always need to reformat. You only need to reformat if the frame's format size or color space doesn't match what your encoder expects. Aha. So, is the problem here then? Because this is RGB24. So what if I just do something like this? When I have the frame, I do frame is frame.reformat. And then I set the width to stream.width and height to stream.height and format to stream.format. Like that. So then I will always have the same format of the frame, and I reset the PTS, and I guess I can do then frame.timebase is stream.timebase. And then if I try to do this, and I open the project and I hit Control R and I say test9.mp4, it's rendering, and it failed. PTS 0 and DTS something. That's very weird. What if I, don't raise this error? What if I just,
pass it? Does it actually write something that I can see? Let's do that and Control R and test 10.mp4. So now it's gonna fail and it keeps failing. Okay. What's going on? So we get a second, but then it fails. But if we write all frames black, then it works. And if I... So let's do this. Let's set this to true again. And I don't need to read this frame. If I always get it from there, then I reformat and I set the PTS to none and time base to stream time base. Does this now work? Because before I didn't set it at all and it worked. But what if I set it to something? And then I render this thing. Test 11.mp4. It's rendering. Okay, so now it fails still. Interesting. So if I do not set this, let's actually print. Print PTS is going to be frame.pts and time base is going to be frame.time base. What are they by default? Maybe there's some special value there that I need to use. Let's try again. Test.mp, what is it? Test 12.mp4. It's not, both are none. Okay, so I need to set them both to none. Then it's gonna work. But I can't set it to none because it tries to do something. Okay, so now if I do test 12, again it's black. Great. So I need to, what do I do? Do I need to set the time base to none first and then PTS is none? Because maybe when you set the time base, it looks at the PTS. What does it do? Can I go to the definition of the setter? There's a set somewhere. But why can't I see it here? It tried to like do something. Where is the frame? Frame.py, not PyI. And here we have a setter. Aha. So it converts to AV rational the value, but we can't use none here. So I can't set the time base afterwards. By default it's going to be none, but I can't set it to none. It works when I don't set PTS or time base with a black frame, but I can't set time base to none because the frame has a setter that doesn't check whether time base is none, and thus it fails. Can I set time base to none? Well, I can read. As I'm writing this, I understand what I can do. So can't I take the frame and then just read the data from the frame and make a new frame from the data? You know, is there like an AV video frame from bytes, from image, from ND array, from bytes? Can I then do frame dot planes 0 and I think it's just like this. So I take this and I say bytes. So I can say that the frame is this thing. Is it like that? I used this somewhere in the code. Planes, yes. Planes 0, and then I take memory view. So yeah, that can be converted to bytes. Planes 0. So then I don't have to set these at all, because this doesn't have the information. It just has the bytes. But we're doing like many things here. It's going to be slow probably. But let's do that. And let's say if frame is none, then we're gonna make a new one. We're gonna reformat it. Then we're gonna read just the bytes. It's very inefficient, I think. But let's see if it works. If we now open this thing and we render, and let's do test 13.mp4. Takes 3 positional arguments, 1 given. So I need to give it the bytes and width and height and format, which, I mean, it's these. So it's going to be width is going to be stream.width. I mean, I guess it's going to be frame.width. It's the same thing. Frame.width and frame.height and frame.format. What is this? These are video format. What is it? It wants a string. .name. So data is that, and width is this, height is that, and format is this. Let's try again. Open the project. Control R. Test 14. Damn it. Unexpected keyword argument. So I can't use keyword arguments if they're not keyword arguments. Thank you very much. Let's try again. And I don't need to put it here. I'm just gonna render, and I'm gonna say test 14.mp4, and aha. Of course it's not supported. I can't use this format because it doesn't have all the information about the frame. So I need to reformat it into RGB24, which means I don't need to do it here. I only do it here. Ooh, is that the issue? Because it's in the... I have the frame, but it is not enough to have that frame. That's why it doesn't work. Because the YUV format is like an incremental format. You need the previous... Well, that's not true. I think it has the information in there. I don't know how this works. Anyway, let's make sure it's RGB24. Then we read from the bytes, and this is going to be, well, we can use the same format here, I guess, but I kind of want to just hard code it RGB24 here. And then I think I can then just encode it and then mux it, because I set the, format in here, I guess, because I don't want to write in this format because the video is going to be too huge, but I'm not sure at what point it's going to do the conversion. Let's try again. Let's render it. Test 16.mp4. RGB24 is not... Whoa. What is supported then? What? From bytes. RGBA. Well, then I need to reformat it every time. Let's do RGBA and then use RGBA here. And now it's going to be very slow because we reformatted many times. But let's see if it works. Test 17.mp4. Now we're writing the frames. Okay, I mean, is that slow? I guess it's pretty slow. But we are past number 80. It's going to work now. It's finished. Let's see. Test 17. It works. We have rendered a video. There's no audio, but we can render the video. Let's try to render the audio. And the way I think I need to do this is I need to render them separately. Or wait, so we add a stream. Yeah, so we open the file, we add a stream, then we're going to go through the frames and we are going to add to that stream the video, and we're going to flush it, but then we're going to keep the thing open and we are going to add another stream. So this is, rendering the video, and then we are going to say stream is container, add stream, and I'm not sure what, we have all the frames here. I think it's just AAC. Okay, we add an AAC stream, and rate is going to be self.audio FPS, and I think that's enough, right? How about here? Yes, we just add the rate. That's fine. And do we need to set something else? Stream dot average rate, base rate, bit rate, channels, codec, format. Yeah, I'm not sure if I care about this. But then we need to again loop through the frames. But this is a different frame count. So let's take... let's copy these things, because these are related to the video. So let's put it here. So this is about video, but then we need to do the same thing here. So this is render audio. Is render the right word for audio? render video. So frame count is now end time times self dot audio FPS, and we add the stream, and then for frame index in range frame count, we need to get the frame. So we get the frame time again, which we do this way. We get the frame index and we do audio FPS, and then we do get audio chunk at. And let me remind myself how this thing works. We get the chunk, which is just bytes or none, and we use the decoder, and then we extend this chunk up until audio frame size. Okay. And then we just return bytes. So how do we convert bytes then into, how do we write bytes of audio? And this is now a chunk, but we can't use the frame index now. Yeah, this is interesting. How do we do this? We need to have a chunk index. That's the frame count, and chunk count is going to be self timeline audio frame size divided by, so frame count divided by this, like that. I will actually make it an int like that. So we have this many frames and we divide it by the frame size, which is really like a chunk size. That's how many like samples we have, we process at a time. So then we can say that the chunk index is going to be a range of the chunk count, and this is going to be chunk time, which is chunk index times self timeline audio frame size times this. So then that's going to be the time. So we get the chunk at that time, and then if chunk is none, since this is just bytes, we can just make it like zeros. We can say chunk is byte array, and we can say that it is self.timeline.audio frame size times 4. So there's 4 bytes per sample. So that is just filled with zeros, so it's just no audio. Then we need to say stream dot encode. I guess we need to do this thing, encode and mux. So we encode the chunk, but this now wants an audio frame. So can we then say that the frame is going to be av.audio frame from, there's no bytes. There's no bytes in here. How do we do it? From ND array. Now we can do it somehow. Can we, let's ask ChatGPT. How about audio? I have audio as bytes. How can I write it into a video file? If you have raw PCM bytes, you can write it by adding an audio stream to the output container, turning your bytes into an audio frame via NumPy. Okay, so that's basically what we're doing. And then muxing and encoding just like the video. Okay, so we need to set the channels and layouts. Okay, and we can just do form buffer. But is it, I think it's in 16. I have the resampler here. Didn't I do something with the resampler? Yes, it's S16. Okay, so we can say ND frame is going to be NP from buffer chunk, and it's in 16. And then we just take ND frame like this. And that's our frame, and then we just mux it. And I want to add the stream.channels is 2 and stream dot, what was it called? Layout. Layout is stereo. Now this is hard coded. Now we might want to be able to change that at some point. Anyway, it should work now, I guess. Let's see what happens. Let me check one more time. Is there something important here? I think it should just work now. What is it doing here? We have a frame size here. Now in this case, it's gonna just work like this because I set the frame size which is this audio frame size, to the same frame size as the file. So it should work now. But if we use a different file format, it might not work. But let's try if this works. We're going to open the project. We are going to render. If I can hit Ctrl R. And we are going to say test17.mp4. I have that already. Let's do test 18. It's rendering the audio, the video first. And then it should start rendering the audio soon. And channels, attribute channels of audio codec context objects is not writable. Then I don't care. I don't need to set these things. Let's try again. And render test19.mp4. And let's see if it works. And expected numpy array with endim2 got 1. Yeah, I need to do something here. I need to give the shape. Is there a shape? Can I say shape? How do I set the shape? Did I miss something? Audio bytes. No, this is important, so we have to reshape it. I think I can pass it in somewhere, the shape, but whatever. Drop trailing partial sample. Okay, let's copy this thing. And let's put it in here. And I call this one ND array or ND frame. And this is, let's say channels somewhere. Let's say channels is 2. Yeah, so if the size of the bytes is not divisible by 2, then we need to drop the, extra part from there. And then we're going to reshape it with the channels so that it's like 2 and 2 and 2 and 2, like pairs of 2 things, because it's interleaved for the channels. So now, if we try the 20th time and we render test20.mp4, let's see if it works. And here we go. We are going to start rendering, but expected packed array shape 0 to equal 1, but got 1024. Excuse me? So it wants shape 0 to be equal 1, but we got 1024. So should we have here 1 and then here the channels? I think that's what we want. And I am going to move the audio rendering first, so I don't have to wait for the video to render before getting the errors. So let's do like that. And let's try again. Render test21.mp4. Okay. Cannot reshape array of size 2048 into shape 1, 2. Thank you. Okay, yeah. That's interesting. So what does it want? Expected packed array shape 0 to equal 1, but got 1024. But then cannot reshape array of size 2048 into shape 1, 2. Right. That makes sense. So if I do -1, then it's gonna be the shape of 1024 and 2, but this wants the shape to be 1. What does that mean? Audio frame from ND array chunk. So here it's like chunking it, but I already have the right size chunk. And the format should be fine because it was default. It defaults to S16 and stereo. So what is the issue here? Let's copy this error. Not this error, but this one. And let's see what it says. That error is PyAV telling you the ND array shape you passed doesn't match the audio layout or packing. Okay. PyAV tries to guess format, packed versus planar. Planar. What? How do you even say this word? And layout. With no format layout given, it often guesses wrong. Aha, interesting. So it is not actually using this format. Is that what I'm being told? But it literally says here that the format is, the default is that. Right, so it's that. What are you talking about? But does it just Py format is planar, is packed? What is this? Ooh. Format if it is the instance of this, else it's audio format. So S16 is not planar. Okay. So if it's planar, it wants the first one to be channels. If it's not planar, then the first one needs to be 0. I mean, it needs to be 1. If your audio is PCM S16LE interleaved, S16, it is S16. If you instead want to feed planar FLTP, what does this mean? Samples, channels. But there's no way it wants in that format. It's always 1 or the number of channels. So does it just mean that I have to do it the other way? Channels and -1. Does that make any sense? I'm just guessing here at this point. Let's try to do this again. And test, what is this, 22 already. Okay, so now it wants it to be 1, but it was 2. So we still got here, the shape needs to be 1. And I guess packed means that it's just like all of them are, all the bytes are, you know, all the samples are back to back. They're not like grouped with the channels. So that means I just need to do 1 and -1. But it's already that, isn't it that already? What are you talking about? Let's try again. Does it even make any sense to reshape 1 -1? Anyway, let's do test 23.mp4 and we got invalid argument. At least it's something new. Invalid argument. Okay, so at least we got something, but then we got invalid argument. So did I need to set something here? I was not able to say stream.channels because it gave me some error, but here it said that I need to do that. So here we add a stream and then we set the channels and the layout, but I can't do that. Can we just print the ND frame and also print the frame? What are these? And open the thing and render the thing. And I'm actually going to change this thing so that it just renders it into render.mp4. And when I open, I am just going to load project file.json so that I can do this a little bit faster. So now I just do Ctrl O and Ctrl R, and then I get invalid argument right away. But we got something here. So we got 1024 samples at 0 Hertz. Okay, that's probably the problem here. What should we get? Let's do here, when we do get audio chunk at, and audio get chunk at, and we get the frame, then can we print this frame? Just exit. I want to know what is in the frame. If we do that, open it, there we have, aha! We need to set the sample rate. Look at this. So let's do that. We have to say, well, we have the rate here, but when we get it from the bytes, we don't have that information in here. We have to say frame.sample rate is going to be self.fps, audio fps. Let's see if that works. So then we can open it and we can render it. And we got something. Look at this. We got some stuff. But, ooh, we got 0 samples at some point. Okay, okay. So chunk is not none, apparently. It can just be an empty byte array. Right. We return none if there's an end of file error. Right. Okay. So that means if chunk is none, then we just fill it with zeros. Else, we are going to say chunk.extend. Sorry, it's just bytes. Chunk is going to be
Can I just do chunk plus byte array? Can I just add to the bytes a byte array? And I can take the size in bytes of what we need and then subtract the length of the chunk. So we like fill the rest of it with, you know, empty. But can I do that? Can I say something is bytes, hello, and then can I say something plus byte array 10? I can. So that should work. Let's try to run it. Oops. Let's run it and let's open it and let's render it. Core dumped. I wonder if that's because I was reading the audio to the buffer and I was rendering at the same time. So when I open, it starts to like read the audio frames to the buffer. So maybe I have to render after that. Okay, so now it works. It wrote the audio. Now it's gonna render the video. Ooh, floating point exception. Did I forget to flush the encoder? Maybe I need to flush it after this thing. I think I have to do that. Okay, so we flush it and then we render this thing. Let's see if that was the problem. Open, wait for the buffer to get full and then render. And it worked. And then it's going to render the video. Let's see. Oh no. Floating point exception. Core dumped. Damn it. Can we try to look at this? It's 44 bytes. There's nothing in this file. Floating point exception. Simplest approach. Encode all video, then all audio can work, but best practice is to mux packets in approx DTS order, interleaving. Aha. If your audio is just one continuous track matching the timeline, you can encode video frames with monotonically increasing PTS, encode audio frames with PTS in samples. We'll do video first, then audio for clarity. For long files, consider interleaving. Aha. So does it matter if we move the rendering of the video first? We need to interleave, so we have to do it at the same time, which is quite interesting. I'm not sure how that's going to work. Anyway, we open it and we wait for the buffer and we render. So now we render the video and that should work just fine. But then we're going to switch to the audio. Cannot rebase to 0 time. Interesting. So do we now have to, with the audio, set the PTS? Let's see. Audio PTS in samples. Okay. Sample rate, time base, PTS. A.time base. And A is the frame. Oh, it's just the time base. Okay. So what we need to do is we need to set the time base like we did here. So we have the stream. We set the time base to self.audio.fps. And we need to say that frame.timebase is going to be stream.timebase and PTS. Frame.pts is audio PTS. And audio PTS will start with 0 and audio PTS plus equals frame.samples. Now, actually, we know that it's 1024, and I think it should be there, right? Didn't it have... Yeah, it knows how many samples there are. So that should work. So now we move the PTS, which is the samples. Let's try again. Open it, and then render it. Here we go. And we got floating point exception again. Okay. What causes this error when rendering audio after rendering video? And did we get something now? It's 40 bytes. That's so weird. Did it like reset the thing? Did I do something now stupid? I probably did do something stupid. Yeah, there's just 40 bytes in there, so it just wrote some of the audio in there. Okay, so I think it's something related to the mux order. MP4 prefers packets muxed roughly in increasing DTS across streams. Writing all video then all audio can work for short files, but for longer ones it can trip muxer encoder edge cases. Safer pattern: encode a bit of video, encode corresponding audio, mux in time order. Okay. Let me try to just do the audio. So if I don't do this at all, and I just render the audio, is that gonna work? Open it, and then we're gonna render it. It works. And now we have 84 kilobytes. Hi there, this is just a sample video for my video editor, so we can see if it works. It works. So we can render video, we can render audio, but we can't render them together. So how do we fix this issue? Is it now because I flush it? But I didn't flush it before. So how did it do it here? We open the thing, we set the width, we open this other stream. Now I wonder if I do have to add the streams at first. And then we loop through the frames, we encode and mux, and then we encode and mux again. So we do flush the encoder, and then we do the encoding again. So that should be fine. So let's do this. Let's call this audio. Well, I have an audio stream, but I'm not using global variables anymore, so I can say audio stream, audio stream, and let's do like this. And this is also audio stream. And then I can add the audio stream. So let's put this in here, and let's call this audio frame count. That's the chunk count. That's the audio stream. Okay. Now we'll actually move the PTS down here like that. So now we create the frame, the streams at first. We add the audio stream and we add the video stream. I'm not sure if it matters which order we add the streams. Let's add the add audio stream. Okay. Okay, let's see first, does that do anything? If I just create the streams at first, and then we render, and then, ooh, I think that was it. Yeah, it worked. Let's open it. Hi there. This is just a sample video for my video editor, so we can see if it works. Hi there. Okay, that was pretty close, but the PTS of the audio might be now screwed up or something. Did I mix up these variable names here? This audio frame count, chunk count, audio stream, channels, and chunk index, chunk time. That should be just fine. Okay, so what is now wrong? I'm using stream.timebase. This should be audio stream timebase. Do I use stream somewhere else? That's it. Okay, I think that's it. Let's try one more time. Open it, and then render it. And here we go, we render the audio too, and let's open it. Hi there, this is just a sample video for my video editor, so we can see if it works. It works. Look at this. Hi there, this is just a sample video for my video editor, so we can see if it works. It works. I'm not sure if the audio is quite synced, but I'm not sure if it was synced in the original either. But it's exactly what I edited here. So if I go and I change this a bit, if I move these around, I make some gaps in here. So now if I preview, hi there, this is just a sample video for my video editor, so we can see if it works. And I go even here and I move this thing. Oops. I'm gonna need a Control Z as well. So I need to select, and let's do something like this. You can see if it works. Okay, I render this thing. Let's see if it looks like that. And here it is. Let's open it. Hi there. This is just a sample video for my video editor, so we can see
if it works. That's amazing. We can render the video into an actual video. So now I just have to improve the UI a bit, because I just press Ctrl R and then it actually hangs the whole application, because it does it on that frame. But it works. I want to try to move the order of these things to make sure that that works. So now it looks like this. Hi there, for my video editor. So we can see this is just a sample video if it works. Okay, so let's try to render this thing. And as you can see, now it's like stuck. I can't do anything because it's rendering it in the loop, in the game loop. Okay, but now it's rendered. So if I open it, hi there, for my video editor. So we can see this is just a sample video if it works. Amazing. We have built a video editor, but now this video is getting way too long. I need to take at least a break, and then maybe I will work on this off camera a little bit to polish it, maybe add a separate thread for the rendering so that we can still keep working on it, or at least some sort of view that shows how much it has rendered, stuff like that. But I will probably do that off camera because this is gonna be like a 10-hour video. Anyway, if you watched it so far, then let me know in the comments what did you think of this video and how could we improve this program. And leave me a like if you like this video and subscribe if you want to see more videos like this in the future. And now I'm going to take all the clips that I have made for this video, which there are a bunch, and I will try to edit this video with this editor. See you next time. Alright, so I made some final touches to this thing, or at least semi-final touches. So now, if I run this thing and I open my project file from here, then now, if I start rendering this thing, first of all, you will notice that it opened a native UI file browser. And I did this with Zenity, so it will only work on Linux, but it will fall back to tkinter if you don't have Zenity. So basically, Zenity is this thing that's a command line tool that you can use to open all these kind of native UI prompts and stuff. So basically you just call Zenity and file selection, and then you can set the title and the file filter and stuff. So I can just run like Zenity, and I can say file selection, and if I run it, then it opens this file selector. And then if I select some file from here, then it will just return it. So it's a very simple way of integrating native stuff to your applications. Anyway, if I now put here something like test 23, I'm up to 23 already, then it will start rendering it, and now I actually have a rendering screen here, and we have a progress bar. Now I still can't, I can like click around and stuff, but I can't play at the same time. And the reason for this is that I'm using the same container for the rendering as for the playing, so I can't use them at the same time. But we could just like, when we render, we should create another AV container of the file, and then we could read for rendering and for playing at the same time. But anyway, I don't need to, play and render at the same time. It's enough to do it like this. So that works. Now also, I updated my script that cuts out the silence from my videos automatically. And I made it so that instead of like creating the whole final rendered video, it will just create a project file for my video editor. So now, if I put this thing in here, then here we have this automatically cut up video with silence removed. And I can just edit this now. Now, there was one thing I had to do here to optimize it a little bit, because I had this affected clips thing, which was not a function previously. I was just getting all the affected clips down here. So it was every time you rendered one of the clips in the timeline, it got like around here all the affected clips. So meaning all the clips that have the same group as this one. So that if we like select a clip, it will select all the grouped clips. Or if we delete a clip, then it will delete all the grouped clips. But of course, now that this thing has like thousands of clips, then it's going to be a little bit slow to loop through all of them on every frame when you render this timeline clip. So I made it so that it only gets them when I actually need them. So now it's pretty fast. Now it gets a little bit slow when I start to like zoom this out. So if I zoom out like this, then we get to like 12 FPS because we are drawing so many rectangles here. And I guess we're starting to like draw rectangles on top of each other, so we can optimize this so we don't have to draw rectangles if they're going to be too small. But I'm not going to be editing it this way, although I might want to like zoom out and then go somewhere else in the video, which right now is kind of unusable. It's difficult to do. But anyway, if I just zoom in over here somewhere a little bit closer, then it starts to be acceptable. So I will probably be editing at like this zoom level. So then if I just go somewhere and I start to play it, row major memory order, the default way NumPy stores arrays. Rows laid out one after another in memory. Okay, so it's just related to how the data is stored in the array. Okay, fine. So that's our frame now. And then we can load image from memory. Now, by the way, this script doesn't work perfectly well, and that is exactly the reason why I want to be able to edit this afterwards. Now here there's silence, which I should then cut out, so I can just go to cut mode, and I can go here, and I can go to select mode, and I can extract. And extraction is instant, but there's one more thing I need, because like, for example, here, I think it cut a bit too early, so I now need to have the move mode, which we have already the move mode, but it doesn't do anything. So I need to be able to drag from here over there, and then all the clips after this clip should move. And then I need a way to resize the clip, because right now we can't do that. And it is quite slow to build this audio graph. Now this is like a 3-hour video, or it's almost 4 hours, this video, unedited. But I think it is a little bit faster in Kdenlive to create this audio graph. Anyway, it starts to work pretty well now. But let's actually now, before I end this video, let's implement the move mode and then the resizing of these clips. Because I think I did a lot of this timeline stuff off camera already, so maybe it would be nice to show how that actually works. And it shouldn't be that difficult to implement these features. So let's try and do that. Okay, screw it. It took me hours to make this thing work. So I'm not going to include that in the video, but now it works. Well, I just implemented multi-select and move mode. So before I was able to already select multiple clips when I hit control, but I wasn't able to move them at the same time. So now, if I run this thing and I open my project, and by the way, I changed my default zoom now. So I can now pick one clip, and I can pick another one and another one. It's fine. And I can move directly like this. It works. And then I can hit control and I can select multiple clips, which we already were able to do. But now I can also move these clips. And I can even unselect one of these, and then I can still move these ones, and they stick to each other like this. And I can go all the way. Well, I don't have enough space there. So if I move this a little bit like this, and now I take these two, then now they stick like this, but then if I move it over here where there's space, then I can move it over there, and then it sticks here again. And if I select all of these, then they won't go over the 0 mark. So now it works. And when I have multiple things selected, I can click on one to select only that. But I can still, if I have many selected, I can still drag and move all of them. Now I realized afterwards that Kdenlive doesn't actually behave like this. So you can't click on one and then select only that one if you have selected multiple things. But my intuition says that it should work like that. I'm not sure if it should. And it complicates the code quite a bit. Anyway, here's how it works now. So first we check if we are hovering over the timeline clip. And then we check if control is down. So we just save this control down variable, so we don't have to call the is key down every time. And then if the mouse button is pressed, and pressed means if it is down, if it changes from being up to down. So this fires once on, mouse press when it goes down. At first I thought it's when you press down and release, but it's only when you press down, but it happens once, okay? So you press down on a clip. If we're in a cut mode, then we cut. So this basically gets the grouped clips, and then it will loop through all of the clips, and it will add
Well, first it changes the end time of this clip to be the place where we clicked, and then it adds a new timeline clip that starts at that end time, effectively cutting the clip. But then, if we are in select mode, then if we are not pressing Control and we are not dragging anything else in the project and we are not dragging this thing, then we start the drag. So we save the mouse position where we started the drag, and we set that we are dragging something in the project, so we're not going to accidentally drag something else. And we save this was dragged flag to false. And this means after we pressed, did we move it around? And we'll get to later where we set this to true. Anyway, also, if this clip is not selected, so the clip we clicked on, if it's not selected or we are pressing down on Control, then we get the grouped clips. And if Control is not down, we unselect all the other clips. And then we are going to flip the selected status of the current clip, or the grouped clips. Basically meaning if we are hitting Control, then we just flip, the status of the current or the clip we're clicking. But if we are not hitting Control, then this will always be true because we put everything else as false, and then this one is true. And then in order to make that, single element selection possible while having multiple things selected, we check if this thing is selected that we clicked on, then we say that we pressed down. We save this state that, okay, we pressed down on this clip, but we don't know what to do yet because this is selected already. Perhaps we want to drag all the clips, or perhaps we just want to click it to select only that one. So then, if we release the mouse button, then if we were in this press down state and we did not drag it, then first of all we set the press down to false again. And if it was selected, then we unselect everything else and then we select the grouped clips of this clip. And then down here, if drag start is not none, so we are dragging, possibly, then we here get the difference in the x-axis. So from the starting point to where we are now, we get the affected clips, which is now the selected clips. So the ones we have Control selected. And then we loop through all of them, and it gets quite messy here. There's probably like a better way of doing this. Anyway, first of all, I have these two different branches here, which I might be able to do with just one branch with some math, but I'm not that good at math. Anyway, if the x difference is less than 0, it means we dragged backwards. I guess this is backwards for you because I'm flipped. Anyway, we dragged backwards. So first of all, we said that we dragged this thing. It's true now. And we calculate the new start. So we take the current start time of the clip, and then we add to it the difference, which is negative, divided by the zoom of the timeline. And this effectively turns the pixels into seconds. So that's the new start time. Okay. Then we want to calculate the end time of the previous clip. So the clip that is right before this one. Not necessarily in the list of clips, but on the timeline. So we loop through all of the clips that are between the new start time and the new end time. So what would be the place where we want to put the clip now after dragging. And if the clip is not in the affected clips, so we don't want to care about overlap between the clips that we are moving right now, and it's on the same track, then if the end time of this clip is greater than this last time, and the end time is earlier than or equal to the start time of this clip, then we save that one. So this is basically like the maximum we can go back. So then we set the new start to either the new start or the last time, which is the end of the previous clip, whichever is bigger, so that we can't go like over the other one. So it sticks there. Okay. Then we calculate the difference, which is negative, which by the way, I don't know why I did it like this. Why don't I just flip this the other way? I guess I could do that. I could just say this. That would make sense. But I'm not going to mess with this code now because it works. So we calculate the difference in seconds, and then we set the new end to the end time that currently is plus the difference, which in this case is negative. So we calculate what the actual end position is now after we changed this, start.
And then we save into this offset variable, which we set here. At first it's none. So if it is none, or the offset that we currently have saved is less than this, so it's earlier than this difference, or the start time of the clip plus the current offset is less than 0, then we use this offset. And what's happening here is that if we have multiple things selected, then we have to move all the clips back only as much as we can. So basically we need to find the smallest offset from all the clips. I guess in this case it's technically the biggest offsets because it is negative, but like the smallest amount that we can move back so that none of the clips will overlap. So if one of them sticks at some point, we have to stick all of them there. And then we also have to check if the start time plus the current offset, so if we already calculated the offset for some other clip, if that offset would put the start time of this clip negative, then we use the difference, which is going to be 0 in that case, of this clip, so that we can't go like past negative. And then we do the same thing with the positive. It's basically the same thing, but in the other way. And I couldn't figure out how to do this without having this stupid branch here. Anyway, and by the way, here we calculate the beginning of the next clip, and then we set the end time to either that one or the end time that we calculated here. Then, if we got an offset, then we loop through all of the clips, the affected clips. We calculate the new start and the new end, and then we check if there's any overlap between the clips. So we loop through all the clips between the new start and the new end, and if we find a clip that is not in these affected clips that we're moving and is on the same track, then we have overlap. And then if we didn't have any overlap, then we can move the clips. So then we actually move them. So we loop through them again, and then we increase the start time by the offset, which can be negative if we went back. And we reset the drag start position, and then we destroy the video buffer and the audio buffer because we move things around, so it's going to be, wrong. And then we update the end time. I think I did this one off camera as well. So we have this get end time, which calculates the end time based on the clips, and then we cache it in this end time property so that we don't have to calculate this every time, because we use this end time calculation so that we can stop the video when it ends in the timeline. And we have to do that every frame, so we don't want to, with every frame, loop through all the 1,000 clips. So we only do this, we only update it when something changes. But now it works. But of course we still can't move it. we don't have the move functionality. But what we can now do is basically say that if the mode is in select or move, then we do all this stuff. But if we are in the move mode, then we should select all the clips that are after the clip that we selected. So here, when we get the affected clips, we can say if self clip project mode is move, then affected clips is going to be self.get, we have to do a timeline get clips between. Well, it's actually get clips after, but I guess we can use between. So we can say start time should be self.start time, and we can just say timeline.end time. So we get all the clips after the start time of this thing, and we get them all. So we don't care about the track. We want to move on all tracks, and else it's just the grouped clips. And what happens if we press control? I think we don't care about control in the move mode, so we can just say if control is not down or the mode is move. I'm not sure if we should just put the move mode in a different branch of the else if. Maybe. It's getting very messy now. So if we're in the move mode, we unselect everything and then we select the grouped clips. Now let's see about the performance, because there can be thousands of clips, so we now select. I guess it's not that bad if we just select all of them, but the dragging part might be slow.
because we loop through all of the affected clips, which can be now like 2000 clips. Then we get all the clips between the time of that clip. So we loop a lot. So maybe it's slow. Let's see if it's slow. And by the way, when we release in move mode, we should only select the current clip. And yeah, by the way, we don't care in the move mode about which one is selected. So I think we should make another branch. Let's make another branch. Copy this thing. And if the mode is select, we do this stuff and we do that stuff. And we don't care about this thing. And that should be fine. But if the mode is move, then we don't care about control here. I don't think so. At least not at the moment. And then we don't care about if it's selected or control. We just do this. And we are in the move mode now, so we don't have to do that. We get the affected clips. And we always make everything unselected. And then we select the affected clips. So basically we can just do true here. And then when we release the mouse, then if self clip project mode is move, then we are going to just select this clip. So we're going to get the grouped clips and we are going to do this thing like that. So we're going to unselect everything and then we are going to select just the one that we are hovering over. And let's do else, if. I think it should work. Let's see if it works. Let's open the project. Let's go to move mode. It's so annoying that it doesn't focus the window when I drag something there. I need to click here. Okay, select move mode, and then I drag here. It selected them, and I cannot move. Okay, interesting. It selects when I start to drag, but ooh, yeah, it actually it doesn't return the selection to the one that I started from. It returns the selection to the one that I hover over, which was technically it should, be hovering over the first one all the time. Anyway, why does that not work? I think I checked the mode. Wait, if self drag start is none, then we do all this stuff. So why doesn't it work? Wait a minute. If the mode is move, we start the drag. Interesting. Ooh, I removed not from here. Okay, so now it should work. If I take this thing and I go to move mode, again I have to focus here, then I move, it works. Look at this, it works. If I move from here, it moves all of these. If I move from here, it moves all these. I can move back and forward and hit, oops, ooh, what happened there? Wait a minute. I think, yeah, something weird happens when I go over and then I hover over this thing. It drags that one a bit as well. Okay, so what I need to do is when we release, can we just save the clip? Can we do something like self.dragged clip is self? That doesn't make any sense. Why do we save self in there? We should, yeah, we can't store it to self. Where do we store the clip that we started the move on? First of all, let's just pass this thing. How does it work then? I think it just leaves the selection there. So if I go to move and I move like this, it still selects all of those. And if I go over here, it seems to work just fine. Yeah, it works. So I just need to remember where I started the drag and then go back to that one. But since we're doing the isMouse released on a clip, we need to save somewhere else than the current clip what the clip was that we, started the drag on. And I think this was dragged might not work either. And how about the start drag? It works, but it seems like it shouldn't work. No, that is fine, I think. That's fine, because we don't check the hover in here. So do we need to, can we just move this thing outside? So if we move it after this if statement, maybe even. So if the mouse button is released, well, I've lost my code now. So I want this code as well. So I'll copy this and I will always do that. If the mouse was released, wait, what did I copy? Let's go back. I want to copy this thing like that. And I want to do it down here. Okay. So this thing goes here. We always check if the mouse was released, then if the mode is move, but now we have to also check if this was the thing that initiated the move. But now we're gonna run this on all of the clips, on every frame. Does that make any sense? So now we can do the thing. We can say if self initiated move, then we're going to do this. So then we can save here. When we are in move mode, we say self.initiated move is true. And then we can save yet another flag here. We can say self.initiated move is false. So now, if we do like this, if we initiated, did you mean what? Initiated. Initiated move. So now we drag this thing in here, we click here, we select move mode, and we drag this thing and we let go, it works. If we drag from here, it works. Oh, and we need to unset the initiated move. So when we check, we say self.initiated move is false. So now, if we do move, it moves. If we move here, it moves. It moves here. And if we go here and we hover over this thing, it still stops there. No, it works. And can we even move it here? We can. That's amazing. Let's see how it performs. I am going to pick my huge video and let's see what happens. If I go, I am in move mode already, and I move from here. Nothing happens. Wait a minute. Ooh, it does not work at all. It's way too slow. Yeah, that's not gonna happen like this. It does not work at all. Okay, so we need to figure something out. Let's do it like this. If we are dragging, we get the affected clips, which are the selected clips, and then we loop through all of them, and we check the overlap and stuff. But we don't want to do that. What if we make a virtual clip? So we can say if, well, we still need to get the selected clips, I think. Or maybe not. No, let's do this. If self clip project mode is move, we are going to say that we want the start time, let's put it at 0 or none, and end time is none. And then we're going to loop through all the clips for clip in timeline dot clips. If start time is none or start time is greater than clip dot start time, and first of all we have to say if clip selected, okay, then we're going to say that the start time is clip dot start time. Okay, and I guess we can do this. So we can say if clip is selected, then we do that. And we are going to do the same thing with end time. So if end time is none or end time is earlier than this end time, then we update this end time. So now we have the beginning of, the first selected clip and the end of the last selected clip. So then we can say that affected clips is going to be just a timeline clip.
we create a timeline clip, which can have a track number of 1. We don't really care what it is. Okay, can we just copy the thing? Can we just do something like this? We say virtual clip is going to be copy.deepCopy clip. We copy the last clip, whatever it is. You have to import copy. So we're gonna import copy, and then we are going to say virtual clip start time is going to be the start time, and virtual clip end time is going to be the end time. And then the affected clips are just this virtual clip. So now we only loop one thing, and we check the end time properly still. And it shouldn't be that bad, I guess. And that's fine. Then we check the overlap, and I guess that's kind of fine too, because we have only one clip here. Although it's not okay, because we now check if the clip is in the affected clips, but we have only the virtual clip. But do we even have to check overlap? Because we move everything, so there can't be overlap if the start time, isn't earlier than the place where it started. So we can say if self.clip.project.mode is not move, then we check these things, and we can set overlap to false over here, and then we just move everything. Is that gonna work? Let's see if that works. Let's open the huge project. Let's go to move mode, and let's move. Video object has no attribute container. Timeline clip has no attribute texture. What was the actual first thing? It happened in our copy. Should we not use deep copy? Should we just copy? No default reduce due to non-trivial C init. Okay. Maybe we don't have to deep copy. Can we just copy? Because I want to copy because I don't want to, edit this thing. Or how does Python work? If I just set this to that and then I edit it, it will edit the start time of this thing, but I don't want to do that. So this is a shallow copy. What does that even mean? I don't know. I'm not a programmer. Let's see. Let's go to move mode and let's move it. Nothing happens. Great. Because we are looping here through the affected clips. So now, let's do it this way. If it is move, we are going to do something. We are going to then get the actual affected clips. So we say affected clips is self.get selected clips. So at this point we select all of them so that we can move them all. So now we put this here, we go to move mode, and we move. Did you see that? It's fast. It's super fast. Super duper fast. Look at this. Take that, Kdenlive. You can't do this in Kdenlive. No way. That's amazing. Look at this. Well, I can't move this one because this is in the way, but I can move from here. Look at this. Oh, but by the way, we have a bug here. If I make a huge space here and I put the cursor here, the FPS goes very low. So it's doing something in the bufferer. It's trying to buffer where there's nothing in there, and then it slows down. But hey, this works. This is amazing. Look at this. It works. Super fast. Super duper fast. And I mean, I don't know what happens in the end. But I think it works. Yeah, but here it gets a little bit slow when we, see many elements at the same time. Or maybe it's because of that stupid bug that it's trying to buffer something there. Yeah. So if I just move around here and I don't go to the black part, then it's pretty fast. But if I start to move here, then it's gonna slow down. Yeah. Okay. Let's try to fix that issue. So let's go to our bufferer and we go to build video buffer, and we are going to get the playhead. We calculate the buffer start, and then we are going to get the frame at that time. Okay, so there shouldn't be anything slow here. The slowness must be in the video get frame at. So we go here, and then we get the clips at that time, but there's no clips. So this should be fast. What are you talking about? Get clips at time. Yeah, there's nothing there. Why is it slow? What is going on here? Let's print this getting video frame and getting audio frame. It shouldn't find anything there. Let's try to run it again. And let's open this thing. Let's go to move mode and let's move this over here and let's go here. It's not even getting the stuff. If I go here, it's going to get the frames. But here, it's not doing anything. Okay. So, is this sleep not adequate? Is it looping through too much here? I don't believe it is. Let's do like that. Is it about this? So let's move, and it's faster, but that's a little bit weird. So here it starts to get the audio because it's close to that thing. But yeah, it's kind of slow. If I move here, it's fast. So what? Let's go back to this thing. Okay, let's disable audio buffering, and then we're gonna move. Aha! It's about audio. Now it's 60 FPS. What if we disable video buffering and oops. Oh, sorry. I didn't notice that error. Okay, let's just do this. Let's disable audio buffering, and let's go in here. Is it slow? It's still slow. Okay. If we disable the video buffering as well, and then we open this thing and remove, now it's not slow. Okay. What if we have just audio? Is it slow then? Let's move it and oops. Ooh, yeah, it's still slow. So what's going on here? We go in here, we calculate some stuff. We say if this frame is not in the buffer, which is not, then we are going to get the video frame at that time. Get clips at. This will loop through all of the clips. That's the reason why it's slow. We check, do we have this frame? No, we don't have this frame. So find out all the clips at this time. And it takes some time. And it says, no clips. Let's go to the next frame. Find the clips at this time. There's still nothing there. So then it's going to be slow. Because if we don't find the video frame, we don't break here. I mean, we could just break. And if we don't break, then it's going to just keep doing this in an infinite loop. Not infinite loop, but it's going to like do it back to back. It's not going to sleep at all. So technically we could just break here. So if we find a frame that is not in the buffer, then we're going to break. But I'm not quite sure how this should work. Should we say that the frame was found if we found a frame that is not in the video buffer? It's that like enough. Because like, what are we going to do if there's no frame? If there's no frame, there's no frame. So if we do like that, and we do the same thing in here. So if we find a chunk in the audio buffer that we don't have, then we found something. Or should we just always add it in there? I guess we should add it there anyway, even if it's none. We don't care about none here. We only care about none when we actually read the buffer. Because there's nothing there, so we just put the none in there. So what happens when we read? So when we do video buffer, like this, I'm assuming. So if we have the frame in the video buffer, then if we want to render the video, and we are not on the previous frame, and, well, actually, we're going to do this. We get the video frame, then if video frame is not none, then we update the thing. And do we use it anywhere else? No. And then audio buffer, how do we use that one? We get the frame, now it can be none. So let's say if frame is not none, then we extend the chunk with the frame. So that should work. Let's try again. Let's take our project and let's move this thing, and it works. Look at this. There's still 60 FPS. If we go here, it still works and I can play it.
This video, I'm going to build my own video editor because the current editor that I'm using, Kdenlive, is too slow. I only need
Ooh, what happened there?
Why did it stop playing audio? Own video editor, because the current editor that I'm using, Kdenlive, is too slow on my computer. And I only need a very simple video editor. Mostly Is it because it went like over the edge? So if I
just
let
want
it go
to
there,
cut
out pieces of the video. But Kdenlive has 3 issues for me. The first one is that it's just, that's a bit sus. So the audio stopped for a while, for some reason. I'm going to build my own video editor, because the current editor that I'm using, Kdenlive, is too slow on my computer. And, okay, not sure what's happening there. There's still a couple of bugs, but yeah. At least we can now move these things around. But the last thing I need to do is I need to be able to drag from the edge and resize this clip. So let's implement that. How are we going to implement that? So let's go to our timeline clip, and we have our render here. And we check the collision, but now we have to check the collision with the edges. So should we just check it separately? I think we should. So let's make a rectangle that represents the area on which we want to, be able to drag it, or like resize it. So let's call it resize rec, and it's a rectangle. And the x is going to be rec.x. This is the rectangle of the whole thing, minus, 5 pixels. Is that too much? And y is rec.y, and width is going to be 10 pixels, and height is going to be rec.height. So then we can say if check collision point rec, and let's actually call this resize left rec. So if the mouse position, do I need to say like mouse pos is this, and then I can say mouse pos and mouse pos. If the mouse position is over resize left rec, then we're going to do something. And else we're going to do something else. And we can also take resize right rec. And right rec is going to be x plus rec.width minus 5. And then it's 10 pixels again. So first of all, let's like highlight it somehow. I guess we should change the cursor. Is there a cursor? Show cursor, enable, disable. Show cursor. Is there a well, I guess cursor is just going to be, hide cursor, and then we have to draw something there. Okay, so I'm not going to deal with that right now. I'm going to draw this rectangle. So draw rectangle rec. We are going to draw resize left rec, and let's make it like, orange. Like that. And let's also do the right rec, like this. So now, if we go here, we open this thing, then if we go to the edge, it is going to show that we are going to resize from there. Pretty cool. So if we move, then now this shows over here, this shows over there, and this shows here. That's pretty cool. So then, if we are resizing to the left, we have to save self.resize left. Start is mouse pos. I guess we can do this. And we can do self.clip.project.dragging is true. And of course we have to say here that if is mouse button pressed, mouse button left. If we press the left thing, then we are going to do this. Only if this thing is none. Okay, so then we start the drag, and we do the same thing here. We say resize right start, and then we can save those things in here. Self.resize left start is none. Self.resize right start is none. Okay, and then when we are in the resize left, mode, which is going to happen here. Can we like reuse this logic? I feel like we can, but maybe it's going to be too messy. I think this is going to be like
an easier logic than that. So let's say if self dot resize left start is not none, we are then resizing. We can get the diff x, and this is going to be else if. Can we just say resize amount is going to be get mouse x minus self dot resize left start x. I mean, whatever, let's call it diff x. It can still be positive or negative. Okay, and then we can say that the new start is going to be self dot start time plus, so if we, what direction is this? We get the current x, so if we move back, then this is going to be less than this, so it's going to be negative, right? So new start is this plus diff x divided by timeline.zoom. So this again converts the pixels into the seconds. So that's the new start. And then we just have to check, are there any clips between the new start and, well, we have to do some restrictions here. So if new start is greater than or equal to self.end time, then we don't do anything. so let's just say new start is self.start time. If, well, I mean, no, we're not going to actually do this. We are just going to say that it is, what is the minimum? It's going to be the end time minus what 1 over self dot clip dot project dot fps. So that's like one frame. Does it make sense? I think it does. Maybe we should use this as the, min start. Min start. And min start is this thing. So if it is greater than that, then we're going to go back there. Otherwise, if new start is less than 0, then new start is 0. We can't go past 0. Else, we have to check if there are, else if new start is earlier than self.start time. So if we made it bigger, then we need to find all the clips between the new start and the start time. And if there are clips on the same track in between, then we cannot move them. So let's copy the overlap from here, this thing. And by the way, we have to think about the affected clips, I guess. But right now, let's just do it for 1. So we are going to get clips between new start and start time. And if the track number is the same, we have to say if the C is not self, if it's not this thing, and track number is the same, then there is overlap. And let's maybe save it here. Let's say overlap is false. And then we're going to say self.start time is going to be new start, if not overlap. But again, this is stupid. We need to do this thing. We need to do the last time calculation. Right. We just add the maximum. So yeah, we don't do any of this. We just do that. We get the last time, which is going to be get clips between the new start and the clip start time. So we still get the clips between there. That's fine. And if C is not self and track number is the same, then we get the last time. So this is the end time of the clip that is before this clip. So then the new start is going to be the new start, whatever it is, or the last time, whichever is bigger. And then we are going to say self.start time is going to be new start. And we need to say self.resize left start is none. Or actually we have to like update it. Right, I think here we set it to the mouse position. And we have to, reset the audio buffer and the video buffer. So let's do that here. So this is going to be the mouse position now, which kind of feels stupid. And yeah, I did it this way because I changed the start time already. So then the calculations for the next frame don't work. Otherwise, I have to like save some, temporary value for the start time. And then only after we have finished the moving, then we should update the start time. But maybe it would be actually faster that way. But let's see if this thing works now. So now let's move this thing and let's drag from here. Oops. Local variable clip referenced before assignment, because this is going to be self start time. Let's try again. Open it, and we're gonna move this thing, and we're gonna again clip referenced before assignment. This is self. Let's try again, and let's move it, and let's try to drag it. Look at this, it works. It works, and it sticks here, but it doesn't move the affected clips. And here it sticks also there. That's pretty nice. First try. Okay, but we need to move. Ooh, I can't stop it. Oh, I'm in the move mode. Maybe that screwed up something. Yeah, so yeah, I need to implement the release. Where's the release? The release is down here. When we release, we need to say if self dot resize left start, then self dot resize left start is none, and self dot clip dot project dot dragging is false. And I'm gonna make it as a separate thing because I think it's gonna screw up with this thing. So let's try again, and let's move it, and then let's go here, and now it works. I can resize. But one more thing I forgot to check is how long can I cut it. So if I move this thing, I can, drag it over here. Ooh, and that's another thing. Yeah, we need to change the offset, where the clip cuts. Because if this thing, well, I can't do it. So if I drag this one here, wait, how does that work? Oh, it works because this one has the offset already, but this one starts from 0, so it stays at, wait, what? I mean, yes, so, yeah. So the audio graph should not move when I move this thing. It should stay in place. And then we need to check that we are not dragging it longer than it actually exists. Like if the clip ends there, we can't drag past it. So first of all, let's add here elif, and this is going to be the right one. And then we are going to, well, let's implement the resize, the affected clips first, the grouped clips. So we also have to say that technically this is max start. And then min start is going to be the maximum between 0 and self dot end time minus self dot clip dot duration. That is the minimum start. So then we can just call this min start. But that's still not correct, because we need to take the end time and subtract the duration, but we have to also take into account, wait, how do we calculate what is the minimum? We need to say self dot clip start. This is how much offset from the original clip we have. So how much we cut off from the beginning of the clip. So it is going to be self dot start time minus this. So this is how much there is, available to extend it, right? So let's try to see if this works. If we now move all of these, then we shouldn't be able to even drag this at all. But we are able to. Wait, what? Min start. Start time on self clip start. There should be 0 in the first clip. Or wait a minute, is it even? I'm not quite sure. Is that true? Let me open an actual video. So if I open a video here and I slap it there, can I... Okay, so actually there is... I opened the project file that had already cut some of this thing. But now I can't... Ui. Ah. Wait. Oh. Yeah, I can't go... I can't go back at all now because I don't update the clip start. We have to update the start time, the new start, and self.clip_start needs to plus equal how much we moved. So let's do diff. So the diff is going to be clip.startTime minus new start. Or the other way. So let's just see if it works. And then we can flip it around if it doesn't. So we open this thing, we put it here, and then we go, oops, I cannot use clip. It's self. Let's try again. So now we slap this in here, and we can move it. Ooh, that's the wrong way. So we have to say new start minus this thing. And then let's try again. And now we can move it, and if we move back, we can move back, but only up until this thing. So now if we move this thing, the audio graph stays in the same place all the time. Amazing. And it stops there. That's good. And can we like cut this thing now? And can we move this? Yes. Can we move this? We can. And we can move this as well. This we can move anyway. We can move it this way. Okay. Very nice. But now we need to use affected clips. So do we just do the same? When we resize, we only resize the grouped clips. And I think we just do it in a loop. So we say affected clips is self.getGrouped clips. And then for clip in affected clips, we can do this just once. And then we loop through all of these things like that. And then we are going to use clip instead of self in most of these things. So this is going to be clip, but this is going to be self because we only set the resize left start to that one, really? I think so. And we do this just from self. Okay, let's see if it works. So now if I put this in here and we move this, it moves both of them. Amazing. And if I cut these out and I move them around and then I can't extend that way yet, but I can extend this way and it stops here and it works nicely. Amazing. I can use either of these and it works. Great. So then we just repeat the same thing on the other side. Again, can I just do this? I think I have to just copy it. I don't know how to do it with math. I'm sure you can do it somehow that you don't have to copy it separately as left and right. This is going to be right. So again, we get the diff x, but now we change the end time. So if we make it longer, then this one is going to be bigger than this one, which means it's going to be positive. Okay, that's fine. So then new start is going to be new end. So all of these are new end, and this is going to be end time, and we do not change clip start, right? We don't change this here, and we need to say max end. What is max end? Max end, this kind of now opposite. So max end is going to be clip.duration minus clip.start. Clip start. It's going to be also minus clip.start time. So the maximum end position is the whole duration of the clip minus the start time, because if we plus the start time. So if we start from 0, the maximum is the end, but if we start it earlier, later, then the end is greater. But then if we have cut something from the beginning, then we have to subtract that from, or wait. Yes, I'm pretty sure that's correct. And min start is going to be the clip dot start time. Actually, this is min end. Min end, it's going to be the start time plus 1 over clip dot project. Wait, it's self. Wait, what is it? It is clip.project.fps. This thing. So it has to be at least 1 frame long. And we didn't even check the overlap, so we can remove this thing, right? And we can remove that thing. And then we need to get the first time. This is a stupid name, but whatever. It's going to be none. And we are going to do this from clip.endTime until a new end. So this is new end. And if it is not this clip and track number is the same, and if the start time is earlier than the first time, or if first time is none, or like this, and if the start time, wait, what? Is this even correct? So if we don't have a first time yet, or the start time of this clip is earlier than the first time we have, and the end time, if the start time of this clip is greater than or equal to the clip end time, start time, I guess start time, maybe it doesn't matter, then we take the start time of that clip. A new end is going to be the minimum between first time and new end. So whichever comes closer, the beginning of the next clip or the place where we dragged. And then the difference is new end minus end time, and then end time is new end. And we don't even use the diff here because we don't need to check, we don't need to change the clip start. So screw it, we don't need that. Let's see if that works. Let's get our thing here, and this thing should still work just fine. If we cut out a piece from here and then we drag, we have to say if first time is not none, then we are going to calculate this thing. And now if we go and cut, and then we are going to drag, oops. Okay, we changed the start time. What? Wait a minute. Right, left, what? Excuse me? Clip end time is new end. What? I'm gonna take the video, put it here, cut. If I can press the right button. We take this thing. What? How? What? That's not even possible. We're we actually did resize it. Oh, something's weird now. Resize right start is none. Drag start is none. Clip end time. Start time. How come this doesn't work? I don't understand. Okay, I found out what the issue was. I was using the left here. So after I moved the end time, I set the left start to the mouse position. I need to set the right start, of course, here. So now, hopefully it works. If I grab this here and I am going to cut, I move and then I resize, it works. And we can't make it too small. Can we make it too big? No, it works. Amazing. And what happens if we're in the move mode? Can you still do this? You can, so that overrides it. But I can still move these things. I can move these things, and ooh, what's happening there? Ooh, that's a bit weird. I think I need to like recalculate the audio graph after I move something. Anyway, it works now. We can now resize from both sides. So if I go to select mode, I can resize from here, but I can't resize it over, you know, the limit. And I need to check in the end as well. So I will take a shorter video. Let's take this one. And actually I want to just reload the whole thing. So take this thing, put it here. And can I resize? I cannot resize it past what it is. And even if I cut this thing and I delete, I delete. Well, that's a, okay, I can zoom in and delete. And if I try to grab this thing, it only goes up until there. So now it works. And I can go this way and it stops here. Amazing. I think I can edit this video now, if I find 20 hours of time to do that. But I still want to fix the slowness when I zoom out. So if I take that huge project file from here, it works here just fine. It's a little bit slow to generate this audio graph, but I don't really care about that right now. If I zoom out like this, it gets slow. So we need to do something about this. Let's do the following. Let's say here, what can we say? This is the rectangle. So what if we say, where's W? W is this. Okay, so this fixes some drag issue. So if the width is less than or equal to 0, then we return, which makes sense. Can we just make it, what if we just say, if it's less than 1, we don't draw it. Like if it's less than 1 pixel, we don't draw the thing. How does that look? If we open this thing, we zoom out, then it's doesn't help. Yeah, it doesn't help. What if we put like 10 pixels? Of course, that's way too big, but I just want to see if it does anything. So if we now zoom out, then it's gonna make holes in there. Okay, and actually it's fast. So if it's smaller than 10 pixels, it's not gonna draw it. So it's a lot faster, but it looks terrible. So we need to join them together. How can we do that? Actually, I think a lot of the problem is in the drawing the texture. So what if we do this? So let's set this still as less than or equal to 0, so that fixes the drag issue. And I'm not sure if I need this anymore. I'm not sure if I still have that issue. But we can say if the type is audio and the width is greater than, what is the width? Like 20 pixels. If there's more than 20 pixels, then we draw the audio graph. Maybe 10. I mean, maybe that's good. So now, if we open the project, we still get this thing. But if we make it 10 pixels, then we don't draw the audio graph. Is that going to help? It's not going to help at all. Okay. Okay, what if I say if it is, let's put the less than 1. If it's less than 1, is that gonna help anything? If we now zoom out, maybe it helps a little bit. Okay, what if we say, here we draw the lines. So if W is greater than 10 pixels, then we draw the lines. So now, if we zoom out, we're not going to draw the lines anymore here. It looks ugly. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, because there's lines on the top as well. Yeah, that's terrible. Okay, I'm not going to even do this. How much does this collision detection and stuff do? Because we are doing this in the render, which is kind of stupid. So what if we just return here? So we don't have any of that stuff. Can we still zoom? I think we can still zoom. So we can't select or do anything now, but we can zoom out. It's a little bit faster. Yeah. It's definitely faster. Yeah. Maybe that's the issue. Yeah. Okay. It's still kind of clunky, but that's pretty good. Okay. Well, can we then do something like this? If W is less than 10, return. But wait, didn't we do this basically before? No, we didn't do it. We did it here. Aha. Okay. So that means
we can't drag anything that is less than 10 pixels. Does that make any sense? So now it's actually fast. Right, that's pretty good actually. I mean, it's still, I don't like that it's so slow, but as a quick hack, it's pretty good. What if I zoom all the way like this? Here's my full 1.5 hour video at 13 FPS. Great. So I can't, you know, hover or move over anything that is less than 10 pixels. Okay. I think the proper way is going to be just make one texture and then just raw dog the pixels there. Something like that. Because I think there's just too much overhead from drawing, like calling any function from Python to Raylib. I think that's the case. Not quite sure. Is there anything else we can do here? Yeah, this was the best thing. If we do it, if it's less than 10, which is less than 10, then we are going to just hide it. So then I can zoom out. And it's still, I can zoom all the way out, and it's still 50 FPS, but we can't see nothing. Yeah, I don't know. It's not great that it like shows empty things in there. Yeah, whatever. Let's just leave it like this. Perhaps I will optimize it at some point. But I have to leave this video somewhere because this is going to be too long. Alright, so it is now several weeks later, and I have fixed a bunch of bugs, and I've made the editor work pretty nicely. And I in fact have edited this video with this editor. So let me now demo how this editor works for those who didn't watch the whole 12 hours of video. So if we open up this editor, here is our beautiful editor. We can grab some files and we can put them in the clip bin. We can also grab multiple files and we can put them all in the clip bin. And this progress bar you see here is it generating the audio graph for these clips. And if I select one of these clips from here, we can put them on the timeline. And if I hit C to go to cut mode, I can cut out slices of this video. I can hit S to go back to select mode, and I can select this, and I can D for delete. I can select this one, I can X to extract it, so it will actually delete it, and then it will pull back the other clips that are after that. So it will remove the empty space as well. I can extract this one as well. I can go to move mode, and then I can move all of these clips over here. And if I add just a couple of more cuts here just to demo this, I can move these pieces around like this, and I can even select multiple clips. So now I hit Control and I selected 2 clips, so I can move these around and they stick nicely like this. And if I move them all the way over here, then they can even hop over other clips, even if we have multiple clips selected. And of course we can render. So let me put these all nicely together, and let's add like a gap here just so you can see that there's a gap in the render. And I hit Ctrl R, it will open this nice dialog, and I can put here something like render test 2.mp4, and it is going to render this video. And if I take a look at that video, it is somewhere over here. Hi there, this is just a sample video for my video editor, so we can see if it works. And it in fact works. Now, as I mentioned, I have edited this video with this editor. Well, not this part, obviously, because I'm filming it right now, but the previous 12 hours. So I can actually open that project file, because, by the way, we can save project files too. So if we just hit Ctrl S, then it will ask me if I'm focused in the right place. If I hit Ctrl S, it's going to ask me where I want to save it, and I can say just some project2.json, and then it will save that project there. Anyway, let me pick a project that I have already made. So the project of this video. I can add it here and it will replace everything because this is a project file. Now, by the way, you can see that it loads for a while. And the reason for this is that I made it so that it saves the audio graph in this JSON file. And it is in JSON, so it's very slow. It is like a 150 megabyte file. I just quickly added this feature because
this video is 27 hours long, so it takes a while to generate the audio graph. So I wanted to save it in the file, which looks like this. So it's literally JSON. There's obviously better ways of saving this, but I just wanted to quickly do it. Anyway, here is the project file, and as you can see, there are thousands of clips here. And by the way, I optimized this. It looks kind of ugly when you like zoom out a lot, because this is like 2 hours of video. I can even zoom more. So here is 11.5 hours of video zoomed out. And we're still at like 22 FPS, which is not amazing, but it's pretty good. Anyway, there are thousands of clips, like maybe 40,000 clips or something in this thing. And I generated this project file with a Python script that I have created off camera. I didn't make this in this video. Anyway, it cuts out silence from the videos automatically. And previously I have used this script for my videos, but it has just made the full rendered video. But now I can just make a project file for my editor, and then I can easily edit the thing. So, because sometimes it makes mistakes, so maybe it has cut this like that. So then now I can go here, and I even have a keyboard shortcut for this. So if I select an item, select a clip, I can hit Control and the arrow, and I can extend this from the keyboard. I can also do Control Shift and then arrow, and I can extend the other way. And it doesn't extend anymore after it like hits the, hits the beginning of the next clip. And I also have E keyboard shortcut. So if I was in this situation and I am going to hit E, then it will extend from both sides automatically. And we can of course play this video in the editor. So if I click somewhere and then I hit space,
Just slap it there right now. Or maybe it should be in the bottom of the screen. Anyway, we put the stamp there, but
I can play it. Now, one thing that I'm not quite happy with is that I had to implement a buffering in this. So if I go to a different place and I play right away after clicking, it's going to buffer for a while. So if I click here and I play,
timestamp there,
buffers
which is very small,
which is a bit annoying. And the reason why I added the buffering, which by the way, it buffers 3 seconds of video and audio. The reason why I added it is because in Kdenlive, the editor that I previously used, sometimes when I click somewhere and I play, it starts playing right away, but then when it hits like a cut point, it stops there. I guess because it has to like seek in the background to the next spot, and it's not quite that fast every time. And I find it very annoying when it does that. So for me, it's better if I click somewhere and then I play and then it buffers for a while and then it plays.
I don't feel like it's correct.
And I noticed in the buffering, once I had edited like 2 hours of video, that it started to get very slow. It might take like 30 seconds to buffer. And it turns out that the issue was in my audio buffering, audio seeking. So I was seeking with the audio stream in PyAV. And when you have a 27-hour audio track, it's very slow to seek in the audio stream. And what I figured out is that you can actually seek in the video stream. So if we have a video stream in the audio source, which I'm going to have because I just use the video, then we actually seek in the video stream because it's a lot faster because the video stream has keyframes. You can just jump to a keyframe and then you can decode forward from that. And it turns out that whatever stream you seek, it will seek all the streams. It will just, seek differently based on which stream you select for seeking. So I don't know why it's like that. Anyway, that made it a lot faster, like from 30 seconds to less than a second. Also, it is worth mentioning, for those people who actually watched the video already, that I changed the audio graph to be a dictionary. So I believe it's like a frame. This is the frame. This is like a video frame number. Or it uses like a 30 FPS, resolution. So basically it is a video frame. So it indexes the video frame and then the RMS, the volume at that frame. And the reason why I did it like this, because originally I think I had just a list and then I checked at what point in the video are we now, and then I just took like the percentage from the audio graph
and drew that. But it wasn't quite accurate for some reason. Like the duration of the video is not the same if you just use the metadata from the video compared to if you actually go through each of the audio frames. So I had to save the actual audio frames to get it to be accurate. Otherwise, for like a 1 hour video, it's fine. But then when you have 27 hours, then by the end you have many seconds offset in there. And for the optimization of this zoomed out timeline, the biggest bottleneck was calling Raylib from Python. I'm not sure why. Like, is someone doing something wrong? Am I doing something wrong? Or is the Raylib library that I'm using doing something wrong? Or is it just slow to call C from Python? I don't know. Anyway, what I did was in my main function, in the main loop, in the beginning of the main loop, I just gather all this information from Raylib. And then I pass these variables into the functions that need this information. Because before I was like getting the mouse position and checking if the mouse button is up or down inside of the render functions of like the timeline clips. So if I zoom out and I have 1,000 timeline clips, then it will check for each of the timeline clips if the mouse button is down. So it was very slow because of that. That was the biggest issue. And then I think I did something like it doesn't draw the borders if the clip is too small or something. Like it turns into this black or dark version when it gets too small. So now it works pretty well. I would like it to be better, but it is what it is. And by the way, we can like resize this window and it works nicely. And we can make it full screen. And for some reason it disappears this preview, but whatever. It works now. And by the way, I tested this already on Windows, so it works on Windows too. So that's it. That's the video editor. A huge project. I thought I will make like a 3-hour video, but now it's going to be like a 12-hour video. Anyway, I hope someone found this video helpful or inspiring or entertaining or something. If you did, then leave me a comment down below and give this video a like and subscribe if you want to see more videos like this in the future. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next one.